Chapter 1460. Zhang Xian disappeared. If Zhang Jiuxiao is able to survive this lightning tribulation, there will be no need to hold the tournament anymore. Zhang Wuchen mumbled as he looked at the overcast sky above crackling with lightning currents. Indeed. The first elder nodded in agreement. This lightning tribulation is clearly far stronger than that of ordinary dimension sundering ordeals, such that even Saint 8 Dan intermediate stage cultivators would find it hard to survive it. If he can emerge from it alive, he will indubitably be the number one figure of the younger generation. At their level of cultivation, they could already gauge the prowess of a lightning tribulation with just a glance. Zhang Jiuxiao's lightning tribulation was as vast as an ocean, spanning a ridiculous size. Just the sheer prowess that was harnessed within the storm clouds was enough to leave goosebumps rising on their arms. If the young man could survive something of this tier, it would effectively mean that even the currently speculated strongest individual of the younger generation, Zhang Chun, would not be close to being a match for him, thus placing him firmly in the top seat. How did an offspring of the side family like him manage to grow so quickly? Zhang Wuchen was still unable to accept the sudden turn of events. The first elder shook his head and said, "That is a question we'll have to ask him once he overcomes the lightning tribulation." While the two of them were speaking, the second streak of lightning was gradually forming. Gotcha! This time, it was not just an ordinary lightning bolt. There was the cold glint of a weapon harnessed within it as it streaked downward, tearing through the space that stood in its way, leaving behind a dark gash in its wake. That's the lightning warrior of the lightning tribulation. One of the elders amid the crowd gulped in horror. If lightning tribulations were considered to be a simple punch, the emergence of a lightning warrior would be equivalent to the usage of a weapon. Though they were both lightning bolts, there was a vast difference in their prowess. Come. Swallowing a pill that his teacher had given to him, Zhang Jiuxiao's injuries swiftly recovered. With a furious roar, he whipped out a Saint high-tier weapon and drove it straight toward the lightning tribulation. The strongest weapon that he had previously was only at Saint intermediate tier, but for successfully getting into the Sanctum of Sages, the clan had gifted him with a Saint high-tier artifact, and in this crucial moment, he decided to take it out without any hesitation. Gotcha! As the Saint artifact collided with the lightning warrior, it was split in two in an instant. Despite that, the might of the lightning bolt did not seem to weaken in the slightest. Zhang Jiuxiao did not seem to be surprised by that at all. He spread open his fingers and formed a semi-spherical barrier of zhenqi above him. When the lightning struck the barrier, a deafening explosion erupted, and a powerful shockwave burst through the sparring grounds, shaking the dueling rings intensely. It was very fortunate that they were in the sparring grounds. So many reinforcement formations were in place. Otherwise, everything could have reduced to rubble from that single lightning bolt. Pong! Eventually, Zhang Jiuxiao managed to fend off the lightning warrior, but the sheer intensity of the lightning still seared his arms black. At the same time, he was pushed deep into the ground like a heavy cannonball, creating a huge pit above him. Could he have been electrocuted to death? He shouldn't have, right? This lightning is simply too fearsome. Even the managerial elders of the clan wouldn't be able to survive something of this scale, considering how he has just barely made a breakthrough. Not to mention that he even leaped an entire realm without reinforcing his cultivation at all. Things really don't look too optimistic. Let's hope that he's fine. Even though he might be from the side family, it's still a blessing for the clan to have someone as talented as him in our ranks. Nothing can happen to him. Such words could be heard from the clan members all around as apprehension and nervousness colored their faces. While there was significant internal rivalry within the Zhang clan, the individual members still celebrated the rise of new geniuses instead of suppressing them. This was because they knew full well that the prosperity of the clan was dependent on the number and quality of the talents that they had, and only when the clan remained strong would there be good days ahead for them. While everyone was staring intently in worry, Zhang Jiuxiao leisurely flew up from the bottom of the pit. The current him was charred black from head to toe. Nevertheless, resolve still could be seen reflected on his face. It seemed like he was devoid of any fear toward the lightning in the sky. Hong long long. The third lightning bolt was about to fall very soon. The dimension-sundering ordeal consisted of 3 lightning bolts, and each of them was stronger than the last. Countless experts had fallen to it in history. The third lightning bolt is not only powerful, it also harnesses a heart ordeal in it. Being from the side family, Zhang Jiuxiao has never undergone proper training to temper his mental resilience before, so it won't be easy for him to overcome his inner demons, the first elder remarked worriedly. Indeed, to overcome this hurdle, on top of possessing great strength, he must have an unwavering will. I fear that he might not be ready for this yet, Zhang Wuchen replied apprehensively. If this genius who had just barely emerged through the ranks were to fall to the lightning tribulation, it would really be a huge loss to the Zhang clan. However, a lightning tribulation of this scale is no longer something that we can interfere in. Let's do this then. Go and look for Zhang Xian, and if he can help us settle the lightning tribulation and save Zhang Jiuxiao, we can let everything that he has done previously go, the first elder said. Based on what Zhang Wuchen had told him, he realized that Zhang Xian was indeed Yang Shi's student. Considering how he was able to resolve even the devastating macrocosm ascendancy ordeal of the netherworld azure dragon beast with ease, as large as Zhang Jiuxiao's dimension-sundering ordeal was, it should not be too difficult for him to chase it away as well. Very well. Knowing how important this matter was, Zhang Wuchen quickly flew toward Zhang Xian's accommodation, and it did not take long for him to arrive at his destination. He isn't around? Zhang Wuchen swiftly swept through the accommodation with his spiritual perception, but Zhang Xian was nowhere to be seen. With a frown, he pushed open the door and walked in. Elder Wuchen, Jian Qinsheng stood up. Do you know where Zhang Shi is? Zhang Wuchen got straight to the topic at hand. Back then, he had brought Jian Qinsheng and Zhang Xian here together, and after taking the latter to the blood reservoir, Zhang Wuchen had left him to return here alone. Under normal circumstances, he should have obediently stayed put in his residence, or at least stayed within the vicinity, so why was he nowhere to be seen? Jian Qinsheng pondered for a moment before saying, Zhang Shi was taken away by you last night, and I heard that he met Zhang Jiuxiao later on and went out with the latter. Zhang Jiuxiao had come here to look for Zhang Xian, and later on, the two of them had left and never come back. For Zhang Wuchen to be looking for Zhang Xian at this moment, could something have happened? Wait a moment, are you saying that Zhang Jiuxiao came to look for Zhang Xian last night? Zhang Wuchen narrowed his eyes at this surprising information. Just to verify, are you speaking of the offspring of the Zhang clan side family who has gotten into the sanctum of sages, Zhang Jiuxiao? Of course, it's not a habit of mine to memorize the names of the offspring of the Zhang clan otherwise. Jian Qinsheng harumphed. How does Zhang Jiuxiao know Zhang Xian? Zhang Wuchen could hardly believe what he was hearing. The new, rising genius of the Zhang clan was actually acquainted with the dastardly Zhang Xian? How am I supposed to know that? In any case, they are very close to one another. Jian Qinsheng replied impatiently. All right, I understand. Sorry for imposing on you. With a look of disbelief on his face, Zhang Wuchen quickly flew back to the sparring grounds. In the time that he had spent looking for Zhang Xian, the lightning bolt in the sky had already finished charging up, and it surged down with a deafening rumble. In an instant, Zhang Jiuxiao suddenly found himself standing confusedly in the midst of a junction, and his soul flickered weakly in uncertainty, on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. He was just an ordinary member of the side family. In the behemoth known as the Zhang clan, he did not have the slightest shred of standing, dignity, or even presence. Even if he had died in the Qingyuan Empire, it would not have caused the slightest ripple in the Zhang clan. Just like how he had been born a nobody, he would have died a nobody as well. It was his teacher who had placed control of his life back in his hands. His teacher had helped him get into the sanctum of sages as a student, and after which, he had even bestowed him with the strongest bloodline. Since my teacher said that I can overcome the dimension-sundering ordeal, I'll be able to do it. No, I must do it. Even if it costs me my life, I cannot disappoint him. Such was the strong will that burned in Zhang Jiuxiao's heart, and it brought unimaginable strength to his body. Astonishingly, it actually caused the lightning ordeal to simply slip right past his body, unable to cause the slightest harm at all. The first elder narrowed his eyes. This is the power of the bloodline? And it's even purer than mine? But this is impossible. Chapter 1461 Surviving the Lightning Ordeal. The activation of Zhang Juxiao's bloodline happened so silently that it was hard for anyone to discern anything. However, due to the purity of the First Elder's bloodline, he immediately felt a faint resonance with Zhang Juxiao, and to his shock, he found that the bloodline that Zhang Juxiao possessed was even stronger than his. In the entire Zhang clan, his bloodline was only second to the deputy clan head, the Xing Sword Saint. For an offspring of the side family to be able to suppress his bloodline, even after double-checking it multiple times, he still found the matter inconceivable. The First Elder's body stiffened in astonishment. I have only seen this level of purity in the young prodigy before. Could it possibly be him? The young prodigy had been born with a bloodline comparable to the founder of the Zhang clan, and due to that, he had directly been chosen as the next clan head, and a life of greatness lay ahead of him. However, it was a pity that a certain incident had occurred, and shortly after, he had gone missing. Given how pure Zhang Juxiao's bloodline was, could it possibly be him? No, that's not right. Zhang Juxiao is already in his late 20s, whereas the young prodigy should only be 20 this year. There's a huge difference in their age, so they can't be the same person. Also, it doesn't make sense for us to have missed the high purity of his bloodline in the past. Offspring of the Zhang clan, regardless of whether they were from the main family or the side family, would have their bloodline checked at birth. In fact, there were some top geniuses whose bloodline purity could be checked through a unique method even while they were in their mother's womb. Naturally, Zhang Juxiao would have gone through such a check, and it would have been detailed in the records. If the young man really possessed such a pure bloodline, there was no way that he could have been overlooked. Or could the First Elder have remembered incorrectly and unintentionally overlooked this genius of the Zhang clan? Wuzhen, head to the Hall of Rituals and bring Zhang Juxiao's record over to me, instructed the First Elder as turned his head. Yes. Hearing the First Elder's command, Elder Wuzhen hurriedly left the area. It did not take long for him to return with a book in hand. Zhang Juxiao's record was stored in the archive room for the side family in the Hall of Rituals, so it had not been too difficult for him to find it. The First Elder hurriedly took the record and flipped it open. The age indeed doesn't tally. His soul is stable, perfectly fused with his body, so the possibility of him being possessed by another person is zero. During the previous check, he only possessed the lowest bloodline that isn't even worth mentioning. How is there such a huge difference now? The First Elder swiftly finished looking through the record, and he could not help but shake his head in incomprehension. A unique artifact was employed in order to check the bloodline of the Zhang clan members so as to avoid human error and oversight. As such, the chances of any errors occurring were as good as zero. Besides, if someone with such a pure bloodline had been born, the Hall of Rituals would have responded through some kind of phenomenon, such as how the entire hall rattled and Kong Shi's sculpture rose when the young prodigy was born. All in all, there was simply no way that an offspring with a bloodline that pure could have been born without them realizing, lying low for more than 20 years before suddenly dazzling their eyes with his brilliance. I want you to investigate Zhang Juxiao's complete history, compile it into a report, and bring it to me, the First Elder instructed. The Zhang clan's intelligence network was not to be scoffed at, and the fact that Zhang Juxiao was a master teacher made it even easier to look into his affairs. Thus, it did not take long before Elder Wuzhen returned once more with a book in hand. The First Elder swiftly browsed through the content within, and he could not help but fall into deeper confusion. It did seem like Zhang Juxiao was quite a talented individual, but to put it in Zhang clan's standards, it was still rather lackluster. The turning point seemed to be around 3 to 4 months ago, when his rate of cultivation suddenly quickened. Nevertheless, it still had not reached a level where the Zhang clan would need to pay much attention to him. Zhang Wuchen walked up and worriedly reported, "First Elder, I found out that just last night, Zhang Juxiao went to look for Zhang Xian. Not only so, Zhang Xian is currently not in the accommodation that we have assigned him." Zhang Juxiao met Zhang Xian last night? The First Elder was bewildered to learn of the association between the two. He stroked his lower jaw and pondered for a moment before remarking, "Zhang Xian seems to have come from the Qing Empire as well." He had looked through the intelligence that the Zhang clan had acquired on Zhang Xian as well, and considering how Zhang Xian also hailed from the Qingyuan Empire, It was likely that the both of them had gotten acquainted with one another then. Thinking about it, they did enter the sanctum of sages together, so it was impossible for the both of them not to know about one another. The first elder pondered for a while longer, but he was still unable to figure out what was happening. He rubbed his glabella and instructed, "Don't tell anyone about this matter yet. For the time being, dispatch some personnel to continue looking for Zhang Xian. Don't let him cause any trouble in the clan." To be honest, even he had to admit that the fellow named Zhang Xian was a top genius, be it in terms of his mastery as a master teacher or the skills that he had displayed in his supporting occupations. Alas, it was a huge pity that he simply loved causing damage everywhere he went. In less than a day after arriving at the Zhang clan, he had already induced a huge commotion. Countless buildings had already fallen victim to his tyranny. No one would be able to take it if he was allowed to continue wreaking havoc in the clan. Understood. Zhang Wuchen nodded before swiftly leaving the area. After handling these issues, the first elder turned his gaze to the lightning tribulation once more and saw that Zhang Jiuxiao had already survived the final streak of lightning. Gradually, the ominous clouds were starting to clear up. The dimension-sundering ordeal had left Zhang Jiuxiao in a battered condition. Whether it was his physical body or his soul, they were in an unprecedentedly fragile condition. Despite so, his aura was quickly surging toward a greater height, and at the same time, a mysterious bundle of energy seemed to be manifesting within his body, ready to burst forth at any moment to cause great destruction. That's the power of dimension sundering. He has successfully made a breakthrough. The first elder exclaimed in agitation. To be able to reach such a level below the age of 30, Zhang Jiuxiao was indubitably the most talented offspring of the entire Zhang clan. Who? The first elder quickly flitted down from the platform that he was on to stand before Zhang Jiuxiao. He whipped out a pill and said, "Hurry up and swallow this. It'll help you recover swiftly from your injuries." "Thank you, first elder." Zhang Jiuxiao took the pill. It was a grade 9 pill that had tremendous effectiveness in recovering the wounds sustained by the body and soul. However, Zhang Jiuxiao did not rush into consuming it. He quickly thanked the first elder before fumbling his way over to a middle-aged man, and with an excited look on his face, he said telepathically, "Teacher, I have succeeded." "Yes, I saw it. Swallow the pill that the first elder has given you, and quickly recover from your injuries. Its effects are SOSO, but it's exactly what you need in your current state," Zhang Xian replied telepathically with a nod. "Also, given how huge a commotion you have caused, the first elder is bound to ask about the matter. As you know, I like to be low profile and don't wish to reveal my identity, so think well before you speak. Got it?" "Yes, teacher." Zhang Jiuxiao hurriedly nodded. Following that, he swallowed the pill, and the fatigue and aching pain he was suffering significantly lessened. He quickly sat down and channeled the medicinal energy within the pill throughout his body. In less than an hour, he had already recovered from most of his injuries. Seeing that Zhang Jiuxiao was done recuperating, Elder Wuzhen flew over and said, "Zhang Jiuxiao, the first elder is looking for you." "Understood." Zhang Jiuxiao nodded. He shot an inconspicuous glance toward his teacher behind, only to see the latter looking focused at the ground, seemingly dazing off. Knowing that his teacher did not want to attract too much attention to himself, he turned around and instructed, "You should return to the accommodation first. I'll head over after meeting the first elder." "Yes." Zhang Xian clasped his fist politely. He was acting as Zhang Jiuxiao's subordinate at this moment, so naturally, his actions had to be fitting of one as well. As every offspring that had come to the tournament had brought some of their subordinates along, Zhang Wuchen did not think much of their interaction. He led the way forward, and Zhang Jiuxiao followed closely behind him. They left the sparring grounds and headed toward the center of the city. In that moment, Zhang Jiuxiao was feeling deeply nervous inside. As an offspring of the side family, he had never been in such close proximity to the main family before. Putting everything aside, just the formations set up around the area were enough to trap those who did not know their way around for life. Zhang Wuchen came to a stop before a hall. "The first elder is right inside." "Understood." Zhang Jiuxiao assessed the building before him. It was a vast hall, reminiscent of a guest lounge of some sort. Without much hesitation, he made his way inside. Barely after stepping through the door, just as he wanted to scan his surroundings, he suddenly felt a powerful pressure crushing down on his body. Boom! It was an aura filled with malicious intent, reminiscent of a vicious beast baring its fangs at someone. It engulfed his surroundings in an instant, leaving him feeling as if he would be torn to shreds. What? Sensing a powerful force heading his way, Zhang Juxiao's body stiffened. Chapter 1462 Professionally Humble. The force in the hall did not show the slightest hint of mercy. If Zhang Juxiao remained rooted to the spot, he could very well lose his life. Knowing that there was no time to be lost, Zhang Juxiao took a deep breath and quickly retreated. Pong! He found his back pressed against the door. Only at that instant did he realize that the door behind him had been closed and sealed with multiple layers of formations. Even with his strength as a dimension-sundering realm cultivator, he was still unable to inflict the slightest bit of damage to it. Darn it! Knowing that it was too late for him to dodge, Zhang Juxiao flicked his wrist and retaliated with a palm strike of his own. Boom! His palm collided with the assailant's. Gotcha! Zhang Juxiao immediately felt a crushing pressure on his chest that pushed out all of the oxygen in his lungs. The injuries that had barely recovered from the earlier lightning tribulation tore open once more, and a searing pain engulfed Zhang Juxiao's body. Dimension-sundering realm primary stage? However, this exchange of blows did give Zhang Juxiao an idea of the strength of the assailant. The other party was at dimension-sundering realm primary stage as well. Humph! Since they were of the same cultivation realm, there was nothing for him to fear. With a forceful push against the ground, Zhang Juxiao leaped upward as he directed a barrage of palm strikes in the direction of the assailant. Hula! It took just an instant for raging air currents to fill the room completely, as if a brewing tornado. Powerful bursts of might were shot forth here and there, inducing ceaseless sonic booms. Even though Zhang Juxiao had barely reached dimension-sundering realm primary stage, the simulation that he had gone through in the blood reservoir had allowed him to fully grasp his strength up to phantasmal space realm pinnacle. He had also tried to simulate a breakthrough several times then, and this had given him some experience in driving the power of dimension sundering. As such, his movements were still considerably fluid, devoid of the usual stiffness that a cultivator unaccustomed to their strength would have. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Juxiao's counterattack was swift, but his assailant was even faster. The latter successfully fended off all of his palm strikes without sustaining the slightest bit of damage. Nevertheless, while he was in the air, he was able to catch a good sight of the person who had assaulted him. The other party was dressed in a rather loose-fitting robe, making it hard to gauge his exact physique. At the same time, he was wearing a mask, which blocked even spiritual perception from looking beneath it. All in all, that individual felt like a particularly enigmatic figure. Who are you? Why are you in the First Elder's residence? Zhang Juxiao asked with narrowed eyes. Who? Instead of answering his question, the assailant raised his palm and sent another palm strike over. The other party's movements were rather gentle, thus making it appear as if his palm strike did not harness much force. However, the goosebumps that rose on Zhang Juxiao's arms in response to the palm strike told a very different story. Knowing that the assailant would not give himself away that easily, Zhang Juxiao could not be bothered to ask anymore. Raising his hands, he charged forward to face his opponent directly. While his talent might have been lacking in comparison to Zhang Xian, no matter what, he had still been a famed genius back in the days when he was still in the Qingyuan Empire. Naturally, his aptitude for combat was decent. Furthermore, the current him had already undergone one-to-one lessons with Zhang Xian, and that had brought his proficiency in combat to a whole new level. In the blink of an eye, he had already exchanged 8 blows with the masked assailant. While there seemed to be many times where Zhang Juxiao was in peril, he was always able to slip out in the crucial juncture, thus averting the danger in the end. Even though the battle was difficult for Zhang Juxiao, the masked man was not faring too well either. Zhang Juxiao had just made a breakthrough and was still injured, but no matter what, he had still received Zhang Xian's individual tutelage. It would be no exaggeration to say that Zhang Juxiao's current combat skills were ranked among the top in the master-teacher continent, even if they still came nowhere to Zhang Xian's. As such, in just a few blows, The masked assailant was already struggling to keep up. Heh. Knowing that he was getting cornered, the masked assailant suddenly sneered coldly, following which a powerful aura burst forth from his body, and his silhouette suddenly blurred like a specter. The next instant, he was already standing before Zhang Jiuxiao with his palm thrusting forth at an incredible speed. Pong! Unprepared for this, Zhang Jiuxiao was sent flying by that palm strike, and he crashed into the wall behind him. Bloodline ability. You are from the Zhang clan? Zhang Jiuxiao exclaimed in shock. He was certain that the ability that the masked assailant had just used was the unique ability of the Zhang clan's bloodline. Humph! However, there was still no response from the masked assailant. Instead, the latter flitted forward again, and the surrounding time seemed to have slowed down in contrast to his movements. Before Zhang Jiuxiao could realize it, he had already been struck squarely once more, and a mouthful of blood escaped through his lips. The Zhang clan's bloodline allowed one to struggle free from the restraints of time and move at a speed faster than the limits of a human. To the eye of an outsider, it would appear as if Zhang Jiuxiao had slowed instead and was unable to keep up with the masked assailant. This won't do. At this rate, I'll really be beaten to death by that fellow. After sustaining a few more punches, Zhang Jiuxiao felt his body swiftly creeping toward its limits. He knew that he would not survive a few more punches, and his eyes reddened in agitation. He had come here to meet the First Elder, but instead of finding the First Elder, he had found himself faced with a masked assailant. Every single move that the latter executed was deadly, aimed right at his vitals, and if this continued, he really might lose his life. I can't afford to hold back anymore. Knowing that this was no time for him to be holding back his strength, Zhang Jiuxiao took in a deep breath and closed his eyes. He began driving his bloodline, and in an instant, everything before him suddenly seemed to have started playing in slow motion. This was the ability of the Zhang clan's bloodline. He had been unable to use it in the past, but as his bloodline became purer, he found himself being able to activate the ability with just a simple thought. As the surroundings slowed down, the movements of the charging masked man immediately came into sight. Everything that he had not been able to perceive previously appeared before him with the utmost clarity. Humph! Zhang Jiuxiao raised his foot and sent a powerful kick over to the other party. Pong 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 pong. Leg, palm, fist, finger. All sorts of attacks rained down on the masked assailant like a storm. The masked assailant never thought that Zhang Jiuxiao would be able to move even faster than him, and before he could even react, he had already been struck numerous times. His body was forcefully pushed back, and with a spurt of blood, his back slammed heavily into the wall. Die! Knowing that there was a time limit to how long he could keep his unique bloodline activated for, Zhang Jiuxiao had absolutely no intention of holding back. If he showed mercy to the assailant now, he could very well lose his life once the duration of his unique bloodline went into cooldown. He was not so kind as to give his life up for a stranger who wanted his life. Pong 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 pong. A barrage of attacks fell on the masked assailant, completely overwhelming the latter, leaving him no room to counterattack at all. But just as Zhang Jiuxiao was about to launch the decisive move, a huge surge of power suddenly burst forth from the assailant before him, knocking him away. Following which, Zhang Jiuxiao felt an unbelievably strong power holding his body in place, rendering him completely unable to move. What? How can you be so powerful? Zhang Jiuxiao narrowed his eyes in horror. He had already reached Dimension Sundering Realm primary stage, but even so, the power emanating from the masked assailant was still able to render him completely helpless. This meant to say that the person was at least at St. Nine Dan, or perhaps even higher than that. A person wielding such strength could be considered one of the strongest figures in the clan, but it was incomprehensible why such a powerful person would go to the extent of masking himself and attempting to assassinate him. Enough. Let's stop here. The masked assailant's deep voice reverberated across the room, following which, the masked assailant's aura continued to surge, and in just the blink of an eye, it had already reached a level that Zhang Jiuxiao had never before dared fathom. This voice. At that moment, what had caught Zhang Jiuxiao's attention was not the overwhelming strength of the masked assailant, but the familiarity of his voice. He raised his head, only to see the masked assailant taking off his mask, revealing a very familiar face. First Elder, you? Zhang Jiuxiao was stunned. How could the vicious assailant, whose every move had been aimed at his vitals, determined to drag him down into the depths of hell, be the First Elder? Your bloodline is purer than even mine. Tell me, Zhang Jiuxiao, how did you do it? The First Elder asked in a calm, inquisitive voice, devoid of any malice or hostility. You were testing me out earlier? Zhang Jiuxiao widened his eyes in astonishment as cold sweat trickled down his back. It was just a moment ago that his teacher had reminded him to maintain a low profile, but he had already given himself away. It seemed like he really had much more to learn from his teacher. His teacher had been able to keep his identity as the celestial master teacher under wraps from the rest of the world for such a long period of time, but he could not even keep his bloodline concealed for more than a day. Indeed, when it came to being humble and low profile, he still had a long way to go. Chapter 1463. I have a humble teacher. I could already tell while you were facing your lightning tribulation that your bloodline is even purer than mine. But I simply found it too hard to believe then that I wanted to test it for myself to confirm the matter. To think that it would really be true. The First Elder replied. He stared deeply into Zhang Jiuxiao's eyes, seemingly trying to peer deep into the latter's soul as he said, I have looked into your background. Your Zhang clan bloodline should have been so thin that it's nearly negligible. So how did it become so pure? This was a matter that had been bugging his mind all this while. Such a thing had never happened in the history of the Zhang clan. Zhang Jiuxiao stopped for a brief moment as he swiftly went through the excuse that he had prepared in advance before saying, to be honest, I'm not too sure either. It simply happened shortly after I achieved a breakthrough to the Grand Dominion realm. All of a sudden, my bloodline just grew purer and purer. While Zhang Jiuxiao was indeed an offspring of the Zhang clan, he was simply too far off from the main family, so he hardly knew anything about the bloodline. In any case, his understanding of the topic was bound to be beneath that of the First Elder. Instead of racking his brain in search of a flawless story, he might as well feign ignorance and let the First Elder fill up the gaps on his own. That would be more believable than any story that he could cook up. Are you saying that your bloodline was hidden too deep in your body, so it could only be awakened after you cultivated to a certain level? The First Elder asked contemplatively with a deep frown. Such a situation was not too uncommon with unique constitutions. Most unique constitutions lay dormant within the cultivator's body, awakened only when the cultivator finally reached a certain level of strength. Otherwise, it would be nigh impossible to detect the presence of the unique constitution within his body. Zhang Jiuxiao ruminated deeply on the First Elder's words before nodding slowly in agreement. I'm not too sure how it works, but that does seem to be the case. That's impossible. The First Elder abruptly shook his head. The Zhang clan's bloodline harnesses the time quintessence, so there's no way it could possibly circumvent the detection of our artifacts. As a clan specializing in the interpretation of time quintessence, the First Elder was certain that their means of measuring the purity of a Zhang clan offspring's bloodline were infallible. In a sense, this was similar to how a person looking at the night sky would never miss a comet streaking across the darkness. Besides, due to the unique nature of the Zhang clan's bloodline, the possibility of it being awakened reduced exponentially as one advanced past his 20s. Considering how Zhang Jiuxiao was already nearing his 30s, even if the Zhang clan were to devote all of its resources into helping him, it would still take a grueling amount of time and effort in order to awaken it. So, how could Zhang Jiuxiao's bloodline possibly awaken within such a short span of time? Not to mention, even achieving breakthroughs all the way to the dimension-sundering realm? Besides, I can sense lingering traces of the time quintessence that should only have been in the blood reservoir infused in your bloodline. Clearly, you have been tempering your bloodline at the blood reservoir. An offspring of the side family like you shouldn't be qualified to enter the premises of the blood reservoir, and I haven't found any records approving your entry to the blood reservoir. So, tell me, Zhang Jiuxiao, how did you get into the blood reservoir? The First Elder questioned in a sharp voice. At the same time, the pressure that he exerted through his aura also grew significantly stronger, causing the air in the room to suddenly grow thinner. Putting aside the fact that the blood reservoir only worked on offspring with sufficiently pure bloodlines, even offspring whose bloodlines had met the mark would have to absorb the time quintessence under the guidance of an elder, or else they would risk their cultivation going berserk. It was in view of such dangers that access to the blood reservoir was limited to even the core members of the Zhang clan. Yet, somehow, Zhang Jiuxiao had still managed to get in and even successfully tempered his bloodline. Cold sweat began trickling down Zhang Jiuxiao's forehead as he fell silent. It felt almost as if the first elder's eyes were able to see right through all of his deception and falsehood. He knew that he could not give away his teacher's participation in this matter, but at this moment, he felt as if he had already been cornered. I have also looked into your performance after entering the Sanctum of Sages. Your cultivation did grow faster a little, but it was still within a normal range, not too different from the average genius of our Zhang clan. The anomaly only started last night. You left your accommodation and disappeared for the entire night, and when you appeared once more, you suddenly started pushing for consecutive breakthroughs, reaching your current realm in the blink of an eye. At this point, the first elder looked at Zhang Jiuxiao with perfectly calm eyes as he spoke particularly unnerving words to the latter. There are very few people in this world who are able to blatantly lie to my face, so I suggest you think carefully about how you should speak in order for me to believe you. A shudder ran through Zhang Jiuxiao's back. The discerning eyes of a high-ranked master teacher were not to be underestimated. The old man standing before him was a true 9-star master teacher, a person who stood at the very zenith of the master-teacher continent. One had to weather countless storms and survive multiple catastrophes in order to reach that position of power, and it would have been nigh impossible for one to do so without learning how to read into the hearts of others. Zhang Jiuxiao fell into deep panic as he realized the quandary that he was in. However, at the same time, he could not help but feel a little awe for his teacher. How did teacher manage to do it? His teacher had come a long way without revealing his identity as a celestial master teacher to anyone. Through this, one could see how well he was able to reel in his thoughts and conceal himself. On the other hand, when he attempted to hide his bloodline, all it took was half a day for him to be caught. I only want to hear the truth. You need not fear me. I don't mean any harm to you. However, I need to know what's going on within the Zhang clan in order to ensure that no harm comes to it. I know that you have your own secrets that you have to keep, so the least I can promise you is that what you say to me today will not be heard by a third person, and I'll make no attempts to dig this matter up any further after this. Seeing that Zhang Jiuxiao's will was wavering, the first elder pushed a little more. All right then. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Jiuxiao finally caved in. He realized that there was no other way out of this, so he swiftly sorted out what he should and should not reveal before saying, "To tell you the truth, First Elder, the reason I have been able to come this far today is because I have found myself a good teacher." Found yourself a good teacher? The First Elder frowned. Indeed, my teacher is a highly talented man who is unmatched by any other that I have seen in this world. It might seem like I am exaggerating when I say this, but I believe that his capabilities would even match Kong Shi's back then. It was he who taught me how to fight and purified my bloodline, allowing me to rise to the top. Without him, I would be naught but an ordinary man. As Zhang Jiuxiao began speaking, the pressure that had been weighing on his mind gradually dissipated as his words grew more and more impassioned, clearly reflecting the respect and awe that he had for his teacher. You believe that the capabilities of your teacher are comparable to Kong Shi's? Hearing those words, the first elder could not help but shake his head. There was no one in this world who could match Kong Shi. There was no questioning this fact. But from the earnest emotions tinged within Zhang Jiuxiao's words, the first elder could see that the young man indeed believed that to be the case. Nevertheless, this did make perfect sense. Without a good teacher, how could an ordinary side family member possibly be able to overpower even him when the two of them were fighting at the same cultivation level? The first elder pondered for a brief moment before saying, "I know of all of the 9-star master teachers on the master teacher continent. May I know which friend of mine your teacher is?" In his view, in order to bring about such a massive change in Zhang Jiuxiao, at the bare minimum, the teacher whom the latter had spoken of had to at least be a 9-star master teacher. And there were only so many 9-star master teachers on the master teacher continent. Even if he did not know Zhang Jiuxiao's teacher in person, he should have heard of that person's name at the very least. Just who in the world possessed such great ability to be able to achieve what even he would be unable to accomplish? I beg of the first elder's pardon. My teacher is an extremely low-profile individual, and he doesn't wish for me to speak of his name to others. As his student, I am deeply reluctant to go against his will. Zhang Jiuxiao clasped his fist. He was not really lying when he said this. Even if the conflict between his teacher and the Zhang clan had not occurred, his teacher still would not have wanted to see his name being tossed around. After all, his teacher had always been a low-profile person, so such ostentatious actions would only draw his ire. Low-profile individual. The first elder swiftly went through all of the 9-star master teachers, and there were none that fit that requirement. He shook his head and said, "Since that's your teacher's will, it would be inappropriate of me to ask you to reveal his identity. Nevertheless, the fact that your teacher possesses the ability to purify your bloodline to this extent and bring about such tremendous growth in your cultivation is more than sufficient to show that he's a person of great capabilities, very possibly ranking amid the top of the master-teacher continent." Even he, despite being the first elder of the Zhang clan, did not possess the ability to induce such massive changes in a seemingly average talented individual. In fact, not even Yang Shi would be capable of doing so. But Zhang Jiuxiao's teacher had managed to do it, and that was more than enough proof of his capabilities. The true experts lurked in the shadows. While Yang Shi was reputed as the #1 expert of the world, the first elder knew that there were definitely other experts in the master-teacher continent who could stand on par with or even above him. The Master-Teacher Pavilion might have been the largest and most powerful organization on the Master-Teacher continent, but not even it had the ability or resources to keep track of every single expert on the continent. Chapter 1464. Marry her. Yes, I have no doubt that my teacher is the #1 teacher in the world. Hearing the first elder's compliment, Zhang Jiuxiao nodded readily in agreement. Putting him aside, even his 7 seniors were figures who would rattle the entire continent in the near future. Considering how each and every one of his teacher's students was so outstanding, who could dare claim to be able to rival him? Listening to Zhang Jiuxiao's response, the first elder naturally attributed it to the innate respect that a student would have toward their teacher, and he simply smiled politely at those words, not bothering to refute them. He flicked his wrist and passed a token over. "Since your teacher wishes not for his identity to be revealed, I won't question you any further on the matter either. However, the fact still remains that he has helped us groom such an outstanding offspring in our Zhang clan. So there's no questioning that he's a great benefactor of our Zhang clan. This is our highest honorary guest token of our Zhang clan. I hope that you can pass it over to him in my stead. As long as he holds this token in hand, any member of the Zhang clan who encounters him will have to accord him the utmost respect and fulfill his demands to the best of their ability." "Thank you, First Elder." Seeing that the other party had chosen not to pursue this issue, Zhang Jiuxiao heaved a sigh of relief and took the token. Despite the small size of the token, it was actually much heavier than it looked. It carried an air of history to it, reminiscent of an ancient artifact. With just a glance, it was apparent that it was an extremely valuable item. In the entire history of the Zhang clan, we have only given out this honorary guest token thrice. It's in view of the fact that he's your teacher and his ability to groom you to be such an outstanding individual that we have decided to show the utmost goodwill of our clan, the first elder said grimly. In terms of the sheer purity of bloodline, Zhang Jiuxiao could be said to nearly be on par with the young prodigy back then. With such a figure amid their ranks, it seemed like the Zhang clan's greatness would be secured for the next millennium to come. Not only so, the issue that they had been worrying about all along would also be successfully resolved. On this in itself, Zhang Jiuxiao's teacher was indeed a benefactor of the Zhang clan. Putting aside an honorary guest token, as long as the other party's demands were not too overboard, the Zhang clan would surely try their best to fulfill his needs. "I understand." Zhang Jiuxiao nodded. Considering that his teacher was a celestial master teacher, he was bound to be a figure who would stand at the very top of the master-teacher continent in the end. Naturally, it was only right for the Zhang clan to fawn over him. I won't pursue the matter concerning the identity of your teacher, but there's one matter that I need you to explain to me. The first elder looked at Zhang Jiuxiao sternly before continuing on. I heard that you were with the sanctum of sages Zhang Xian last night. Do you know where he is at the moment? Also, what were the both of you doing? That Zhang Xian was truly the herald of catastrophe. The Zhang clan had to tread carefully around him, or else, before they knew it, everything around them would be turned to rubble. Naturally, they had to keep a close eye on his whereabouts so as to guard against him. As for associating Zhang Xian together with Zhang Jiuxiao's teacher, honestly speaking, such a thought had never flashed across the first elder's mind. In his view, Zhang Xian could only be considered a slightly more talented youngster. How could he possibly be able to achieve something that even he and Yang Shi were incapable of pulling off? Not to mention, considering how talented Zhang Jiuxiao was, he surely did not have to take someone younger and weaker than him as his teacher. Tay, Zhang Shi is a close friend of mine. I visited him last night in order to ask him about some matters, but we went our separate ways shortly after. I'm not too sure about where he went afterward, Zhang Jiuxiao replied. You aren't too sure? The first elder asked with a frown. He was just about to continue questioning Zhang Jiuxiao when he suddenly raised his eyebrows, following which, he whipped out his token and took a swift glance at it before turning his gaze back to Zhang Jiuxiao. You have just undergone the lightning tribulation and utilized your unique bloodline, so your body is currently quite frail. For the time being, you can use this room to recuperate from your injuries. I have some matters to attend to at the moment, so I'll have to take my leave for a short while. After which, the first elder took out a pill and passed it over to Zhang Jiuxiao. This is a pill specially forged for our clan members. It has the effect of allowing one to quickly recover from the side effects of activating one's unique bloodline. Under normal circumstances, a Zhang clan member who has activated their bloodline would have to recuperate for an entire month before they regain their fighting prowess and are able to continue cultivating. But this medicine allows one to make a full recovery within just 10 days. Of course, given the higher purity of your bloodline, you should be able to recover fully within just 3 days. Just like the Luo clan, the activation of the Zhang clan's bloodline would require at least a whole month's rest before one was able to make a full recovery. In view of this problem, for many generations, the sage clans had been trying to formulate a medicine that could alleviate this problem, and after much research, they had finally managed to create this pill. It could allow one to swiftly recover from the side effects of the activation of their unique bloodline, but unfortunately, the medicinal herbs required to forge the pill were simply too valuable, such that, unless it was an extremely important situation, not even core members of the Zhang clan like Zhang Chun were allowed to use one. Only the older generation of the Zhang clan had access to the pill. It was only upon hearing those words that Zhang Jiuxiao finally realized how exhausted and fatigued he was. He had been so preoccupied with dealing with the first elder that he had not realized that his body was completely sapped of energy. Thus, he swallowed the pill without any hesitation. As soon as the pill melted within his body, a warm and powerful surge of medicinal energy suffused his entire body, slowly replenishing his depleted energy. Gradually, his withered aura recovered. What a fine medicine! Zhang Jiuxiao could not help but exclaim as he felt his injured body and depleted bloodline recovering at a visible pace. It indeed is. Seeing how fast Zhang Jiuxiao was recovering, the first elder nodded in satisfaction. After which, he turned around and left the room. Not too long later, he encountered Zhang Wuchen, who was heading in his direction, and he immediately asked severely, "Has Zhang Xian returned to his accommodation?" "Yes, I have just checked on it," Zhang Wuchen said. "Has Zhang Jiuxiao explained the reason behind his sudden surge in cultivation?" "It seems like he has acknowledged a formidable expert as his teacher," the first elder said. "An expert?" "Yes. I have no idea what means that person used, but he was actually able to alter the purity of Zhang Jiuxiao's bloodline. I can't say for sure at the moment, but I suspect that there's a spy in our clan." The first elder harumphed coldly. Someone discreetly took Zhang Jiuxiao into the blood reservoir in order to temper Zhang Jiuxiao's bloodline. This means that there's someone on the inside liaising with Zhang Jiuxiao's teacher. There were currently two possibilities. Either Zhang Jiuxiao's teacher was an elder of the Zhang clan, or Zhang Juxiao's teacher was liaising with someone within the Zhang clan to access the blood reservoir. Furthermore, since Zhang Juxiao did not leave the clan last night, his teacher was likely to currently be in the clan as well. Regardless of which of the two possibilities it was, it meant that there was someone in the Zhang clan working behind their backs. The art of removing a unique bloodline and grafting it over to another individual is an ability that very few people in the clan know of. Do you suspect that it's one of them? Zhang Wuchen exclaimed in shock. It's hard to say for sure. This art has been passed down since ancient times, so even I can't say for sure whether the art has been leaked out to others or not. However, I have already prepared countermeasures against the matter. In the honorary guest token that I have passed to Zhang Juxiao, I have hidden just a tinge of my will. If a foreign hand comes into contact with it, I'll be alerted of the matter immediately, the first elder said with a wave of his hand. Then, how should we deal with Zhang Juxiao? Zhang Wuchen asked. I have checked his bloodline, and there's no doubt that he possesses the purest bloodline in the Zhang clan at the very moment. Regardless of how he obtained his bloodline, he is already one of the top geniuses of our clan. From this day onward, the Zhang clan shall devote its resources into grooming him so as to push him toward a breakthrough to Saint Nine Dan or even higher before the end of the year. Afterward, we shall have him take the young prodigy's place in the engagement, the first elder said. Given his strength, there's probably no one in the younger generation who's able to match him. He's indeed the best choice. We have to complete the engagement we have with the Luo clan, Zhang Wuchen said with a nod. Then, what about his relationship with Zhang Xian? Based on what I've gathered so far, it seems like the both of them are only acquaintances, so there's no need to be too concerned about that. Bring me to meet him. If he's willing to pledge loyalty to the Zhang clan and support Zhang Juxiao, he will indeed become an invaluable asset to our Zhang clan. Otherwise, we'll have to send him on his way as soon as possible so that he doesn't cause any more damage. At this point, the first elder's eyes turned cold as he continued. Even if he's Yang Shi's student, I have no mercy whatsoever toward those who intend to harm the Zhang clan. Chapter 1465. A challenge from Zhang Xian, oblivious to the huge commotion that his disappearance had caused to the upper echelons of the Zhang clan. Zhang Xian reverted to his original appearance and returned to his accommodation. He had not been out for too long, just from the previous night till the morning, but out of fear that Zhang Juxiao would err in his cultivation, he had been watching over the latter very intently. As a result, he was feeling rather spent at the moment. Zhang Shi, one of the genius sword practitioners of the Zhang clan, has come to visit, and he has been waiting for you for quite a while now. As soon as Zhang Xian walked into the main hall, Jin Qinxing immediately walked over to inform him. A challenger has come knocking? Got it. Zhang Xian nodded in response. With Zhang Juxiao's abrupt breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm, there was no longer any meaning in continuing with the tournament. Its goal had already been met. Given so, it was indeed about time to move on to the next activity. Zhang Xian followed Jin Qinxing into a room and saw three young men standing within it. Their taut backs and sharp auras made it feel as if they were three swords towering on the spot, biding their time for the correct moment to reveal their sharp edges. As soon as Zhang Xian walked in, the three young men immediately turned their heads over, and one of them stepped forward. Are you Zhang Xian? I heard that you are here to challenge our Zhang clan swordsmanship. This young man had a thin frame, slightly resembling a sickly young man. There was a red mole at the side of his lips that gave his face a rather incongruous feeling on the whole. Indeed, Zhang Xian said as he leisurely walked to the main seat and sat down. He glanced at the trio before him casually as he discreetly drove his zhenqi to recover his strength. I am Zhang Su, and these two beside me are Zhang Hin and Zhang Qin. We have spent several years studying swordsmanship together, and we would like to challenge you to a fair duel. The red mole young man, Zhang Su, said. Fine by me. Zhang Xian nodded. Are you all intending to come at me one at a time, or do you want to save some time and come at once? When Zhang Xian agreed to follow Jin Qinxing to the Zhang clan, other than to cause the Zhang clan some trouble so as to get back at them for making light of Luo Ruoxin, he had also been interested to see just what level their swordsmanship had reached, and just what was so special about the speed sword quintessence. Arrogant. Zhang Su spat coldly. It was one thing for the young man to ignore them when he came in, walking straight to the main seat as if they did not exist at all. But now, he was even claiming that he could deal with all three of them at once. This was a huge blow to their pride, and displeased looks appeared on the faces of the trio. Considering how you are Yang Shi's direct disciple and the successor of the flowing water swordsmanship, your swordsmanship shouldn't be too bad. Allow me, Zhang Qin, to challenge you first. Unable to take on any longer, Zhang Qin took a step forward and flicked his sword, which produced a metallic reverberation in the air. Before we fight, do you dare accept my bet? Bet? What do you want to bet on? Zhang Xian asked. I do know some things regarding you. From the moment you came to the Zhang clan, you have been causing great damage here and there, Zhang Qin said. The defense formation that protects the entrance of the Zhang clan and the guest area has been completely ruined by you, while the first elder and the other seniors are magnanimous enough to let those matters pass. I'm not so kind as to simply let someone who wreaked havoc in the Zhang clan get away scot-free. Thus, what I propose is very simple. We'll have a duel on our swordsmanship, and if our Zhang clan swordsmanship proves to be superior to yours, you'll have to vow to devote your life to the Zhang clan, never to betray it. On the other hand, if you emerge victorious, our lives will be yours to deal with. At the same time, we'll also forget about the damage that you have caused the Zhang clan so far. You want me to vow to devote my life to the Zhang clan? Zhang Xian nearly burst into laughter. From those words, it was apparent that the duel was merely a cover. In truth, the Zhang clan was just using it as an excuse to force him to swear loyalty to them. Otherwise, how could those three of the younger generation possibly be qualified to make a call on such an important matter? Do you accept the bet or not? Zhang Qin sneered. I'm fine with it, but I'm afraid that your lives mean nothing at all to me. So, I want you to fulfill two of my demands if I win instead, Zhang Xian said nonchalantly. Zhang Qin immediately shot a glance at Zhang Su to seek his opinion on the matter, and the latter raised his hand and said with a frown, Speak? Clearly, Zhang Su was the de facto leader of the trio. Firstly, I wish to browse through the manuals of your Zhang clan swordsmanship, Zhang Xian said. Our Zhang clan swordsmanship was created by our founder, and those who doesn't possess the Zhang clan bloodline won't be able to practice it. If you wish to see it, I can show you the manuals. However, how much you manage to comprehend will be up to your own aptitude, Zhang Su said with a nod. It would be nigh impossible to practice the Zhang clan swordsmanship if one did not possess the bloodline required for it. Even if they showed it all to the young man, it was unlikely that the young man would be able to make sense of it. As such, there were no qualms about showing the young man the Zhang clan swordsmanship's manuals. Good. Zhang Xian nodded. As for the second point, I want to challenge your clan head, the Xing Sword Saint, to a sword duel with his cultivation suppressed to my level. Even if he could not challenge the young prodigy, the least he could do was challenge the Xing Sword Saint and help Jian Qinsheng vent his frustrations. Even though he was not too sure how proficient the Xing Sword Saint was in swordsmanship, he did not think that the latter would still be a match for him after he browsed through the Zhang clan swordsmanship manuals and comprehended 3 different types of sword quintessence. You wish to challenge our clan head? The second request placed the trio on a spot as they glanced at one another with uncertainty. They were only members of the Zhang clan. They could not possibly make a decision on behalf of their clan head. If you need to, go ahead and contact the person who sent you here to see if that can be done. If you are able to accept my second demand, I'll take you up on your bet. Otherwise, I don't think that there's any reason I should waste my time here with you all. Zhang Xian waved his hand casually. Those words made the trio gnash their teeth together in anger. Zhang Su suppressed his rage and spat out, Very well, wait here a moment. Zhang Su walked out of the room, and as soon as he was outside, he immediately took out his communication jade token to send a message over. Zhang Shi, you mustn't agree to their duel. During this period of silence, Jian Qinsheng anxiously sent a telepathic message over. Didn't you invite me here to compete against their swordsmanship? Zhang Xian replied with a smile. There's a trap with their words. They said if our Zhang clan swordsmanship proves to be superior to yours, rather than that if they were to defeat you. If they dispatch the first elder against you and defeat you using the Zhang clan swordsmanship, won't that still count as their victory? Jian Qinsheng remarked anxiously. While Zhang Qin might have appeared a little reckless, His words had been carefully crafted to corner Zhang Xian. Based on what he had said, it meant that Zhang Xian would only be victorious if no one was able to defeat him using the Zhang clan's swordsmanship. Their defeat would only represent their individual loss, and they could bring in more proficient sword practitioners to challenge him. As long as one of their members defeated him eventually, it would mean that it was their victory. Clearly, those were terms that were deeply unfair to Zhang Xian. It's fine. I only worry that they dare not challenge me, Zhang Xian replied nonchalantly. How could he possibly miss such an obvious verbal trap himself? The reason he had gone along with it was because he wanted to see just how formidable the Zhang clan's swordsmanship was. Besides, if he was going to make a move, he might as well go all the way and grind fear deep into their minds. While he was exchanging messages with Jian Qinsheng, Zhang Wuchen seemed to have received a reply on his end too. Competing with the clan head? Does he really think that he will be able to defeat Zhang Su and the others? Zhang Wuchen shook his head. Regardless of who wins, this matter concerns the clan head, and it would be inappropriate for us to speak on his behalf. I'll send a message to the clan head and have him decide on the matter, the first elder said. He might have been the first elder of the Zhang clan, but he would be overstepping his boundaries if he made a promise on behalf of the clan head. No matter what, he still had to consult the clan head on this matter. That's a good decision. Given that it has been less than 2 days since our clan head left, he shouldn't be too far away. If we send a message over right now, he should be able to receive it easily, Zhang Wuchen said with a nod of his head. In the skies countless li away from the Zhang clan, an aerial saint beast was surging ahead. 2 figures could be seen standing on its back, a middle-aged man and a middle-aged lady. The middle-aged man seemed to have sensed something and took out a jade token. The beautiful middle-aged lady standing beside him turned her gaze over and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing much." The third elder sent a message to me, saying that Jian Qinsheng has brought a talented sword practitioner this time around, and that fellow demanded to challenge me if he manages to emerge victorious over Zhang Su and the others. The middle-aged man shook his head with a light chuckle. Zhang Su has received both our importation, so there are very few sword practitioners of the same cultivation level who will be a match for him, the middle-aged lady remarked. It's already questionable whether he's able to defeat Zhang Su, but he still dares challenge you. It seems like the person whom Jian Qinsheng has brought over this time around is quite a haughty individual. Ha ha ha, it's good for youngsters to have such gusto. The middle-aged man chuckled heartily, not offended by the fact that a junior had brazenly challenged him to a duel. That being said, Jian Qinsheng isn't a reckless individual. Since the sword practitioner whom he brought over dared to issue such a challenge, that person might just possess the skills to back those words. Ask him what the name of the sword practitioner is. The both of us know most of the outstanding sword practitioners of the younger generation, so I'm really quite curious about just who is so confident as to challenge you to a battle, the middle-aged lady said. Let me ask. The middle-aged man sent a message back, and a moment later, his jade token trembled. A name surfaced on the jade token, and upon seeing it, the middle-aged man's body froze on the spot. What's wrong? The middle-aged lady asked, bewildered by her companion's response. With a hoarse voice, the middle-aged man replied, the third elder said that the person who seeks to challenge me goes by the name of Zhang Xian. Chapter 1466 Next, Zhang Xian? The middle-aged lady was taken aback by that name as well, and her body stiffened. Is it the same person whom Hu Yiwei spoke of? Jian Qinsheng came from the sanctum of sages as well, so the person he brought is most likely him. To think that we missed each other by such a close shot, the middle-aged man exclaimed with a bitter smile. The reason why they had ignored the objections of the elders within the clan to head to the sanctum of sages was to find Zhang Xian and see if he was the person whom they had missed for 20 whole years. But who could have thought that the person they were looking for would actually head to their clan instead? If they hadn't chosen to willfully leave the clan back then, they might have already met him by now. More importantly, on their way here, they even encountered Jian Qinsheng's aerial saint beast, but as if fate was playing a trick on them, they missed him just like that. Had they known this would happen, they should have paid a greeting to Jian Qinsheng when they heard that he was in the vicinity. Since he's in the Zhang clan, let's hurry back now, the middle-aged lady urged anxiously. It was fortunate that they had found out early, or else it would be too late for tears once they reached the sanctum of sages, only to find out that the person they were looking for wasn't there. Hula. Hearing the order, the aerial saint beast they were riding on hurriedly made a U-turn and flew its way back to the Zhang clan. Quick, ask the third elder what kind of person Zhang Xian is, what he looks like, and how his personality is. Seeing that the saint beast was swiftly making its way back, the middle-aged lady heaved a sigh of relief. She turned her gaze back to the middle-aged man and asked anxiously. As if having guessed what his wife was worrying over, the middle-aged man took her hand and squeezed it tightly before saying, "Rest assured. Since Hu Yiwei has confirmed it, there's a good chance that it's the real one this time around." The middle-aged lady looked at her husband, but she couldn't help but shake her head. "I know, but I still can't help but worry. In the past 2 decades that we have spent looking for him, we have been disappointed so many times. So what does one more count as? Besides, even if it isn't him, he's bound to have some kind of relationship with our child," the middle-aged man said. "Not to mention, the chances are pretty high this time around. Otherwise, how could he be so formidable as to astound even Hu Yiwei if he hasn't inherited my genes?" Hearing those words, the middle-aged lady's worried frown collapsed into laughter, and she patted her husband's chest and said, "Stop getting narcissistic over here." "Who?" The communication jade token flickered once more as information was sent over. The middle-aged man tapped on it lightly, and a video slowly played out before the duo. The video showed a young man walking majestically into the Zhang clan's defense formation, and shortly afterward, the dragon spirit submitted to him, and the tiger spirit dissipated into nothing. A short moment later, countless buildings collapsed behind him. At this point, the young man slowly turned his body around, revealing what that would have been considered as a nonchalant face if not for the slight hint of haughtiness and glee in his eyes. "It's him. It must be him." Upon seeing the young man's appearance, the middle-aged lady's body jerked in astonishment. She clasped her mouth with her hands, seemingly unable to control her rampaging emotions. "But his appearance looks neither like yours nor mine." "I don't think," the middle-aged man said with a deep frown. But before he could finish his words, the middle-aged lady had already interjected in agitation. "His appearance might not bear much resemblance to yours and mine, but his eyes are the exact same as how I remembered them to be when he was younger. I am certain of it. There's no way I can be wrong about this." For the past 20 years, she had seen that pair of eyes thousands of times in her dreams, to the point that they were carved right in her mind. His appearance might have changed drastically over the years, but she was certain that those pair of eyes definitely belonged to her son. Not only so, there was also an instinctive jolt in her heart when she first caught sight of him, and she believed that her feeling wouldn't lie to her. Perhaps this was the natural bond between a parent and a child, a connection that couldn't be severed even with time. But the third elder has brought him over to the blood reservoir, and it was shown that not only does he not possess our Zhang clan bloodline, but even his soul showed no signs of resonating with the time quintessence as well. It's almost certain that he has nothing to do with our Zhang clan. The middle-aged man was comparatively more rational as he tried reasoning with his wife. "Blood reservoir?" The middle-aged lady scoffed in utmost derision. "Those bastards actually still have the cheek to talk about that? Have they forgotten how they have treated my ill-fated child back then? Even if he has survived the ordeal, there's no way he would have any Zhang clan bloodline in him. So it goes without saying he has nothing to do with your Zhang clan anymore. But my blood still flows in his body, and I know for sure that he's my child. Since you are certain about it, that should probably be the case then. However, it appears that Zhang Xian is a particularly worrisome individual. In less than a day since he has arrived in the Zhang clan, he has already raised a couple of incidents, resulting in many buildings being torn to the ground. Seeing how adamant his wife was on the matter, the middle-aged man wisely decided not to argue with her on this matter. He continued to browse through the remaining content on the token and shook his head. It seems like the first elder has decided to have Zhang Su and the others teach him a lesson, so as to make him learn that the prowess of our Zhang clan. "The prowess of your Zhang clan? How dare that Zhang Wuheng lay his hands on my son? If a strand of hair were to fall from my son, I swear on my name, Wang Mengya, that I'm going to tear down your Zhang clan's ancestral hall." The middle-aged lady narrowed her eyes menacingly as a domineering aura burst forth from her body. Under the tremendous pressure of her aura, the aerial Saint Beast stiffened in fright, and it ended up plummeting for several hundred meters before it finally managed to find the strength within itself to remain afloat. I understand your feelings, but there's no meaning in us arguing about all this right now. We have to see with our own eyes to confirm whether Zhang Xian is truly our son or not, the middle-aged man said as he patted his wife's back to calm her down. After which, he instructed the aerial Saint Beast beneath him to speed up back to the Zhang clan before falling silent. Our clan head has already agreed to your demand. As long as you are able to defeat us, he'll face you in a swordsmanship duel. Zhang Su and the others walked back into the room. Good. Let's not waste any time and get on with it then. A smile crept on Zhang Xian's lips as he stood up and walked to the center of the room. He beckoned toward the trio with his finger as he asked, "Who's going first?" "Me." Zhang Qin stepped forward with a powerful bellow. With a simple flick of his wrist, a white trail was dragged out along with the motion of his sword. Formidable. Even though the battle hadn't started at all, Jin Qinxing could tell from Zhang Qin's simple gesture that none of his students would be able to match up with the latter. "I'll suppress my cultivation down to your level right now." Zhang Qin took in a deep breath and suppressed his cultivation down to the same level as Zhang Xian, Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle. "Draw your sword," Zhang Qin said as he pointed his sword toward Zhang Xian. "There's no need for me to use my sword to deal with you. My fingers will suffice." Zhang Xian chuckled softly as he raised his forefinger and middle finger up. A surge of zhenqi flowed in between his fingers, forming a projection of roughly 3 qi long, around the same length as a sword. "You're courting death." Seeing how Zhang Xian dared to underestimate him, Zhang Qin harumphed in anger. He unhesitatingly drove his sword right toward Zhang Xian. Sla. In an instant, it seemed like time had frozen. Both Zhang Qin's silhouette and his sword seemed to vanish from sight, undetectable through both sight and spiritual perception. "Zhang Shi, be careful." Jian Qinsheng could immediately tell that Zhang Qin had already executed the speed sword quintessence, and he swiftly sent a telepathic message over to warn Zhang Xian. Most of his students had lost to this very sword move. In fact, most of them didn't even have time to put up their defenses before they were defeated. And to make things worse, Zhang Qin had used his strongest move right from the start. There was a good chance that Zhang Xian would be caught off guard and wounded by the move. If that were to happen, things could get really troublesome. Pong. Just as Jian Qinsheng was panicking, a dull thud suddenly sounded, following which, the vanished Zhang Qin was suddenly sent flying out of the battlegrounds, and he fell headfirst into a nearby wall. On the other hand, Zhang Xian appeared as if he hadn't moved at all, and a calm expression could be seen on his face. Easier than I thought. Next. 3 qi 1 meters. Chapter 1467 The Zhang Clan Swordsmanship. Seeing the upside-down, already fainted Zhang Qin, the looks of Zhang Su and Zhang Hen's face froze in place. In this moment, they found themselves unable to utter even a single word. All along, they felt that no matter how talented Zhang Xian was in swordsmanship, there wouldn't be too much of a disparity between his skills and theirs. After all, they were also renowned swordsmanship geniuses themselves too. Yet, who could have thought that despite Zhang Qin using his full strength right from the start, he would still be defeated in just a single move? Not to mention, the other party didn't even use his sword qi. He simply sent a kick right over, and it was all over. "Let me try your skills." Exhaling deeply, Zhang Su bucked up his courage and walked forward. He knew Zhang Qin's fighting prowess very well. While the latter paled in comparison to him in swordsmanship, he could still be considered as a top-notch expert. Despite so, Zhang Xian still managed to defeat him without drawing his sword. Given so, there was no way Zhang Hen would stand a match against him. Thus, he decided to step forward and face the other party. But in this moment, Zhang Hen stepped forward as well and said, "Allow me to fight him first. Even if I can't defeat him, I'll at least force him to execute his swordsmanship. This way, you'll stand a better chance at victory. Don't bother. The both of you can come at me together." Seeing how the two young men were bickering with one another as to who should go first, Zhang Xian waved his hand impatiently. I still have to cultivate, so I don't have the leisure to be spending my time fooling around with you too. As he spoke, he opened up his acupoints to absorb the rich spiritual energy in the surroundings. Oomph. Since that's what you asked for, don't blame us for not going easy on you then. Knowing the limitations of their strength, Zhang Su and Zhang Hin didn't turn down Zhang Xian's offer due to their pride. They shot a glance at one another before walking up to the middle of the room together. Considering your earlier move, it would indeed be difficult for us to defeat you individually. Just to avoid any contention later on, while the both of us will be coordinating with one another against you, the moves we will use would still be in the scope of the Zhang clan swordsmanship, so there won't be any breach in the rules. Zhang Su said, after which, he clasped his fist and bowed slightly as a show of courtesy toward his opponent. Let's start, Zhang Xian said impatiently. He had known all along that the Zhang clan was shameless, so they were bound to find all kinds of excuses to put a righteous name to whatever they did. As such, he couldn't be bothered to argue with Zhang Su on what constituted as fair play. Zhang Su and Zhang Hin swiftly suppressed their cultivation down to Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle, and with a powerful push, they dashed forward in diverging directions and flanked Zhang Xian from both sides. A screeching moan echoed loudly in the air as they slashed their swords viciously down upon Zhang Xian. On the surface, it might appear as if there was nothing unique about their swordsmanship, perhaps a little slow even, but their attacks were ingeniously directed right at Zhang Xian's blind spots. No matter how he attempted to maneuver out of the situation, they would still be able to swiftly alter their moves accordingly and continue cornering him further. True speed wasn't just about swinging one sword in the fastest way possible, but launching effective attacks in rapid succession. This is the Xingming swordsmanship, Qin Jianxing exclaimed in astonishment. The Xingming couple were known for their astounding expertise in swordsmanship. Just the fact that even Yang Shi was full of praises for them was sufficient to show just how powerful they were. The swordsmanship that Zhang Su and Zhang Hin were pulling off at the moment was a sword art that the two of them had come up with. While this sword art wasn't as fast as the other moves in the Zhang clan swordsmanship, its sharp movements and flexibility in adapting to any situation made it a frightening adversary to face. Putting everything aside, if the two of them were of the same cultivation realm as him, even he would have no choice but to admit defeat to them. The Xingming swordsmanship was named after its two creators, and its conception was centered around the capricious nature of life, an endless series of ups and downs, as if a mere dreamy illusion. If executed well, putting aside its astounding physical prowess, it had the ability to sway one's primordial spirit and place one into an unstable state of mind. Just on this basis, those of weak minds would stand no chance against it at all. Your swordsmanship is not too bad. Zhang Xian nodded his head slightly in approval. The swordsmanship of the duo left Zhang Xian with a disoriented feeling as if he was transcending through history, watching as countless dynasties rose and fell before his eyes. Countless grand buildings ascended and collapsed before his eyes. Wealth and power, these were things that humans had always been fixated with, but in the face of time, it seemed like none of these mattered at all. Even the greatest of splendor would eventually be buried under the sands of time. Had it been anyone else facing such an attack, no matter how resilient their mental fortitude was, they would still find themselves in a distraught state under the attack. However, Zhang Xian was an exception to the rule. Not even inner demons were able to faze him, let alone an attack of this caliber. He remained perfectly conscious before the attack of the duo. As if a mere spectator of those passing sights, he calmly tore his sword through facade after facade, seemingly tearing down dynasty after dynasty. Pooh, pooh. Zhang Su and Zhang Hin's faces paled as blood spewed from their lips. They found that their swords had, at some point in time, flown out of their grip and plunged into the wall behind them, trembling ceaselessly from the impact. As powerful as their collaborative swordsmanship was, it was simply still too weak before Zhang Xian. He was able to easily destroy their conceptualization and inflict grievous damage on them. We have lost. Zhang Su muttered despondently as he retreated several steps back. At this point, it was clear that they didn't stand a chance against the young man before him at all. He thought that after comprehending the speed sword quintessence and inheriting the clan head's swordsmanship, he would be matchless amidst the younger generation. But before this young man, all of his strength that he had taken pride in just seemed so laughable, as if he was just a small kid playing house. The young man's comprehension of the sword had exceeded them by far too much, to the point where he didn't know how he could start breaching the gap between them. "You have lost," Zhang Xian said. "I hope that you will carry out your end of the bet and bring me to browse through your Zhang clan swordsmanship manuals." While he did manage to get some insight as to what the speed sword quintessence consisted of from his brief clash with Zhang Su and the others, he would still have to browse through the books in question in order to compile a Heaven's Path sword art and learn it. "Don't worry, I'm not one to break my promises," Zhang Su shook his head and said. "However, you are only allowed to browse through our books for at most 2 hours. I'm afraid that this is the longest duration I can buy for you given the limitations of my authority." While it was indeed impossible for those who didn't have the Zhang clan bloodline to learn the Zhang clan swordsmanship, no matter what, they couldn't have outsiders browse their manuals so casually and spread it around. From the very start, Zhang Su had already decided to grant Zhang Xian only 2 hours at most when he promised the latter's request. Within such a short period of time, it would be impossible for anyone to make sense of something as profound as the Zhang clan swordsmanship. "It's fine." Knowing Zhang Su's intentions, Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to say anything more. In any case, he only needed to sweep his gaze past a book in order to collect it into his library of Heaven's Path. 2 hours should be more than enough for him to take everything away. "This way, please." Seeing that Zhang Xian had agreed to it, Zhang Su and the others swiftly led him over to a vast hall. Within the hall was a room which bore some resemblance to the one which Jian Qinsheng had brought him to back in his residence. At the very center of the room is a massive sword character. This sword character had a vastly different aura from the ones left behind by the old sword maestro and Jian Lu Shui. It was a sensation a little like a flitting surge of light, somewhat similar to that of lightning, and it felt as if it would slip away as soon as one averted one's gaze away from it. Here are the manuals which our founder has left behind. If you possess the aptitude to our Zhang clan swordsmanship, you'll be able to naturally grasp it. Otherwise, there's nothing I can do to help you either," Zhang Su said. Zhang Xian waved his hand perfunctorily in response. The more profound a school of swordsmanship was, the greater the importance a sword practitioner's aptitude played in comprehending it. For something of the level of the Zhang clan swordsmanship, without a certain level of disposition toward it, it would be impossible for one to comprehend it. Similar to that of the Sword Lagoon, beneath the sword character, there were many texts detailing the insights that preceding sword practitioners had grasped while practicing the swordsmanship so as to inspire the later generations. With a swift sweeping glance, Zhang Xian collected all of these texts into a book into the library of Heaven's Path. He lightly flipped the compiled book open and began browsing through it. He can't really be trying to learn our Zhang clan swordsmanship, can he? Seeing the serious look on Zhang Xian's face, Zhang Qin turned to Zhang Hin and whispered worriedly. The current Zhang Qin had already awoken from the blow he had sustained in the duel he had with Zhang Xian previously. While his head was still hurting a little from the impact, he was already able to function as per normal. Our clan head is famed to be the most talented swordmaster in our clan over the past few millenniums, but nevertheless, it still took him 3 months before he could comprehend the speed sword quintessence. There's no way that fellow will be able to make sense out of our profound Zhang clan swordsmanship in just 2 hours. Zhang Hin replied calmly, completely unworried about this matter. Besides, he doesn't possess our Zhang clan bloodline, so there's no way he'll be able to comprehend the conceptualization of time in our swordsmanship. Zhang Su also joined the conversation and analyzed. Most likely, he just wants to browse through our books so as to uncover the flaws in our swordsmanship and gain an advantage in future duels. Flaws? Our Zhang clan swordsmanship has been practiced by many generations of predecessors, but no one has ever been able to truly curb our swordsmanship before. How can there possibly be flaws in our swordsmanship? Zhang Qin scoffed. Gotcha. Barely after those words were spoken, a crisp echo sounded. The alarmed crowd quickly raised their heads to search for the source of the sound, and very swiftly, they noticed a slight crack in the sword character in the middle of the room. Chapter 1468 Fusion of Quintessences. As soon as that crack appeared, the destruction could no longer be curbed. It swiftly grew larger and larger, and in less than 2 breaths, it had already covered the entire character with a web-like pattern. What's going on? Zhang Su and the others leaped in fright. It was still doing fine just a moment ago. So why would the character be ruined all of a sudden? It's you. The first one who came to be was Zhang Qin, and he hurriedly turned his head over to Zhang Xian. That fellow had been causing damage wherever he went, so there was no one else other than him. But still, to be able to reduce the sword character to such a state just by looking at it, it seemed like they had really been underestimating that fellow. In this very moment, Zhang Xian's eyes were tightly shut. A powerful burst of imposing sword intent shot forth from his body into the sky, reminiscent of a powerful sword ascending toward the heavens. The sword intent he was releasing grew stronger and stronger at the moment, almost as if he was going to slice the heavens into 2. Wong wong wong. The swords hanging on the wall began trembling non-stop, as if some kind of pressure was pressing down heavily on them, inducing the deepest of fears in them. Not only so, Zhang Hin and the other also felt themselves losing control over the sword qi in their bodies, drawn toward the young man standing before them. It was as if there was some kind of massive magnet within the young man's body, wielding naturally command over all of the sword qi surrounding him. That is, sword quintessence? Zhang Hin's face paled. That can't be. We have all comprehended sword quintessences, and there's no way it could be so powerful. Zhang Hin exclaimed in disbelief. To be able to stand out amidst the Zhang clan offspring in the field of swordsmanship, it went without saying that they had already comprehended sword quintessences. Even against the seniors of the Zhang clan, they would still be able to stand their grounds. But back when they were comprehending their respective sword quintessence, they didn't induce such a frightening phenomenon either. It was one thing to command the servitude of all swords, but to overpower their command over their sword qi and even induce cracks in the sword character. One must know that they had comprehended sword quintessence themselves, and the sword character was left behind by the founder of the Zhang clan. This was already far beyond what an ordinary sword quintessence could do. Wait a moment. Could this be fusion of quintessences? Zhang Su suddenly thought of something, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Fusion of quintessences? The other two turned their heads over, unable to comprehend the term which Zhang Su had just used. I believe you should have also heard that there are 5 categories of sword quintessences, Zhang Su said. The other two nodded their heads. Sword quintessences could mainly be divided into strength, defense, dexterity, speed, and void. This was something which all swordmasters, which had comprehended at least a sword quintessence, would know of. It's not too difficult for those who possess particular aptitude towards swordsmanship to comprehend a sword quintessence, but progressing beyond that would be of great difficulty, such that there are hardly any cases in the world. It's rumored that both our clan head and sword Saint Meng have comprehended 2 sword quintessences. Zhang Su continued with a slight hoarseness in his voice. However, there are also a few astoundingly talented swordmaster who has managed to advance beyond that. As long as one comprehends 3 sword quintessences, the individual sword quintessences would begin to fuse with one another, and the phenomenon is known as the fusion of quintessences. Any expert who manages to pull off this feat would find their mastery of swordsmanship progressing by leaps and bounds, reaching a level unimaginable by any sword practitioner. Hearing those words, Zhang Hin and Zhang Qin's bodies quivered intensely as a look of disbelief surfaced on their faces. Do you mean to say that Zhang Xian has managed to comprehend 3 sword quintessences? How is that possible? He's only 20 this year. Even if he were to start learning swordsmanship back in his mother's womb, there's no way he could possibly be able to pull this off. Even grasping a single sword quintessence had already taken them many years, and picking up a second sword quintessence would only be many-fold of that difficulty because one would have to consciously cast away one's habits and fighting style in order to pull off a different style. Yet, for a 20-year-old lad to master 3 sword quintessences and even pull off the fusion of quintessences, how could there be someone that monstrously talented in the world? This was terrifying. Other than that, I can't think of any other reason as to what is happening anymore. Zhang Su shook his head. At this point, he pondered for a moment before continuing on. If it's really fusion of quintessences, this sword character should reform very soon after it absorbs the further refined sword intent that Zhang Xian is emanating. Reform? The two of them were slightly surprised to hear those words. Even though our founder has already comprehended the speed sword quintessence when he left behind this character, he knew that his mastery of swordsmanship wasn't any close to perfection. Thus, he designed this character to fall apart automatically when an offspring of the Zhang clan reaches a higher level of mastery than him in speed sword quintessence, and it would be replaced with the other party's deeper comprehension. I have heard of this matter directly from the clan head, so it should be true, Zhang Su said. The reason why the founder had left behind that sword character was so as to aid his descendants to be able to better grasp the speed sword quintessence that he had passed down. But would his comprehension really be the best way to comprehend the speed sword quintessence? Of course not. To put it plainly, this character only showed a path that a sword practitioner could take to comprehending the speed sword quintessence. There was nothing to say that this path was the shortest or even the best one for one to take, and the founder recognized the limitations of his own comprehension too. And the fact that the sword character was cracking at this instant also proved that point as well. If the power of the world was the greatest treasure that every man sought for, quintessences could be considered as the pathway leading to the treasure. There were countless paths that one could take to the treasure, and as long as one knew the general direction, one would eventually reach the destination by pushing forth. But every path was unique, and the amount of treasure one could toil back would depend on the path one had taken as well. Some paths were narrower than the others, so the amount of treasure they would able to bring back home would be lesser. If a more convenient and wider path were to be found, wasn't the most natural thing to do was to make the switch over? Voila! While the three of them were speaking, the sword character finally reached its limits and shattered apart. Wong. In the moment that the character shattered, another new surge of sword intent gushed into the clouds, and the overwhelming pressure held them perfectly in place. Following which, the sword intent that suffused the room began swiftly gathering on the wall, where the shattered sword character previously was. In the blink of an eye, a new, massive character had already appeared on the wall. From afar, the character, be it its shape, size, or form, was perfectly identical to the one before it. There was no discernible difference at all. What's going on? Zhang Qin turned to Zhang Su and asked, a little taken aback by the situation. The replacing sword character turned out to be perfectly identical to the previous one. Did this character really surpass the one that their founder had left behind? Don't use your eyes to see it. Use your sword intent to perceive it. Seeing the uncomprehending look on Zhang Qin's face, Zhang Su shook his head and explained, use my sword intent to perceive it? Zhang Qin and Zhang Hen glanced at one another in confusion. They still weren't able to understand what Zhang Su was saying. In other words, look inward into your sword intent to feel the character on the wall. Zhang Su explained patiently. I see. I'll give it a try. With still a slightly perplexed look, Zhang Qin turned to the sword intent in his body and slowly extended it outward into his surroundings. Very soon, his sword intent came into contact with the character on the wall, and in that instant, he froze on the spot. It was almost as if the character had imprinted itself in his head as soon as he perceived it. Even though it appeared to be identical to the one before on the surface, the imposing air that it commanded previously had alleviated significantly. In fact, it felt far simpler and purer than before, and the reduced complexity of the intent behind the character seemed to be more in harmony with the world, harnessing the very same concept of speed, but the reformed sword character before him guided him right toward the core of the speed sword quintessence. It was almost as if he had turned into the concept itself, swimming amidst an ocean of sword chi. Unknowingly, tears began trickling down Zhang Qin's eyes as his body quivered from agitation. I have actually erred so much in my comprehension of the speed sword quintessence. To be able to perceive the crux of the speed sword quintessence with his senses, he would have no regrets in life even if he were to drop dead in this instant. This was what he was feeling in this instant. It was only upon perceiving the character before him did he realize how laughable the diligence he had put into refining his swordsmanship over the years was. If their founder's comprehension of the speed sword quintessence were to be described as a small hole barely big enough for a human to pass through, the one before him would be the same as a vast passageway big enough for multiple horse carriages to charge their way through side by side. If he were to use this feeling to practice his swordsmanship, he would definitely be able to improve at least 2 times faster than before. For a 20-year-old young man to be able to achieve a higher level of understanding of the speed sword quintessence than them and even their founder within less than 10 minutes. This was inconceivable. At this point, Zhang Qin couldn't help but turn his gaze toward the young man, only to see that the latter had finally lifted his head. He couldn't tell what was in the young man's mind, but an air of solitude, as if an expert who would never find an equal to converse with, seemed to flow from his body. Chapter 1469, Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle. It's too simple. Zhang Xian shook his head and sighed. Usually, even with the insights of many predecessors serving as a foundation, it would still take some time for him to achieve a breakthrough. However, this time around, everything had gone so smoothly that he had achieved a breakthrough within a few minutes without even realizing it. This was really at odds with his humble and low-profile personality. He had been planning on holding it off for at least an entire hour so that the others would not be surprised. After all, it would not do for him to be too eye-catching. But who would have thought that it would be so easy that just by swiftly browsing through the compiled book, he would somehow achieve a breakthrough? Nothing seemed to be going his way that day. Was it really that difficult for the world to just allow him to achieve a breakthrough a little slower so that he could maintain a low profile? Was it really that difficult to be ordinary? More importantly, why in the world did that sword character shatter while he was practicing his swordsmanship? What if the Zhang clan demanded compensation? Forget it. Since it has already come to this, there's no point keeping a low profile anymore. Zhang Xian thought with a shake of his head. Breakthrough. Without any hesitation, he released the overwhelming energy that had been generated from the fusion of his speed sword quintessence and the other quintessences. Hong Long. As his aura gushed into the sky, a furious gale whipped up in the surroundings as ominous clouds began gathering above. At the same time, Zhang Xian's cultivation, which had remained stagnant for quite some time, began to surge forth, reminiscent of grass rising in the early spring or a butterfly breaking free of its cocoon. This is the phantasmal space ordeal? He's going to make a breakthrough? Zhang Su and the others could hardly believe what they were seeing. Not only did that fellow manage to master the Zhang clan swordsmanship, he was even going to break his Grand Dominion realm bottleneck. This is a disaster. We are currently at the very center of the Zhang clan. We can't allow his cultivation ordeal to fall here. Recovering from his shock, Zhang Su suddenly realized the implications of Zhang Xian's breakthrough and yelled in horror. There was no doubt that lightning tribulations were among the most frightening forces on the Master-Teacher continent. While the devastation that they brought differed according to the cultivation realm, the main headache lay in that it was nigh impossible for an external party to control the damage. Any attempts to interfere in the cultivation ordeal would only cause it to grow stronger. It was already bad enough that the fellow had induced a macrocosm ascendancy ordeal in the outer perimeters of the city, but they were currently in the clan vault, where countless secret manuals and heritages were stored. Buildings could still be rebuilt, but these secret manuals and heritages could very well disappear for good once destroyed. If Zhang Xian failed to deal with the lightning tribulation carefully, this could pose a heavy, irreversible blow to the entire Zhang clan. Gotcha! The ominous clouds above their heads continued to grow denser at a terrifying pace, and a suffocating pressure crushed down on them, stifling them. In the face of such stupendously great power, Zhang Su could not help but tremble in fear. He had seen plenty of phantasmal space ordeals in the past, not to mention that he had even undergone one himself, but the storm clouds gathered before him were on a completely different level from what he had seen before. The wild lightning energy that crackled within them carried power that not even the dimension-sundering ordeal could compare to. In fact, in terms of the intensity of the lightning energy, it was already on par with the macrocosm ascendancy ordeal. There was little doubt that the entire area would be reduced to dust if it really fell. And the worst thing was that the lightning tribulation was still growing stronger. Was this really just a phantasmal space ordeal? How can it be so powerful? Watching the sight from the corners, the First Elder and Zhang Wuchen were stupefied by what they were seeing as well. The power that the storm clouds harnessed was so great that it had already exceeded what they could cope with. At the same time, the formations protecting the vault were also creaking in protest under the pressure, on the verge of dissipation. They quickly turned their gazes to the young man, but they did not see fear in the young man's eyes. Instead, what they saw was intense excitement. He should be able to deal with it, right? Zhang Wuchen asked worriedly. The cultivation ordeal that the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast underwent was slightly weaker than this, but he did manage to resolve it quite easily, so I don't think this will be too much of a problem for him, the First Elder replied uncertainly. While the lightning tribulation drawn by the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast's breakthrough had been powerful, it had still been slightly lacking compared to what was currently before them. Nevertheless, since the young man had been able to resolve the macrocosm ascendancy ordeal so easily, this should not pose a problem either. Otherwise, he would not have been so confident. That would be for the best. Zhang Wuchen nodded hesitantly. He had heard that the young man had resolved quite a few lightning ordeals to date, but he still could not help but feel a little worried. However, there was nothing that they could do, so they could only watch helplessly by the side and pray for the best. On the other hand, Zhang Xian was looking at the dense storm clouds above him as he scoffed in his mind. It seems like that fellow knows that it's my lightning tribulation, so he called everyone that's available over to join the party. His recent absorption of the lightning tribulations seemed to have really angered the other party, such that the other party had been biding its time for this very day. Seeing that he had finally achieved a breakthrough, it immediately summoned everything that it had to put together something that was even more powerful than the macrocosm ascendancy ordeal. However, this just so happened to work in Zhang Xian's favor. The more lightning energy there was for him to absorb, the better it would be for him. With the sheer amount of lightning energy in the storm clouds, he should be able to push for a breakthrough straight to Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle. There had still been a flaw in the Phantasmal Space Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art previously, but the comprehension of the Speed Sword Quintessence happened to hold the key to resolving the flaw, allowing him to cultivate it without any worries. Come! Zhang Xian roared excitedly as he pushed himself off the ground to dive right into the storm clouds. With a wave of his hand, his clone, the gourd, and the vine appeared around him. At the same time, he also separated his primordial spirit from his physical body, and together, they began digging into the feast of lightning energy around them. Jai. Zhang Xian's cultivation sprinted ahead, rising furiously to Phantasmal Space Realm Primary Stage, Phantasmal Space Realm Intermediate Stage, Phantasmal Space Realm Advanced Stage, Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle. In less than 2 minutes, he had already reached Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle, a mere step away from reaching half-dimension Sundering Realm. At the same time, his primordial spirit also grew more wholesome. Even without cultivating the Phantasmal Space Realm Heaven's Path Soul Art, the sheer amount of energy that his primordial spirit had absorbed had already granted it strength equal to Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle. Furthermore, under the tempering of the lightning energy, his physical body had gained a brilliant glow, as if it was made out of the toughest metal in the world. In terms of resilience, he would definitely be on par with any Saint Pinnacle artifact. But I have barely absorbed only a fifth of the energy in the lightning tribulation. Zhang Xian's cultivation surged at an unprecedented rate, but the lightning energy around him was still showing no signs of declining. He could not help but frown in apprehension. In the past, the lightning tribulation would swiftly flee in fear after realizing that it was being rapidly absorbed, not daring to fight back at all. But now, his cultivation had already risen by an entire realm, but there were still 4/5 of the lightning tribulation left. It appeared that the lightning tribulation was going to go to the very ends with him today. Of course, his clone, the gourd, and the vine were absorbing the surrounding lightning energy furiously as well, but their efforts did not seem to pose too much of a threat to the lightning tribulation. If it comes down to it, I might have to find a way to push for a breakthrough to the Dimension Sundering Realm. Making a rough estimate, a breakthrough to Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle would have taken him at least 100 Pinnacle Spirit Stones ordinarily, but the scale of the lightning tribulation before him had far exceeded what he had seen in the past. At the current rate that they were absorbing its energy at, they would not be able to scare the lightning tribulation away. To make matters worse, his body and primordial spirit were already reaching their absorption limits. Unless he made a breakthrough, he would not be able to absorb any more lightning energy. However, the problem was that he had not read any dimension-sundering realm cultivation techniques yet, so he had absolutely no idea how he should cultivate and push for a breakthrough. With this, Zhang Xian was caught in a dilemma. In the past, his problem had always been a lack of spirit stones to fuel his cultivation, but at this moment, the problem was that he had too much spiritual energy to absorb. To make matters worse, as this was his cultivation ordeal, he could not simply stop absorbing and take his leave. Beneath the storm clouds, the first elder and the others heaved a sigh of relief after watching Zhang Xian dive into the midst of the lightning tribulation as he had done during the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast's Macrocosm Ascendancy ordeal. Since he had been able to send the lightning tribulation fleeing the previous time around with this move, he should not have too much trouble doing the same. That fellow's aptitude towards swordsmanship is formidable, and it seems like his mastery in his other supporting occupations isn't too bad either. It's no wonder he was able to catch Yang Shi's eye and become his direct disciple. However, this bad habit of his of inducing cultivation ordeals wherever he goes really needs some changing. The first elder sighed with a shake of his head. Other cultivators would slowly take their time to prepare for their cultivation ordeal before summoning it. They would go around borrowing artifacts and buying pills before searching for a fitting location where they could face their lightning tribulation quietly. Nevertheless, they would still proceed very warily, fearing that something would go wrong. On the other hand, that fellow simply achieved a breakthrough wherever and whenever he wanted to, paying completely no heed to the time, place, and occasion at all. It was really a wonder to him how someone with that fellow's personality had managed to live for so many years without being beaten to death. While the first elder's thoughts were wandering, a rift suddenly appeared in the midst of the storm clouds above, following which, a head popped out. With a smile, the head asked, "First Elder, may I know where your Zhang clan's library is?" "Library?" The first elder was slightly taken aback by the abrupt question before replying with a deep frown. "Why do you want to know that?" "The Zhang clan's library is a place that only members of the Zhang clan are allowed to enter." Why would that fellow ask that question in the midst of dealing with his cultivation ordeal? Chapter 1470 Sprouting of Killing in 10. This lightning tribulation is simply too huge. I don't think that I'll be able to deal with it at my current strength. So, I was hoping to borrow some dimension-sundering realm cultivation technique manuals from the Zhang clan to push for a breakthrough. Or else, I fear that your Zhang clan might be destroyed if the lightning tribulation falls as it is. Zhang Xian scratched his head awkwardly. "Are you threatening me?" the first elder asked lividly. "Of course not." Zhang Xian shook his head. "However, the lightning tribulation is simply too huge. I fear that I won't be able to keep it under control." At this moment, the storm clouds seemed to have finished charging up their energy and sent a bolt of lightning down on Zhang Xian's popped-out head. Alarmed, Zhang Xian hurriedly retracted his head back into the storm clouds. Gotcha! The lightning bolt streaked all the way down to the ground, tearing through the formations to strike down on the sword character in the vault. The lightning tribulation would only strike the cultivator who was undergoing his cultivation ordeal. While Zhang Xian was hiding inside, there would be very little that it could do. Naturally, when Zhang Xian emerged from the storm clouds, it tried to attack him as furiously as it could. The first elder clenched his fists tightly together in frustration. Had it been anyone else, he surely would have dashed right up to crush that person to death. However, he knew that if he charged into the lightning tribulation, it would cause it to intensify, and perhaps he might even become a target of the lightning tribulation as well, thus placing him in a worse position. Thus, he gritted his teeth and harumphed coldly. "I can make an exception for you if you really want to browse through our Zhang clan's secret manuals. However, my condition for you is that you have to become a member of our Zhang clan. Take it or leave it." His voice reverberated all the way up to the clouds. You want me to become a member of the Zhang clan? Zhang Xian's head popped out from the storm clouds once more. Forget what I just said then. I'll find a way to deal with the lightning tribulation myself. Considering how shameless the Zhang clan was, there was no way that he would demean himself by joining their ranks. Gotcha! Another bolt of lightning zapped down, and Zhang Xian hurriedly pulled his head back into the storm clouds, dodging it by just a hair's breadth. Boom! Another cluster of buildings was destroyed. Why you? If you have guts, face your own lightning tribulation yourself. Stop hiding cowardly inside the storm clouds. The first elder roared frenziedly. Face my own lightning tribulation? Very well then. Zhang Xian replied calmly as he dashed out of the clouds and took a position right beneath the storm clouds. He could not absorb any more lightning energy, so there was no point in him remaining in the storm clouds. Since that was the case, it was indeed worth a try for him to face it head-on like an ordinary cultivator. Perhaps he just might be able to tide through it like that. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Zhang Xian came down, the lightning tribulation seemed to have found an outlet for its rage, and many bolts of lightning immediately streaked down furiously. As dozens of lightning bolts, each roughly the width of a water vat, gathered together, the devastating force that they commanded was so great that a massive, pitch-black spatial rift was torn in the surroundings. This is too much. Not expecting the lightning tribulation to come at him with such zeal, Zhang Xian leaped in fright. He hurriedly raised his hands to fend against the lightning bolts. Boom! The two forces collided, but Zhang Xian swiftly found himself being overwhelmed and knocked into the mud from the formidable force of the lightning. However, that was not the end of it yet. Many more streaks of lightning continued to fall, causing the earth to tremble as formations and buildings collapsed one after another. In terms of the devastation, it was much worse than when Zhang Xian had just popped out his head. Damn it! The first elder cursed furiously. His teeth were gnashed so tightly together that they would chip at any moment. If the lightning tribulation was allowed to continue as it was, in less than 5 minutes, the entire city would cease to exist. To think that the #1 sage clan in the Master Teacher continent would be threatened by a mere phantasmal space realm lad like that, but still be completely helpless to retaliate. Raging fury bubbled within him as he glared at the young man in cold hostility. First Elder, what should we do now? He's currently in the midst of his lightning tribulation, so it's inconvenient for us to interfere, but if it gets out that our Zhang clan was destroyed by a phantasmal space ordeal, Zhang Wuchen exclaimed, panicking. If it was a true macrocosm ascendancy ordeal or something even stronger that had destroyed Zhang clan, that would have been more acceptable, but it was a mere phantasmal space ordeal. If it became known that the Zhang clan had been destroyed by something of this caliber, the clan would lose the trust and confidence of its subordinate powers. We only have 2 options at the moment. The first elder spat as he stared at Zhang Xian with a wintry look. 1. We could grant him entry to the library and have him deal with the lightning tribulation. But the library contains all of the precious secret manuals that the Zhang clan has accrued over the years. If he enters those grounds, the lightning tribulation will surely follow him, and by then, everything will be destroyed. That would be equivalent to ruining the very foundation that built up the Zhang clan. This won't do. Zhang Wuchen anxiously rejected the first elder's words. They could indeed make an exception to the young man considering the dire circumstances, but the problem was that the lightning tribulation would follow him no matter where he went. If they allowed him into the library, there was little doubt that the library would be completely wrecked. If so, how could they face their ancestors and everyone that was in the Zhang clan? If they lost even their cultivation technique manuals, the Zhang clan would be crippled for good. We only have the second option then. The first elder mumbled with his eyes narrowed coldly. Kill Zhang Xian. That's his cultivation ordeal, so it will surely dissipate once he's dead. Kill Zhang Xian? Zhang Wuchen was slightly astonished at the start, but he soon fell into deep contemplation. Making light of a master teacher's life was a taboo to the master teacher pavilion, but it had to be said that it was the best solution available to them, since the lightning tribulation had come due to the young man. As long as the young man died, the lightning tribulation would swiftly scatter as well. But Zhang Xian is Yang Shi's student. If we kill him just like that, I fear that we will incur Yang Shi's wrath. Zhang Wuchen said worriedly. They were well aware of Yang Shi's strength. Killing his direct disciple would be infringing on his bottom line, and a falling out with him could result in massive losses for the Zhang clan. Even as elders of the Zhang clan, that was something that they could not take responsibility for. Are we to let that fellow fool around just out of fear of Yang Shi's wrath? Do you have any better ideas? The first elder flung his sleeves furiously. Zhang Wuchen fell silent. To be honest, there were no other solutions that he could come up with. Didn't he say earlier that he requires dimension, sundering realm cultivation technique manuals? Since that's the case, why don't we give them to him first and get back at him after the lightning tribulation passes? Since he has made such a demand, he probably has an idea in mind, Zhang Wuchen said hesitantly after some thought. To be honest, be it taking the young man to their library or killing him, both were rather bad options. In any case, their main goal at the moment was to resolve the lightning tribulation. As for the problem of their secret manuals leaking out, they could always find some way to force the young man to join their Zhang clan afterward, as long as they successfully overcame the crisis right before them. What's the use of bringing him dimension, sundering realm cultivation techniques? Is he going to make a breakthrough to the dimension sundering realm on the spot? Besides, what if he brings in the dimension sundering ordeal after his breakthrough? Wouldn't the lightning tribulation simply grow even larger and more uncontrollable? The first elder hissed furiously. He did not think that providing the young man with dimension, sundering realm cultivation technique manuals would resolve the problem. Even if the young man managed to achieve a breakthrough to the dimension sundering realm by some chance, that could potentially place them in greater danger. Perhaps, the young man might even be thinking that the phantasmal space realm was not strong enough to destroy them, and wanted to give them an even bigger one. If they agreed to his request, they might just bring about the Zhang clan's demise. Hong Long Long. While the two of them were speaking, lightning bolts continued streaking down with increasing intensity, and many more formations and buildings collapsed around them. Fortunately, the storm clouds in the sky seemed to have dissipated slightly. At that moment, the young man standing in the midst of this disaster, Zhang Xian, was still completely charred black, and a look of exhaustion could be seen on his face. Even though he had successfully made a breakthrough to Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle and absorbed a fair portion of the lightning tribulation, it was still much too powerful for him to deal with. We should do it now. There are many cultivators that succumb to their cultivation ordeal each year. Considering the sheer strength of this cultivation ordeal, surely Yang Shi will be unable to say anything if his direct disciple falls to it, the first elder said with a cold glint in his eyes. Chapter 1471 exposed identity. Just like there were those who successfully cleared their cultivation ordeal, there were also those who fell to it. While the phantasmal space ordeal was not the most frightening of the various cultivation ordeals, there were still plenty of cultivators who would fall to it each year. Besides, given the monstrous scale of the cultivation ordeal there, even if the young man was zapped to death, Yang Shi would only be able to blame his beloved disciple for acting too arrogantly. Of course, they would also have to make sure to put on a convincing act so as to not give themselves away. Zhang Wuchen was silent for a moment before softly asking, "What should we do?" While the first elder's actions infringed on the values that master teachers embraced, in order to protect the Zhang clan, there was no other choice. Zhang Xian had only been in the Zhang clan for a day so far, but he had brought great losses to them. If they allowed him to continue acting as he pleased, their entire heritage could very well be wiped cleanly away, and they would soon become a thing of the past. Seal his movements and render him incapable of dodging the lightning bolts. Given the current state he's in, he won't be able to withstand the might of the lightning tribulation, the first elder said coldly. While Zhang Xian wielded extraordinary prowess for a cultivator of his level, he was still far too weak to be dealing with such a powerful lightning tribulation. As long as they were to bind his movements and allow the lightning to ravage him, he would surely drop dead soon enough. We have to move quickly. If he summons the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast and Inferno Qilin, we'll lose our chance to strike. Those two saint beasts were both Saint 9 Dan Macrocosm Ascendancy Realm experts. Once those two noticed that something was amiss, they would surely cook up a huge commotion. While they would not have any problem suppressing them eventually, such an incident would surely produce doubts in Yang Shi's mind. I understand. Zhang Wuchen nodded. I want you to operate our clan formation and grant the lightning tribulation greater power. Meanwhile, I'll seal the space around Zhang Xian, so as to prevent him from fleeing. The first elder instructed grimly. Zhang Wuchen shot a sweeping glance at the widespread destruction around him and heaved a deep sigh before slowly nodding his head. As long as that young man remained alive, their Zhang clan would not survive this calamity. Instead of waiting for their own doom, they might as well make the first move. It's been 20 years since our clan has faced such a catastrophe, Zhang Wuchen thought grimly as he flitted toward the central tower of the clan. 20 years ago, the wife of their clan head, the Meng Sword Saint, had gone on a rampage and destroyed innumerable buildings, and more than half of the elders had been injured while attempting to subdue her. While the scale was much smaller this time around, and no elders had been harmed yet, there was no question that this incident had brought great shame to the Zhang clan. Boom. Controlling the formation, Zhang Wuchen channeled the surrounding spiritual energy toward the storm clouds, and in just a few moments, the weakening storm clouds abruptly buffed up once more. What's going on? The Char Zhang Xian noticed the anomaly with the storm clouds as well, and his eyebrows shot up in astonishment. It was already difficult enough for him to cope with the lightning tribulation as it was, but why would abruptly buff up at this point once more? Activating his eye of insight, he quickly scanned his surroundings and saw that the formation of the Zhang clan was focusing its spiritual energy toward the storm clouds, causing the lightning tribulation to strengthen rapidly. Is the Zhang clan planning to make a move on me? The truth was clear to Zhang Xian, and his face immediately darkened. He hurriedly leaped up, hoping to dive into the lightning tribulation to avoid the lightning bolts, but in the next moment, he felt his body being held firmly in place. It was as if heavy chains were wrapped around him, binding him firmly on the spot, preventing him from making the slightest move. Spatial suppression. Zhang Xian's eyes widened in horror as he realized what was going on. A formidable expert had sealed the space around him completely. Even though he had reached phantasmal space realm pinnacle, and his comprehension of spatial laws surpassed even that of dimension-sundering realm experts, he was still completely helpless before this power. The gap in their absolute strength was simply too great for him to defy this spatial suppression. Hong Long Long. With his body bound in place, Zhang Xian could only watch helplessly as rumbling thunder crescendoed amid the storm clouds above him, a sign that another powerful bolt of lightning about to descend upon him. There's no way I'll be able to survive such a powerful force, Zhang Xian thought as he desperately attempted to struggle free of his bindings. However, even as veins popped up on his temples and sweat drenched his clothes, his body still would not budge at all. His body might have reached a level of resilience comparable to Saint Pinnacle artifacts, but what he was facing was a lightning tribulation surpassing the might of a macrocosm ascendancy ordeal. If it really fell on him, not even an immortal would be able to bring him back to life. It's him. Zhang Xian hurriedly turned his head around and saw the first elder standing inconspicuously a distance away, looking at him with a frighteningly impassive expression. There was no doubt about it. This first elder of the Zhang clan was prepared to kill him. At this rate, I might really die here. I have to find some way to stall the lightning, or at least slow down its charging. Zhang Xian swiftly quelled the panic in his heart and began analyzing his situation calmly. With his current strength, it would be impossible for him to free himself from the bindings of someone as powerful as the first elder. The only thing he could do was slow down the buildup of lightning, or possibly neutralize the main bulk of its force. And there was only one way to go about doing that: frenziedly absorbing the lightning energy harnessed within the storm clouds. My clone, Gourd, and Vine are currently still absorbing energy from the lightning tribulation, but they won't be able to keep up with how fast the Zhang clan's formation is supplying energy to it, unless. Knowing that there was no time to be wasted, Zhang Xian could not care less about the consequences of his actions anymore. With a thought, he swiftly drew out his primordial spirit from his glabella. Spatial suppression was more effective on corporeal bodies than incorporeal ones. As such, his primordial spirit would likely able to gather sufficient strength to break free of the restraints that the first elder had cast on his surroundings. Hula. As soon as Zhang Xian drew out his primordial spirit, he immediately dived straight toward the storm clouds. What's that? A primordial spirit? Controlling the space around Zhang Xian, he immediately noticed the emergence of a foreign object within his sphere of control. He swiftly extended his spiritual perception to the area, and his eyes narrowed in astonishment. No, that's no ordinary primordial spirit. You are a soul oracle? Zhang Xian had spent some time learning how to morph his primordial spirit to appear like that of an ordinary cultivator, but ultimately, there was still a fundamental difference between his soul and those of other cultivators due to him practicing soul cultivation techniques. He might have been able to hide it from other cultivators without much of a problem, but to the first elder, a 9-star master teacher, his disguise was clearly lacking. Soul oracles had once betrayed humanity, and not even the master teacher pavilion was able to tolerate their existence. Was that fellow not a master teacher, a direct disciple of Yang Shi's? How could he possess the means of a soul oracle? Hold it right there! The first elder bellowed as he thrust a palm strike forward, hoping to knock the primordial spirit out of the sky. Selah. A spatial rift was immediately ripped open as a powerful surge of searing yang energy burst forth toward the primordial spirit. Due to the nature of their occupation, soul oracles were extremely vulnerable to yang energy. Just exposure to an environment rich in yang energy was enough to weaken them considerably, let alone the condensed surge of yang energy that the first elder had shot out. However, Zhang Xian's primordial spirit was not even afraid of lightning. So how could it possibly fear yang energy? With just a slight shudder, he temporarily phased his primordial spirit out of existence, thus causing the burst of yang energy to shoot right past him. Following which, he continued dashing straight for the storm clouds. This, not expecting that an attack of his full strength would fail to hurt the other party, the first elder's complexion turned awful. The reason he had been unwilling to openly make a move against Zhang Xian previously was because he was Yang Shi's student and a master teacher, but since it had been exposed that he was a soul oracle, there was no need for him to hold back anymore. Selah. With a tap of his finger, a surge of sword chi shot forth from his fingertip. The space standing in its path was ripped apart as if it was just a flimsy sheet of paper. As if breaking through the barriers of time, the sword chi seemed to suddenly materialize right before Zhang Xian's primordial spirit, leaving him with a burning sensation. Seeing how persistently the first elder was biting at him, refusing to let him go, Zhang Xian's face darkened as well. Turning around, he used his finger as a sword to face the first elder's sword chi. Ding! The two surges of sword chi clashed with one another. While Zhang Xian's strength was far beneath that of the first elder, he still barely managed to breach the gap through his deeper understanding of swordsmanship and redirected the opposing sword chi. As a result of the clash, the first elder's sword chi ended up being deflected right into the storm clouds. Hong Long. Coming under the aggression of another cultivator, the lightning tribulation immediately grew in size. Following which, a thick bolt of lightning flowed down the trajectory of the sword chi to strike the first elder. What? The first elder's face twitched in horror. Chapter 1472, I'll Tame You Too. The first elder had thought that he would be able to kill the other party easily with his sword art. But who could have known that the other party would redirect his strength into the lightning tribulation instead? It was a taboo to intervene in the cultivation ordeal of another cultivator. If someone did intervene, not only would it grow in size and intensity, it would even launch a barrage of destructive attacks on the aggressor. It was for this reason that he did not dare stop the falling lightning bolts despite the devastating damage they had been causing to the city. He did not think that he would actually slip up just like that, knowing that he would be zapped to death if he did not defend against the bolt of lightning falling on him. The first elder could not afford to focus his attention on dealing with Zhang Xian anymore. He swiftly flicked his wrist and sent a powerful palm strike forward. Gotcha! The clash between the ferocious bolt of lightning and the first elder's mighty palm strike induced ripples of shockwaves to diffuse into the surroundings, resulting in the complete collapse of all buildings and formations in the vicinity. As powerful as the lightning strike was, the first elder was even stronger. As a 9-star master teacher, his cultivation had already surpassed the bottleneck of Saint Nine Dan. There was no way a bolt of lightning of this caliber would be able to hurt him. While he was fending off the lightning, Zhang Xian made use of this opportunity to slip his primordial spirit into the storm clouds and vanished from sight. To slip into the lightning in his primordial spirit form. Isn't he courting death? The first elder could hardly believe what he was seeing. Previously, he had thought that the other party was dashing toward the storm clouds in order to conceal his true goal, but to think that he was really planning to get into the storm clouds. Due to the strong attribute of a soul oracle's primordial spirit, soul oracles were deeply fearful of lightning. Was diving right into the storm clouds not as good as committing suicide? Regardless of whether he's seeking his own death or not, since he's a soul oracle, the Master Teacher Pavilion will not fault me for killing him. The first elder harumphed as he turned his gaze to Zhang Xian's still trapped physical body with his eyes filled with killing intent. In the first place, it was his duty as a master teacher to slay all soul oracles that came his way. He had still had some considerations about laying his hands on the young man in the past, but given the current situation, there was no need for him to hesitate anymore. He swiftly gathered sword chi at his fingertip once more, preparing to reduce the young man's physical body into meat paste so that his primordial spirit would have nowhere to return to. But before he could make his move, another thick bolt of lightning zapped down in his direction. The first elder's hair immediately stood on end, and he hurriedly used his sword chi to fend off the lightning bolt. Boom! The collision of the forces ended with the triumph of the first elder's sword chi, but at the same time, it seemed like the lightning tribulation had determined him to be its primary target. It relentlessly sent bolts of lightning one after another toward him, leaving him a little flustered. What a relief that everything worked out according to plan. Zhang Xian thought as his primordial spirit gazed down at the situation. Given his current strength, he was absolutely no match for the first elder. Even if he hurled all of his means toward the latter, he still would not stand the slightest chance. Thus, he was left with no choice but to intentionally release a slight hint of his soul oracle aura in hopes of drawing the first elder's attack toward him and redirecting it toward the lightning tribulation. Once the first elder got caught up with the lightning tribulation, even if he was one of the strongest experts in the world, it still would be no easy feat for him to struggle free of its pestering. But this lightning tribulation is ultimately still a threat to me, so I'll have to deal with it as soon as possible. Given what's happened so far, there's no way I'll be able to deal with it face-on. I guess there's only that way then, Zhang Xian analyzed. Knowing that he had gotten the first elder off his back for the time being, Zhang Xian hurriedly turned his attention toward the storm clouds. So far, he only knew of one feasible way to get rid of the storm clouds: absorb its energy furiously until it finally fled in fear. However, his body and primordial spirit were already in a bloated state, and he had no cultivation technique that he could use for a breakthrough either. To make matters worse, time was not on his side. All it would take was a split second of freedom from the lightning tribulation for the first elder to destroy his physical body. Absorb. Zhang Xian gritted his teeth viciously, and with a deep roar, he began devouring the surrounding lightning energy as if a massive whale swallowing water. Jai. As Zhang Xian began absorbing the lightning energy unreservedly, his primordial spirit, which had already reached 10 meters in height due to his reckless absorption of energy in the past, swiftly broke free of its bottleneck and began growing once more at an unprecedentedly rate. It was only out of fear that his primordial spirit would grow too big and be unable to fuse back into his body properly, as had happened several times in the past, that he had not dared to absorb energy recklessly anymore. However, given the predicament that he was in, he could not care about that anymore. If he could not control the lightning tribulation soon, he would be the one to lose his life. Tzzzzzzzzzz. Energy gathered around him at an ever-increasing rate, and very soon, a vortex appeared in the ocean of lightning energy with him at the very eye. supplying him with seemingly endless energy. 11 meters, 12 meters, 13 meters. In less than a minute, his primordial spirit had already grown to a size of 20 meters. Even amid the vast expanse of storm clouds, he still towered like a giant. I can still continue on, you know? At the very most, I'll just perish together with you. Zhang Xian sneered coldly. He could sense that the arrogant lightning tribulation, which had been determined to claim his life from a moment ago, had grown a little hesitant. The lightning energy in his surroundings had visibly grown quieter than before, and the storm clouds were trembling a little, seemingly out of fear. It had thought that by gathering all of its kin and friends, it would be able to get rid of this fellow once and for all. However, not even in its wildest dreams could it have imagined that the young man would actually have such a trump card up his sleeve, allowing him to take in lightning energy endlessly, as if a black hole. At this rate, its entire tribe might just lose their life. Decisiveness is a mark of a true hero. Fully understanding this logic, the lightning tribulation did not spend too long hesitating before it decisively chose to turn around and flee. Knowing that it would react in such a manner, Zhang Xian swiftly sent a telepathic message to it. Do you think that I'll allow you to get away after everything that you've done? Mark my words, if you flee right now, I'll vow to sap you dry every time you appear in this world. If you don't want that to happen, you'd better listen to my instructions right now. I have some things that I want you to do for me. He had no idea whether the lightning tribulation was capable of comprehending his words or not, but he was certain that it possessed its own consciousness. Otherwise, it would not have been scared into fleeing each time it encountered him. It has finally stopped its attacks. Beneath the storm clouds, the first elder finally managed to catch a breather from the relentless assault of the storm clouds. As powerful as he was, it was still difficult to cope with the seemingly endless barrage of attacks from the lightning bolts, not to mention that each lightning bolt was by no means weak. Even at this moment, he could still feel his heart pounding in discomposure. He might have succumbed to the lightning bolts if the lightning tribulation had continued striking him at that rate, but since it had stopped, it probably would not attack anymore. Thus, he quickly turned his gaze over to Zhang Xian's physical body with animosity reflected in his eyes. From the moment you began practicing the arts of soul oracles, you should have known that this was the outcome that you would face. The first elder harumphed as he thrust a palm strike toward the young man's motionless body. The killing intent behind the first elder's attack immediately triggered the mind of Void, and Zhang Xian's body instinctively attempted to move to dodge the attack. However, the first elder's spatial suppression was still locking him firmly in place, rendering all of his struggling futile. Gotcha! At this moment, once again, before the palm strike could reach Zhang Xian, a streak of lightning bolted down toward the first elder. Unlike the ones that the first elder had faced before, this very lightning bolt was several times larger and stronger, to the extent that it seemed as if it would combust the surrounding air. It was the kind of attack that fully displayed the overwhelming prowess of nature in subduing everything that dared defy it, leaving those standing against it feeling utterly helpless and despaired. Goosebumps rose all over the first elder's body from the sheer danger he felt from the bolt of lightning. I did attack you earlier, but I didn't do it on purpose. You also had your vengeance striking me again and again, so surely you don't have to be so perverse as to come after me again and again, right? Or will you only be happy after you send me down to my grave? Furthermore, I can understand why you would want to strike me, but the person who has summoned you here is just over there, sleeping with his eyes closed. Shouldn't you strike him as well? As stifled as the first elder was, he knew that he would have to focus all of his strength into dealing with it, or else even with his cultivation realm, he would still sustain severe injuries from it. Thus, he swiftly redirected the might of his palm strike over to deal with the lightning bolt. Selah. As the two powers met one another, a devastating shockwave rippled into the surroundings, tearing open a massive spatial rift at the center and disintegrating everything that it came into contact with. Cough, 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 cough. Eventually, the first elder did successfully withstand the lightning bolt, but he still sustained a certain degree of damage. Charred marks could be seen all over his body. I have to kill that be asterisk starred before this lightning tribulation dissipates. Knowing that it would be dangerous if several more lightning bolts of this caliber fell on him, the first elder clenched his jaw furiously and sent a punch toward Zhang Xian. But as if the lightning tribulation was intent to protect Zhang Xian, it struck down rapidly on the first elder once again before the punch could connect. Kacha! Kacha! Smoke rose from the first elder's convulsing body. The frenzied elder turned his gaze toward Zhang Xian once more, only to see that the latter had opened his eyes at some point in time and was looking straight at the storm clouds. I'll leave him to you for the time being. I'm going to rest for a moment. After saying those words, Zhang Xian made use of the shockwave from one of the lightning bolts to break free of the spatial suppression before leisurely making his way down to the ground. Chapter 1473, She's Your Teacher's Wife-to-Be, you. The first elder would have clawed his hair from the insanity that was happening before his eyes if his hands had not been too preoccupied with dealing with the lightning bolts. This is your freaking lightning tribulation. I'm here to kill you, not to help you fend off your tribulation. The first elder was seething with so much fury that he was even contemplating the possibility of casting aside his defense just to kill that be asterisk starred young man. But before he could make up his mind, another bolt of lightning was already heading his way. It was a much larger one this time around, and before he could even come close, the overpowering energy harnessed within it was already threatening to tear him apart. Thus, he had no choice but to continue focusing his strength into dealing with the lightning bolts. Swiftly, his body grew more and more charred, and his aura was beginning to wither as well. This lightning tribulation was even more powerful than the macrocosm ascendancy ordeal. While the first elder had already reached a level surpassing the macrocosm ascendancy realm, it was still extremely difficult for him to deal with something of this caliber. It did not take long before he felt his blood beginning to sizzle from the lightning that had bypassed his defense and seeped into his body, and even his internal organs sustained some degree of damage as well. First elder. At this point, Zhang Wuchen returned from the command tower as well. He had expected to find a dead Zhang Xian lying on the ground upon his return, but contrary to his expectations, not only was the young man still alive and jumping, it was the first elder instead who was struck till he was on the verge of death. This sight left him frozen on the spot, unsure of what he should do. Don't bother with me. Hurry up and kill that Zhang Xian. Once he's dead, the lightning tribulation will dissipate. The first elder shrieked anxiously as he defended against yet another bolt of lightning. Why yes, I understand. Knowing that the situation was urgent, Zhang Wuchen quickly turned his gaze to Zhang Xian. At this moment, the latter was already sitting on the ground. As if a drunk man, his body swayed uncontrollably on the spot, and from time to time, a spasm would run through his body in the form of a shudder. It was a truly bizarre sight to behold. Quick, kill him, the first elder urged. Upon hearing the command, Zhang Wuchen gritted his teeth and dashed over. Kacha! Before Zhang Wuchen could reach Zhang Xian or even comprehend what was happening at all, he found himself abruptly collapsing powerlessly onto the ground, his body charred from head to toe. A bolt of lightning had fallen on him too. Arg! Just what the heck is going on here? The first elder howled in frenzy. Really? Why did it feel like the lightning tribulation was protecting that fellow? In normal cultivation ordeals, the lightning tribulation would be dying to eradicate the cultivator who had summoned it. So why in the world was the lightning tribulation protecting this young man so desperately? It was obvious that it was striking down on anyone who dared make a move on him. And this was not all. While the lightning tribulation tortured us with its unending barrage of lightning bolts, it actually left you to rest leisurely on the ground. What the heck is this? Zhang Wuchen was caught off guard by the abrupt assault, but he swiftly recovered and continued dashing toward Zhang Xian. He knew that he had to kill the young man for everything to end. However, before he could get to the latter, yet another bolt of lightning fell on him once more, crushing him back down to the ground. Not only that, as if it was frightened that he would get back up, the lightning tribulation sent countless bolts of lightning down upon him in rapid succession, such that in the blink of an eye, Zhang Wuchen's body had already scrunched up together and an aroma was wafting from his barbecued body. The first elders clawed at his hair. The lightning tribulation was definitely doing it on purpose. Definitely. First elder, third elder. At this moment, the commotion had already drawn in another dozen Zhang clan elders, and when they saw the sight before them, their mouths opened in shock. The first elder's face paled upon seeing them, and he hurriedly bellowed, "Don't come over." Unfortunately, his warning came too late. Before the group of elders could grasp the first elder's warning, a cluster of lightning had already fallen on them, and just like that, the group of elders fell helplessly from the sky onto the ground, forming a particularly miserable sight. Why? Why? Looking the collapsed elders around him, and then the utter ruination that extended to the horizon, the first elder screamed in deep agony. 20 years ago, the Ming Sword Saint had gone on a rampage and caused great damage and injured many of the elders, but compared to what was happening at that moment, the destruction back then was nothing at all. Something of this caliber could no longer be termed as destruction. It was annihilation. Zhang Xian, our Zhang clan will never forgive you for this. I will never forgive you for this. The first elder shrieked furiously as a mouthful of blood spilled out of his mouth. The spewed blood seemed to have alleviated the stifled sensation in the first elder's chest significantly, and he immediately pushed against the ground and flitted in Zhang Xian's direction. Even if I die from the lightning tribulation today, I swear that I'm going to rip you apart. Halala. In the midst of his movements, lightning continued falling relentlessly on the first elder's body. In response to that, the first elder scrunched his body as tightly as possible to protect his vitals and reduce the area of contact with the lightning bolts. He would still sustain severe injuries despite so, but with his cultivation, he would still be able to last for quite a while. Regardless of how severe the injuries that he sustained were, he was determined to kill the young man and terminate that madness. Once the young man was killed, everything would be resolved. That fellow. On the ground, the giddy-headed Zhang Xian watched as the desperate first elder placed his life on the line in order to get to him, and he could not help but shake his head. Has that old fellow lost his mind? In truth, Zhang Xian was in a bad state as well. If the first elder really got to him, he was in no position to retaliate. In order to curb the lightning tribulation, he had ended up absorbing far too much lightning energy into his primordial spirit. While he still did manage to fit his primordial spirit back into his body through the heavenly art of dimension unravel, the imbalanced power between his primordial spirit and his body still left him with near intolerable vertigo, such that even standing up was a difficulty for him. Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, Inferno Qilin, go and ward him off for me. Knowing that he was in no state to escape, Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella in frustration as he issued an order to his tamed beasts. Hoo-hoo! The two beasts materialized from the myriad ant-hive nest and swiftly charged toward the first elder in order to stop him in his tracks. Don't block my way, or else I'll show you two no mercy either. The first elder glared at the two saint beasts with eyes even colder than the most cold-blooded of beasts. He tapped his finger forward, and two massive palm prints immediately fell toward each of the two saint beasts. Jai. The Inferno Qilin and Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast did not back down from the first elder's offense. With the strongest attacks they had, they collided head-on with the two palm strikes, and a sea of flames swiftly engulfed the surroundings with an explosion. Walla! With the widespread destruction that was happening, even Zhang Jiuxiao, who was currently recuperating from his wounds, was jolted awake. The room that he was in was one of the very few buildings that were still standing due to the powerful formation protecting it. But when he walked out of the room and saw countless heaps of rubble replacing the majestic buildings that had once towered in their very exact spot, he immediately fell into a daze. Teacher. A thought suddenly came to Zhang Jiuxiao's mind, and he immediately rushed for the center of the commotion. Very soon, he saw a pale-faced Zhang Xian sitting on the ground, wobbling feebly on the spot, and he hurriedly dashed over to support the latter's body. Teacher, are you fine? What happened? Zhang Jiuxiao asked worriedly. While he was a member of the Zhang clan as well, he had always been belittled and neglected as a mere offspring of the side family. The Zhang clan had never seemed to consider him as one of their own, and in reciprocation to that, Zhang Jiuxiao had never strongly identified as a member of the Zhang clan. His loyalty toward the Zhang clan could only be considered shallow at best. As such, while the magnificent city being reduced to rubble did leave him rather appalled, what he was more concerned about was the feeble state that his teacher was in. "I'm fine. It's just that I'm a little unaccustomed to this. I'll be all right after some rest." Zhang Xian waved his hand weakly. A soul too powerful would have problems fusing back with its body. This was something that he had realized a long time ago. For this reason, he had been careful to avoid taking an excessive spiritual energy into his soul. Had it not been an emergency, he never would have resorted to such a course of action. Hearing that his teacher was fine, Zhang Jiuxiao heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Teacher, I'll protect you." "Thank you." Zhang Xian nodded before closing his eyes. He swiftly drove the heavenly art of dimension unravel in order to reduce the pressure that his primordial spirit was exerting on his body. But even so, the splitting headache that felt as if his brain was being grated still refused to subside. Realizing that it would be difficult for him to recover in the short run, he shook his head and opened his eyes once more. He knew that it would not be so easy to resolve this problem. Otherwise, he would not have fainted from this issue back then. "Zhang Jiuxiao, given everything that has happened, there's unlikely to be any room for reconciliation between me and the Zhang clan anymore. Thus, there are some matters that I will have to entrust to you in advance," Zhang Xian said grimly. "Teacher, please speak." Zhang Jiuxiao replied, "Given the purity of your bloodline, I reckon that the Zhang clan will likely send you to marry the little princess of the Luo clan. If that happens, you mustn't accept it at any cost," Zhang Xian said. "I understand." Zhang Jiuxiao nodded, after which he waited for his teacher to continue, but the latter did not continue speaking. Perplexed, he asked, "Teacher, is that all? If I may ask, why can't I marry the little princess of the Luo clan?" His teacher had used such a grave tone just to inform him of such a minor matter. "Why? That's because..." Zhang Xian looked at Zhang Jiuxiao intently before continuing. "The little princess of the Luo clan is your teacher's wife-to-be." Chapter 1474 Zhao Yu's Call for Help. Wife-to-be? Zhang Jiuxiao was stunned. Given the widespread fame of the little princess of the Luo clan, Zhang Jiuxiao had naturally heard of her. He also knew that the little princess was engaged to the young prodigy of the Zhang clan. But who would have thought that his teacher was the man who stood between the both of them? This explained why the little princess would say that there was someone whom she fancied. No wonder his teacher would go around tearing down everything in the Zhang clan. In fact, thinking back, his teacher had pummeled him the first time that they met. In the end, this was the actual reason behind everything. "Teacher, rest assured, now that I know the little princess of the Luo clan is your wife-to-be, I won't overstep my boundaries even if I'm beaten to death." Zhang Jiuxiao hurriedly clasped his fist. A teacher for a day, a father for life. Since his teacher was equivalent to his father, his teacher's wife-to-be would be his future mother. Even if someone inflated his guts to 10 times the size, he would never dare to marry his mother. Good. Just keep that in mind. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Knowing that he could not remain like that, despite the giddiness he felt, Zhang Xian still wobbled up to his feet. All of a sudden, he sensed something and swiftly flicked his wrist, and a token appeared in his palm. The Sanctum Head Token. In this moment, the token was emanating a faint light, as if something had brought it to life. He had encountered this situation once in the past, and that was when he had successfully become an 8-star master teacher and deciphered the first seal on the token. Could it be that the second seal had been removed? Zhang Xian swiftly took a closer look at the Sanctum Head Token, and he could vaguely sense a powerful aura leaking from it. There are 3 conditions that have to be met in order to awaken the Sanctum Head Token. Firstly, becoming an 8-star master teacher. Secondly, achieving the cultivation of Saint 8 Dan. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. While I have yet to fully make a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan, in terms of fighting prowess and comprehension of spatial laws, even a true Saint 8 Dan expert would be no match for me. Perhaps this has led the Sanctum Head token to conclude that I have cleared the second condition, thus deciphering the second seal. While the requirements to unsealing the Sanctum Head token appeared to be fixed, it still depended on the exact conditions that Sage Kuei had imposed on the Sanctum Head token to gauge if those requirements had been met. Perhaps, the token gauged whether an individual had reached Saint 8 Dan by measuring their Zhenqi. If that was the case, it would not be too surprising for the token to decide that Zhang Xian had reached Saint 8 Dan. After all, he was a cultivator of the Heaven's Path divine art, which put him far in front of his peers. Let me see what is beneath the second seal. The deciphering of the first seal had turned the token into a powerful weapon and granted him greater control over it. Given so, the deciphering of the second seal should have some kind of reward as well. Thus, Zhang Xian immersed his consciousness into the seal, and a few lines of information swiftly surfaced in his mind. Zhang Xian had thought that the deciphering of the second seal would turn the Sanctum Head token into an even more powerful weapon that would help him out of his current situation, but that was not the case. What was hidden beneath the second seal was a teleportation formation that brought one into a hidden dimension left behind by the founder of the Sanctum of Sages. Contained in it was the heritage of the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld and the insights regarding it left behind by the predecessors. This was indeed great for deciphering the third seal, but to the current him, it was not of much use at all. What he needed right now was the strength to go against the first elder. He had to resolve the issue with the Zhang clan once and for all, or else given the influence that the Zhang clan wielded in the master-teacher continent, even if he escaped for the moment, he would not be able to escape forever. Furthermore, there was no saying that the Zhang clan might even use his students as hostages against him. Not to mention, this teleportation formation was an only one-time use. Once he activated it, it would lose its effectiveness. So, he should at least prepare himself before heading over and aim to master the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld in a single push. More importantly, he was in no state to cultivate. The giddiness that he was experiencing from the incompatibility between his primordial spirit and his body made even standing up difficult for him, let alone practicing a profound optic art. Boom, boom, boom. While Zhang Xian was deep in thought, sonic booms in the air abruptly drew his attention back to reality. Lifting his gaze, he saw the netherworld azure dragon beast and the inferno Qilin being forcefully knocked back. In their clashes with the first elder, the both of them had sustained significant injuries. As powerful as the two saint beasts were, they still came nowhere close to matching up to the first elder of the Zhang clan. If not for the latter being constantly struck by lightning, they would have long fallen in defeat. Zhang Xian took a look at the storm clouds above and shook his head. The lightning bolts won't last for too long either. The continued release of lightning bolts had almost completely depleted the lightning tribulation, and its might was already beginning to wane. From the looks of it, it would only be able to deal a couple more lightning bolts before dissipating for good. Xiong xiong. At this moment, the Inferno Qilin finally released its trump card. Tapping into the very last hue of Qilin flames that it harnessed, it shot several searing flame dragons toward the first elder simultaneously. The scorching heat of the attack swiftly charred the ground black and dyed the sky crimson. At the same time, the netherworld azure dragon beast made use of this opportunity to sneak behind the first elder to launch a secret assault. The collaboration between the two beasts would leave even a real 9-star master teacher in a fluster, but the first elder did not show a hint of panic. He calmly sealed the space behind him before dispelling the flames before him with several palm strikes, thus neutralizing their assault with ease. As the lightning tribulation grew smaller and smaller, the strength that the first elder could exert became greater and greater. Previously, the netherworld azure dragon beast and the Inferno Qilin had still been able to stand on equal grounds with the first elder, but it was clear that the tables were swiftly tilting in the first elder's favor. Master, we aren't a match for him. You have to quickly find a way to leave this area. The Inferno Qilin urged Zhang Xian anxiously through their telepathic link. Zhang Xian nodded. While this was the first time that he had encountered a battle of this caliber, he was still able to tell that it was only a matter of time before his two tamed beasts fall in defeat, and there was no doubt that the first elder would reap his life the moment that happened. I have to leave right now. Zhang Xian muttered as he leaped into the sky and flew in the opposite direction. However, before he could get far, he suddenly wobbled in the middle of his flight before crashing back down to the ground. Teacher! Zhang Jiuxiao hurriedly rushed forward to support Zhang Xian. I'm fine, Zhang Xian said as he rubbed his head. It seemed like he would not be able to leave until he resolved the problem concerning the incompatibility in his primordial spirit and physical body. Suppressing the giddiness in his head, he looked up and saw that the first elder was closer to him than before. The storm clouds in the sky had already depleted all their energy and were beginning to dissipate. Scram! Without the lightning tribulation to keep him in check, the first elder roared furiously as he decisively released 2 palm strikes with his full force harnessed in them. Boom! Boom! The overpowering palm strike struck the netherworld azure dragon beast and Inferno Qilin into 2 separate rubble piles. The impact of the attack caused all of the injuries that they had sustained throughout the battle to relapse all at once, and they swiftly lost their consciousness. After knocking out the 2 beasts, the first elder turned his menacing gaze toward Zhang Xian. Recalling the humiliation that he had sustained within this short period of time, a cold sneer crept onto his lips as he uttered, Zhang Xian, it's time for you to meet your maker. The first elder tapped his finger, and a surge of sword qi tore its way toward Zhang Xian. Wong! Before it could strike Zhang Xian, a token abruptly appeared in the midst of the sword qi's path, neutralizing it entirely as if a barrier. Zhang Xian knew that he would not be able to withstand the first elder's attack in his current state, so he decisively threw the Sanctum Head token out. First elder of the Zhang clan, I, Zhang Xian, am an 8-star master teacher recognized by the Master Teacher Pavilion. Even if I have erred, you should seek recompense through reporting me to the Master Teacher Pavilion. You should be well aware that only the Master Teacher Pavilion is qualified to pass judgment on Master Teachers. Are you planning on turning a blind eye to the rules of the Master Teacher Pavilion? Zhang Xian bellowed imposingly. Master Teacher? You actually have the cheek to call yourself a Master Teacher? Those words reignited the first elder's rage once more. How could a person who practiced the unorthodox arts of the Soul Oracle have the cheek to proclaim himself as a Master Teacher? Definitely, he would report this matter to the Master Teacher Pavilion and have them thoroughly investigate the matter. But before that, he would first have this young man killed in order to quell the burning rage in his heart. Die! The first elder bellowed as he crushed his palm down upon Zhang Xian. Who? The palm strike first collided with the Sanctum Head token, and unable to withstand the might of the palm strike, it was knocked right back into Zhang Xian's hands. Following which, the first elder firmly pushed on with his palm strike, as if he would not rest until he finally reduced Zhang Xian into meat paste. You! Zhang Xian panicked. His words had not worked. It was clear that the first elder would not rest until he was dead. At the same time, the intolerable giddiness consuming his mind rendered him completely incapable of fight and flight. In this desperate moment, he flicked his finger. Boom! A massive head materialized right before him, crushing heavily down on the first elder. While the actual fighting prowess of Vicious Head could not even compare to a Saint 8 Dan expert, its sudden appearance and its sheer weight, coupled with the exhaustion and injuries that the first elder had accumulated from dealing with the lightning tribulation and Zhang Xian's 2 tamed beasts, actually managed to catch the first elder off guard and suppress him temporarily. Teacher. Upon seeing the head that his teacher had brought out, Zhang Jiuxiao widened his eyes in absolute horror. He anxiously turned his gaze toward Zhang Xian, only to see the latter abruptly flicking his wrist to whip out a jade token. It was a communication jade token with particularly intricate inscriptions on it. It was shimmering with a light glow, as if some kind of important information was being transmitted. Zhang Xian tapped his finger lightly on it. Wang. An indistinct face appeared on the surface of communication jade token. Despite the blurriness of the image, one could still tell that the other party was an indescribably beautiful young lady. Zhang Jiuxiao was captivated by the face for a short moment before coming to a delayed realization that the other party was his first senior, Zhaoye. While he had not seen Zhaoye in person before, he had heard much about her beauty. In this very moment, Zhaoye's face was colored in distress, and with a deeply frightened voice, she exclaimed, "Teacher, save me!" Poof! The image abruptly vanished from view, and following right after, the communication jade token shattered with a light explosion. This saying means that even if a person only serves as your teacher for a day, it's only right to respect him just like how you respect your father for life. Chapter 1475 Pursuing Zhang Xian, Zhao Ya. Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly as a violent aura quietly leaked out from his presence. Under normal circumstances, due to the incredible distance, it should have been impossible for his communication jade token to receive Zhao Ya's message. Most likely, the message had come from Chen Liao instead. She had probably received Zhao Ya's call for help and used a special method to store her message and forward it to him. However, at the same time, the burden on the communication jade token was likely so great that it ended up shattering. Just what in the world had happened for her to send such a message to him? Was she not the celebrated young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court? Could this mean that something had happened to the Glacier Plain Court? Teacher, Zhang Jiuxiao said anxiously. Something has happened to your first senior. I'm going to save her, Zhang Xian said with narrowed eyes. At that moment, his back suddenly straightened up as if a taut pillar that would shoulder even the weight of the world fearlessly. He did not know what had happened to Zhao Ya, but as her teacher, he would protect her even if he had to venture up a mountain of blades and descend into a sea of flames to do so. But how are you going to save her? Zhang Jiuxiao asked worriedly. He knew that this first senior of his was the young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court, and in terms of fighting prowess, she was likely to above him and his teacher. Given so, would his teacher really be of much help there? To make matters worse, the other party had only said 3 words, "Save me, teacher." So they had no idea what had happened at all, let alone prepare for a rescue operation. No matter what, as a teacher, I won't allow the slightest harm to come to my direct disciples. This doesn't just apply to her, but you as well. This is my promise to all of you, Zhang Xian said. Following which, he flicked his wrist and took out his Sanctum Head token. I thought that this one-time teleportation wouldn't be of much use, but it has really come at a timely moment, Zhang Xian thought. When he deciphered the second seal on the Sanctum Sage token, he had found a teleportation token that would transport him to a hidden dimension in the Sanctum of Sages. Initially, he had thought that it was of little use in his current situation, but from the looks of it now, it was just what he needed. In order to find out the full story, he would have to first return to the Sanctum of Sages to figure out what had happened. But even if he rode on the Inferno Qilin, it would still take him at least half a month to return to the Sanctum of Sages. Considering the danger that Zhao Yu was in, he could not afford to waste that much time. However, it would be different with this teleportation formation. He would be able to return to the Sanctum of Sages instantaneously without wasting any time. Jiuxiao, I'll be leaving first. Tell Jian Qinxing that I'm sorry that I failed to accomplish what I promised him. If I have a chance in the future, I'll make sure to teach that Xing Sword Saint a lesson in his stead, Zhang Xian said as he gripped the Sanctum Head token in his hand tightly. Jian Qinxing had brought him here in the hope that he would defeat the Zhang clan swordsmanship in his stead and bring honor back to him. While he did manage to defeat Zhang Su and the others, he did not manage to compete with the head of the Zhang clan in a duel, so strictly speaking, he had not fully completed the task that he had set out to achieve. However, the matter with Zhao Yu was much more important than anything else. He had no choice but to abandon everything else. Yes, teacher. Zhang Jiuxiao hurriedly nodded. Suppressing the giddiness in his head, Zhang Xian swiftly infused his Zhenqi into the Sanctum Head token, and in the blink of an eye, the teleportation formation on it was activated. Wong. A brilliant burst of light swiftly swallowed Zhang Xian whole. Inferno Qilin, Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, Vicious, we're leaving? Zhang Xian yelled as he waved his hand. Voila! The 2 Saint Beasts and Vicious immediately disappeared from the spot, following which, Zhang Xian's silhouette swiftly turned incorporeal as well before vanishing without a trace. An otherworldly demon? He's an otherworldly demon. Damn it! Right after Zhang Xian disappeared from the spot, the first elder emerged from the pit that he had been crushed in and howled frenziedly. Even though he had no idea what exactly the giant head crushing down on him was, he could still clearly feel the aura and bloodline of an otherworldly demon emperor from it. In other words, not only was Zhang Xian a soul oracle, he was also allied with the otherworldly demonic tribe. Or perhaps, he might even be an otherworldly demon himself. For an otherworldly demon to disguise as a master teacher, the only ones who were capable of this feat were the otherworldly demon emperors. The truth could not have been any clearer now. Zhang Xian was definitely an otherworldly demon emperor in disguise. This would also explain why he was so bent on destroying the Zhang clan. Given the grudge between mankind and the otherworldly demonic tribe, it was no wonder Zhang Xian would desire to destroy the number 1 sage clan. As soon as the first elder rose from the ground, he immediately extended his spiritual perception to the surroundings in order to find Zhang Xian. However, no matter how he looked, there was not the slightest trace of the young man to be found. Where is he? The first elder turned a hostile gaze toward Zhang Jiuxiao, his voice dripping with killing intent. He had seen how close Zhang Jiuxiao was with Zhang Xian with his own eyes. Zhang Shi has used a teleportation formation to leave this area. Zhang Jiuxiao replied with a slightly dazed look on his face, as if he was still trying to make sense out of what had happened. That's impossible. The first elder exclaimed with bloodshot eyes. Teleportation formations can only be set up by Saint Nine Dan cultivators, not to mention that a heavy price has to be paid with each activation. Not even the Zhang clan has the resources to use it lightly, so how could that fellow possibly be able to teleport away? Teleportation formations involve the warping of space to swiftly transport an individual from one end to the other. While 9-star formation masters were able to set up teleportation formations, such extreme warping of space was not easy to pull off and required a heavy price to be paid in order to accomplish it. Even as the number 1 sage clan on the master-teacher continent, they could not afford to use it lightly. Otherwise, their clan head would not have left on a saint beast earlier. Thus, how could that fellow manage to leave on a teleportation formation? Zhang Wuchen flew over and said, "It was really a teleportation formation. I saw the disturbances in space with my own eyes." He had sustained severe injuries from the lightning bolt earlier, but after some recuperation, he had managed to recover sufficiently to move around. Nevertheless, given the tattered condition that he was in, it would take at least half a month of recuperation in order for him to return to his peak state. Hearing Zhang Wuchen's words, the first elder swiftly scanned the surroundings once more and noted that Zhang Xian's aura had indeed disappeared without leaving a trail. Gritting his teeth, he spat hoarsely. To possess such a powerful formation despite his young age and low cultivation realm, there's no doubt that he's an otherworldly demon emperor. If he still had not been too sure previously, this was more than sufficient evidence to prove his hypothesis. Despite being in his early 20s, he possessed strength far superior to those of his peers, wielded the means of soul oracles, was capable of utilizing otherworldly demons' means, and now, it had been found that he even had a priceless teleportation formation on him. This showed that not only was he an otherworldly demon emperor, he was a rather high-ranked one too. It was ridiculous that Yang Shi would take in an otherworldly demon emperor as his student. I, Zhang Wuheng, in my capacity as the first elder of the Zhang clan, command all Zhang clan members and subordinate powers to devote all resources to pursuing Zhang Xian. Regardless of the means they use, they are to kill him on the spot so as to safeguard the security of the master-teacher continent. The first elder bellowed. Wang. As those words were spoken, a token flew into the air. It emanated a light glow that swiftly shrouded the entire city. In an instant, every member of the Zhang clan received the first elder's orders. A decree from the first elder was only second to the clan head's decree. Once issued, all clan members were to obey it without any questions. Devote all resources into pursuing Zhang Xian? While everyone was still bewildered by the command, the furious voice of a lady suddenly boomed across the air. Zhang Wuheng, you brazen skunk. Chapter 1476 Yang Shi is out of seclusion. Hong Long. Shortly after those words were spoken, the crowd suddenly felt a heavy pressure from the sky pushing down on them, following which, a middle-aged lady flew straight over with a sword in hand. Before she even arrived, the crowd could already feel the sharpness of her sword chi. It felt almost as if their flesh was being torn to shreds. The first elder felt his goosebumps rising, and he hurriedly clasped his fist. Meng's sword saint. But before he could finish speaking, the sharp glint of a sword was already flying straight toward him. Pong! The first elder was immediately sent flying before tumbling along the ground. At the same time, a bloodied wound appeared on his chest. Not expecting the Meng sword saint to make a move on him without any hesitation right after returning, the first elder was so furious that he nearly exploded on the spot. He struggled to his feet agitatedly, and flicking his wrist, he whipped out a sword before charging right at the Meng sword saint. Zhang Wuheng, are you challenging me to a fight? It has just been a few days since we last met, but it seems like your guts have grown quite a bit. The Meng sword saint harumphed coldly as she gracefully flicked the sword in her hand. Tzzzzzzzz. The next instant, the first elder suddenly found himself turning uncontrollably on the spot, as if he was trapped in a vortex. Sword punctures swiftly appeared all over his body, and crimson blood spurted from each of those punctures. The first elder was one of the top experts on the master-teacher continent, but he was still rendered completely helpless against the Meng sword saint's swordsmanship. Pong! The next instant, the first elder found himself crashing into a heap of rubble, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. After all he had gone through earlier, he was already severely injured. Thus, when the Meng sword saint launched an assault on him, he felt his entire body going entirely limp, devoid of the slightest strength. Cough, cough. Awkward coughing echoed across the air, and a middle-aged man descended from the sky. My wife, why don't you listen to the first elder's words first? Clanhead. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, the elders in the area hurriedly clasped their fists and bowed deeply. The head of the Zhang clan, the father of the famed young prodigy, the Xing sword saint. Upon learning that Zhang Xian was currently in the Zhang clan, they had rushed back as fast as they could, so they had been able to return within a relatively short period of time. However, it seemed like they were still too late. Listen to his words? What else is there to listen to? Didn't you hear the decree he made earlier? The Meng sword saint bellowed with a dark look on her face. It's precisely because I heard it that I didn't stop you from making a move on him earlier. But look at the state he's in. If you continue hitting him, he really might lose his life. Why don't we first calm down and listen to the full story before deciding on what to do? Xing sword saint said as he stroked his wife's back to calm her down. Meng sword saint shot the first elder a wintry glare before flinging her sleeves furiously. Humph! Seeing that his wife had stopped her attacks for the time being, the Xing sword saint secretly heaved a sigh of relief before turning his gaze toward the first elder. With an authoritative voice, he questioned, "What happened? Why did you issue a decree ordering for Zhang Xian's death?" Clanhead. Zhang Wuchen quickly stepped forward and said that Zhang Xian has been willfully destroying everything that he set his eyes upon after coming to the Zhang clan. It was only after being left with no choice that the first elder issued such a decree. Willfully destroying everything? The Xing sword saint raised his eyebrows. Are you saying that all of this rubble is his doing? He had been rather perplexed to see the state that the Zhang clan was in, but who could have thought that it would actually be Zhang Xian's doing? Indeed, he's the culprit behind this. Zhang Wuchen spat with gritted teeth. Look at what he has done to our many millenniums of heritage. The Xing sword saint was visibly dazed for a moment. He subconsciously turned to his wife and muttered, "That really resembles you." His wife was a walking wrecking ball, often causing destruction wherever she went. Her rampages had not stopped even after marrying into the Zhang clan, and it was to the point that the elders often kept a close eye on her in order to keep her in check. Who would have thought that Zhang Xian's prowess in destruction would actually be a level above hers? Isn't it just a couple of buildings? To kill a person over a couple of rocks and stones? Is this the magnanimity that you should have as elders of the Zhang clan? If you are that afraid of your buildings being torn down, why don't I just help you demolish your ancestral hall so that you don't have to worry about it anymore? Meng's sword saint harumphed as she wrapped her sword chi around her body, seemingly showing the members of the Zhang clan that she was not joking around. What the heck is this? You are going to kill my son over just a couple of collapsed buildings? Very well, just watch as I dig up the tombs of your ancestors then. It's not just about the buildings. The first elder's deep voice sounded. At this point, he had finally managed to recuperate enough to talk. He knew that the Ming Sword Saint was a lunatic who would not hesitate to destroy their ancestral hall, so with a flushed face, he hurriedly spoke up to stop her. What else is it then? The Ming Sword Saint glanced down at the first elder with narrowed eyes. I know what you're thinking. You must be suspecting that Zhang Xian is him, but I can tell you for certain he isn't. I have already tested his bloodline and soul, and it's been proven that he doesn't have the slightest hint of a relationship with the Zhang clan. The first elder quickly said, Bloodline? How can you have the cheek to talk about bloodline before me? The Meng Sword Saint widened her eyes in agitation as she shouted furiously, Fine. Putting that aside, I sensed traces of a soul oracle in his primordial spirit, and he even brought out an artifact of the otherworldly demonic tribe. This should show that there's a very high chance that he isn't a human but an otherworldly demon in disguise. The first elder quickly changed his words. Soul oracle? Artifact of the otherworldly demonic tribe? The Xing Sword Saint and Meng Sword Saint were taken aback upon hearing those words, and they swiftly exchanged glances with one another. They had suspected that Zhang Xian might be their missing child, but if he was a soul oracle, indeed, I believe I need not say more about the depraved arts that soul oracles practice. I'm very certain that his primordial spirit is not one of an ordinary cultivator, but that of a soul oracle. Even if you doubt me on that, there's no questioning that the artifact he used to attack me is one of the otherworldly demonic tribe. The pit over there was caused by that artifact, and the killing intent of the otherworldly demons is still lingering. The first elder said as he pointed in a certain direction. The Xing Sword Saint and Ming Sword Saint turned their gazes over. The pit was roughly several dozen meters deep, and while it appeared ordinary at first glance, with their sharp eye of discernment, they were still able to sense the faint aura of an otherworldly demon lingering within it. The artifacts of the otherworldly demonic tribe could only be driven using the zhenqi of slaughter, which only otherworldly demons possessed, so it was impossible for a human to activate it. Could Zhang Xian really not be their child, but an otherworldly demon in disguise? It's indeed the aura of an otherworldly demon. The Xing Sword Saint nodded in confirmation before asking the first elder, What happened? It's like this. The first elder quickly explained the swordsmanship duel, the sudden breakthrough, and the cultivation ordeal in detail. A phantasmal space ordeal that brought a lightning tribulation even stronger than a macrocosm ascendancy ordeal? Upon hearing the full story, the Xing Sword Saint quickly looked at the marks of lightning strikes all around him before falling into deep thought. There was no doubt that his child would have achieved great things if he was still alive, but to draw in such a powerful lightning tribulation in his phantasmal space ordeal, not to mention successfully clearing it, this was something that he simply could not fathom even with the wildest of imagination. Could the other party really be an otherworldly demon in disguise, just as the first elder had said? The Meng Sword Saint harumphed. Isn't he Yang Shi's student? We should be able to uncover the truth by asking him. Indeed, we will know the truth just by asking him about him. The Xing Sword Saint nodded. However, Yang Shi is currently still in seclusion, so it isn't a good time to disturb him. Hong Long. Before he could finish his words, an overpowering aura gushed into the clouds. It emanated such a powerful pressure that it immediately silenced the entire surroundings. Yang Shi is out. Upon feeling this aura, everyone's eyes immediately lit up. The Xing Sword Saint and the others quickly headed off in a certain direction, and the other elders followed suit. Soon, they saw an old man floating in midair. The energy in his body was fluctuating greatly, making it hard to determine his current level of cultivation. Yang Shi. The crowd quickly clasped their fists upon seeing the old man. Yang Shi nodded with a faint smile. After trading some pleasantries, the first elder got to the matter at hand. Yang Shi, pardon me, but there's a question that I have to ask you. There's a young man going by the name of Zhang Xian who claims to be your student. May I know if that's true? Chapter 1477. He isn't my student. I only have one student, Feng Ziyi. Yang Shi replied with a frown. Zhang Xian isn't your student? Everyone was taken aback, especially the first elder and Feng Wuchen. They could not help but stare at one another with widened eyes. They had asked about this matter previously, and from the start to the end, Zhang Xian had claimed to be Yang Xian's direct disciple, inheriting the exclusive arts of his lineage. Was this all a lie? I have been busy over the years, so I haven't had any time to accept any other students. You should be well aware of this yourselves. What's wrong? Did someone claim to be my student? Yang Shi asked. Indeed, this Zhang Xian person claimed to be your direct disciple, and just a moment ago, he was even wreaking havoc in the Zhang clan. The first elder reported. Someone claimed to be my direct disciple? Yang Shi's face immediately darkened. Where is this Zhang Xian person you spoke of? Lineages were of the utmost importance in the master-teacher continent. Naturally, claiming to be another student was an extremely disrespectful action and considered a taboo. Furthermore, from the sound of it, that person had been throwing his name around to cause trouble, and this was something that Yang Xian could not accept. He has already left via a teleportation formation, the first elder replied awkwardly. Teleportation formation? What happened? Yang Shi asked with a frown. Thus, the first elder went through the entire story once more. You are saying that a young lad who has just achieved a breakthrough to the phantasmal space realm was able to withstand a cultivation ordeal that wielded prowess surpassing that of a macrocosm ascendancy ordeal? Not only so, he was able to triumph over the geniuses of your Zhang clan, be it in terms of swordsmanship, painting, enchantment, appraising, and so on? Yang Shi was slightly taken aback by what he had heard. That is indeed the case. The first elder nodded. It's understandable for him to possess astounding abilities in a field or two, but to show such high expertise in so many fields at his age, I believe that there's a high chance that he's an otherworldly demon in disguise. It's indeed possible for an otherworldly demon emperor to disguise as a master teacher, but it's irrational for an otherworldly demon emperor to act so ostentatiously. Yang Shi shook his head, disagreeing with the first elder's point of view. While otherworldly demon emperors were able to disguise as master teachers, their disguises were not infallible. To prevent being exposed by 9-star master teachers, they would definitely try their best to lie low as much as possible. There was no way that they would drop by the Zhang clan and cause such a huge commotion. After all, was that not as good as exposing himself? If that was the case, what was the point of disguising himself in the first place? Unconvinced by Yang Shi's words, the first elder argued, if he isn't an otherworldly demon, how could he possibly be able to utilize the means of a soul oracle? How could he possibly be able to activate an artifact of the otherworldly demonic tribe? To pretend to be my student and wreak havoc here, in the possession of the knowledge of soul oracle arts too, that young lad seems to be quite an interesting figure. I would very much like to meet him. Do you know where his teleportation formation leads to? Yang Shi asked with a soft chuckle. The first elder shook his head. I'm afraid that we aren't able to tell. If it was an ordinary teleportation formation, they might still have been able to fathom a guess. However, the teleportation formation that Zhang Xian had used was extremely advanced, such that even an expert of the first elder's caliber was not able to interpret it at all, let alone guess where the young man had teleported to. You aren't able to tell? Yang Shi frowned. Where did he teleported from? Bring me over. I want to take a look. The first elder and the others quickly led the way, and it did not take long for them to reach where Zhang Xian had teleported away from. Yang Shi lowered his head to study the area, but the more he looked, the deeper the frown of his forehead became. A moment later, he turned to the first elder and asked, did the other party have a token that resembles something like this in hand when he teleported? He tapped his finger lightly in front of him, and an illusory image of a token that emanated a light golden glow appeared in midair. Indeed, he did have this artifact with him. The first elder nodded. He used it to dodge my sword chi, so I believe that it should be a Saint Pinnacle artifact at the very minimum. The young man had used this token to block his attack earlier, so he had a particularly deep impression of it. Is that so? Hearing the first elder's confirmation, the frown on Yang Shi's forehead seemed to have further deepened. Realizing that there was something amiss with Yang Shi's expression, the first elder asked, Yang Shi, do you recognize this token? Recognize? If Zhang Xian really has this token in hand, just as you have said, there's a good chance that he might be. At this point, Yang Shi abruptly halted his words. There was a short moment of silence before he waved his hand. Never mind, this isn't a good time to speak about it. I'll have to confirm it with my own eyes first. The implications regarding the Sanctum Head token were simply too great, such that even he did not dare speak of it lightly, especially since he was a Grand Elder of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Even if he claimed it to be a mere hypothesis on his part, others would likely take his words as the truth due to the lofty position that he was in, and if it turned out that he was wrong, it could possibly lead to dire consequences. However, speaking of the token, he knew that the Sanctum Head token was distributed by Sage Kuei himself, and there was no way that Sage Kuei could have made such a major slip-up as to pass down the Sanctum Head position to an otherworldly demon. Even if Sage Kuei existed just as a sliver of will now, he had still been a powerful expert back in his era, as well as one of the very few possessors of the Eye of Insight. It was unthinkable that Zhang Xian would be able to fool him if he truly was an otherworldly demon. While Yang Shi was still deep in thought, Hu Yiwei suddenly rushed over and greeted, Old Master, you are finally out. Yang Shi nodded. Through his sharp eye, he was able to tell that Hu Yiwei had something on his mind, so he asked, What's wrong? Old Master, I was in the Sanctum of Sages a while back, and I found a student named Zhang Xian. I found the innate fetal poison that I planted back then in his body. Hu Yiwei quickly relayed what he had found. Innate fetal poison? He's the young prodigy of the Zhang clan? Even Yang Shi was taken aback by that revelation. He turned to look at Sword Saint Xing at the others. At that moment, he could not help but feel a little dazed by the situation. On top of being the Sanctum Head of the Sanctum of Sages, a Soul Oracle, and an otherworldly demon, that Zhang Xian person was actually the young prodigy of the Zhang clan too? Just what was wrong with that fellow? Was he suffering from dissociative personality disorder? Yang Shi pondered for a moment before speaking. Since his identity as my student has been proven false, I believe that there's a need to look deeper into the matter to verify the authenticity of his other identities. Sword Saint Xing and Sword Saint Ming, the both of you shouldn't get your hopes up too much for the time being. We all know the circumstances surrounding the young prodigy, and the chances of him surviving are extremely slim. Why don't you allow me to meet him first and verify his identity before deciding on anything? I'm going with you, Sword Saint Ming said firmly. I feel like I'll regret it for life if I don't at least meet him in this moment. This was the best lead that she had found relating to her child in the past 2 decades. Even though the first elder and the others had found evidence that suggested the contrary, she was still reluctant to accept it until she verified it with her own eyes. Understanding Sword Saint Ming's feelings, Yang Shi nodded. That's fine with me. I don't think that it's possible for Hu Yiwei to be wrongly about this. That young lad's surname also happens to be Zhang, and he comes from the ancient lands. Everything seems to fit together like pieces of a puzzle. It will indeed be hard to accept it unless you verify it with your own eyes. Yang Shi, could it be that you know where he has teleported to? Sword Saint Xing suddenly asked at this moment. If the first elder is right about the token, I think I have a good idea where he has teleported to. Yang Shi nodded. If my guess is right, he should have returned to the Sanctum of Sages. Sanctum of Sages? Sword Saint Xing's lips twitched upon hearing those 3 words. He and his wife had rushed to the Sanctum of Sages after hearing Hu Yiwei's news, but halfway through their journey, they had heard that Zhang Xian was in their Zhang clan, so they had rushed all the way back. Yet, Yang Shi was now telling them that he had gone back to the Sanctum of Sages? Just how could their luck be so bad, missing him each and every time? If I recall correctly, the Zhang clan doesn't have a teleportation formation leading to the Sanctum of Sages or anywhere in its vicinity. Since that's the case, I'll first teleport to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters and teleport to the Sanctum of Sages from there. The journey should take 1 day, thus saving us much time, Yang Shi said. The Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters had teleportation formations leading all over the Master Teacher continent, not to mention that the Sanctum of Sages was its subsidiary. As such, it would be faster to take this detour instead. Considering the severity of this matter, it would be best for them to resolve it as quickly as possible. All right, Yang Shi, we'll follow you. Sword Saint Xing nodded. Chapter 1478 Ninth Netherworld Dimension. The world spun around Zhang Xian, leaving him in a constant state of vertigo, when all of a sudden, he fell to the ground with a resounding crash. The teleportation had left him in such a disorientated state that he could not keep track of the flow of time. A second could have passed, but it could have been a year. Everything around him just kept changing, and the surrounding space warped like there was no tomorrow. Zhang Xian found himself retching for a long while. After meditating for a while, the discomfort alleviated a little. Recalling the experience that he had just undergone, a bitter smile appeared on his face. No wonder it's impossible to make teleportation formations commonplace. There's no way weaker cultivators would be able to survive something like this. He had been wondering for a long while why the Master Teacher Pavilion had gone to the extent of building branches all over the continent, but not built teleportation formations along with that. However, this single experience had him completely convinced about the impracticality of the matter. His physical body was comparable to a Saint Pinnacle artifact, but despite that, he still ended up retching at the end of it. Other cultivators, especially those beneath Saint 8 Dan, might very well find their own bodies disintegrating into dust from the sheer pressure caused by the teleportation formation. He was still feeling deeply uncomfortable due to the incompatibility between his body and primordial spirit, but he knew that there was no time to be wasted. Thus, he slowly got to his feet and scanned his surroundings. Where's this place? Based on the information on the Sanctum Head token, this should have been a hidden dimension left behind by Sage Kuei. Only potential Sanctum Head successors who had fulfilled the first two conditions would be qualified to enter this space. It's a folded space. Upon taking a closer look, Zhang Xian swiftly found that the fabric of space there was much weaker compared to that of the Master Teacher continent, and the concentration of spiritual energy was rather low. The ground that he was currently standing on was a round platform with a particularly profound formation inscribed on it. To be able to teleport him right into a folded space, it was apparent that the teleportation formation on the Sanctum Head token was a rather formidable one. Walking down from the round platform, Zhang Xian carefully explored the area, and he soon found a manor with lush greenery growing around it. There was a small stream flowing not too far away from it, giving it the feeling of a tranquil garden away from the secular world. Walking into the manor, the first thing that Zhang Xian saw was a hulking stone tablet, and carved on it were the words "Divine Eyes of the Ninth Netherworld." Glancing lower down on the stone tablet, he found smaller words inscribed below, detailing the various circulation pathways required to cultivate the optic art. It was even more detailed than what Sage Kuei had imparted to him before. Welcome to the Ninth Netherworld Dimension. Just as Zhang Xian was taking in the content on the stone tablet into the library of Heaven's Path, a light voice suddenly filled the air. Recognizing the voice, Zhang Xian asked as he looked around his surroundings, "Sage Kuei? There's no need to look for me. All that is left of me here is a slight sliver of my will, and I'm already unable to manifest in a physical form anymore," the will said with a slight desolate edge to its tone. "The fact that you were able to come to this dimension means that you have already successfully deciphered the first two seals and are qualified to practice the divine eyes of the Ninth Netherworld." Qualified? Indeed. The optic art manual that I have given to you is correct, but it isn't detailed enough for you to successfully master the optic art. It's not that I'm intentionally making things hard for you, but in order to master the divine eyes of the Ninth Netherworld, you will have to cultivate it in a certain environment. Otherwise, it would be nigh impossible to succeed. Sage Kuei said, "A certain environment?" Zhang Xian was bewildered by those words. It was just a mere optic art. Why would it still need a certain kind of environment in order to cultivate it? There are 9 levels to the heavens, and similarly, there are 9 levels to the netherworld. In order to master the divine eyes of the Ninth Netherworld, You will have to be in an environment that emulates the environment of the netherworld. The environment stimulates your eye of insight and draws out the potential into it. And it's for this purpose that this very folded space was created, Sage Kuei explained. I see. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. Having browsed through countless cultivation technique manuals, there were indeed some unique techniques that required cultivation in a specific type of environment in order to master them. For example, some fire attribute techniques could be mastered much more easily when cultivated in locations in close proximity to the earth flames. Similarly, there were also ice attribute techniques where cultivating them in icy lakes would enhance their prowess significantly. Since the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld was a technique on par with the heavenly art of dimension unravel, its cultivation was bound to be difficult as well. Otherwise, the generations of sanctum heads would not have failed to fully master the optic art. In this folded space are beguilement formations, illusory formations, hidden formations, and the like. There won't be any danger, but without a sharp eye, it's impossible for you to overcome those obstacles and get to the exit. You will have to rely on cultivating your divine eyes of the ninth netherworld to sharpen your eyes so as to find the flaws in those formations and overcome them, Sage Kuei said. This is manual that my teacher left behind back then, and the others are the insights left behind by generations of sanctum heads. You can refer to them, but ultimately, you will still have to comprehend it by yourself in order to grasp the technique. Hula. As Sage Kuei spoke, a few more stone tablets appeared in the courtyard of the manor. Zhang Xian swiftly swept his gaze over the optic art manual and insights in order to collect them into the library of Heaven's Path. Compile. Zhang Xian willed. Hula. A new book materialized before Zhang Xian's eyes. He swiftly flipped it open to browse through it, and what he saw caused an involuntary sigh to escape from his lips. As expected of a top-notch optic art, even with the insights from the previous generations of sanctum heads, it was still a long way off from being perfected. The divine eyes of the ninth netherworld did improve significantly after several of the flaws were resolved. With this, I should be able to master the optic art faster. Yet, its cultivation is still highly damaging to the eyes, which means that there's a high chance that I'll turn blind if I really master the technique. The greatest hesitation behind why Zhang Xian refused to cultivate the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld was not just because it was imperfect, but because there was a high likelihood of going blind cultivating it. Even the very creator of the technique, ancient sage Bo Shang, was not spared from the eventual tragedy of going blind, and Zhang Xian had no intention of walking in the same footsteps as his predecessor. Zhang Xian continued examining the optic art a little longer, but unable to figure out a feasible method to resolve the underlying issues, he shook his head and said, I don't have any intention of cultivating the optic art for the time being. Can you allow me to leave this folded space first? You want to leave? There's only one chance for you to get into the ninth netherworld dimension. If you don't cultivate your divine eyes of the ninth netherworld to the fourth realm now, it will be hard for you to grasp it in the future. Not expecting the young man to be thinking of leaving when he had only just entered the area, Sage Kuei advised him with a frown. The position of the sanctum head was at stake here. Was the young man not acting a little too carelessly? Elder, a student of mine is currently in great peril. As her teacher, I can't ignore her safety for the sake of my own cultivation. I wish for your understanding on this matter. Zhang Xian clasped his fist. He did not know what Zhao was facing at the moment, so he could not afford to waste his time there. He had to find Qin Yao as soon as possible to find out more about the situation before devising a plan to save her. Even if he could cultivate the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld safely, it was likely that he would take quite some time to master it, so he could not afford to do it right now. You said that your student is in danger? Sage Kuei looked at Zhang Xian. Are you certain that you wish to give up this rare opportunity for the sake of your student? Elder, I can't leave my student in peril, Zhang Xian replied resolutely. If he had to compromise Zhao Ya's safety in order to master the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld and become the next sanctum head, he would throw away those opportunities in a heartbeat. While it was true that becoming the sanctum head would give him an edge when asking for Luo Ruoxin's marriage in hand, he was not willing to sacrifice his student's life for it. Sage Kuei was silent for a long while before nodding slightly. To be willing to give up on so much for your student, You are really a good teacher. However, rules are rules. There's only one chance to enter the ninth netherworld dimension, and I can't change the rules just because of the circumstances you are in, so you won't be able to return here once you leave. However, the lengths you are willing to go for your student is truly respectable. Thus, if you are able to comprehend the fourth realm of the optic art outside, I'll grant you an opportunity to comprehend the fifth realm. Chapter 1479, Too Far, an opportunity to comprehend the fifth realm? Zhang Xian was slightly taken aback. Indeed, the fifth realm of the Eye of Insight is known as Phantasmagoric Construct, an illusory world created through the eye. This technique allows one to plunge even experts surpassing Saint Nine Dan into living hell, a nightmare that they will never awake from. Back then, with this very technique, my teacher, ancient sage Bo Shang, eradicated over 1,000,000 otherworldly demons with just a single glance, creating an undefeatable legend. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible for one to comprehend this realm without being in the ninth netherworld dimension. But in view of the fact that you are leaving in order to save your student, I'll make an exception just for you. As long as you can comprehend the fourth realm, Demon Vanquisher, and decipher the final seal on the Sanctum Head token, I'll grant you an opportunity to comprehend the fifth realm, Sage Kuei said. Thank you, Elder. Zhang Xian clasped his fist and bowed deeply to Sage Kuei. It did not seem likely that he would ever master the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld, but nevertheless, he was still very appreciative of the kindness and opportunity that Sage Kuei had given him. Lineages were important within the master-teacher continent, and those who were willing to go to great lengths for their teacher or students were highly respected. For his student, Zhang Xian was willing to give up on this precious opportunity to master the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld. To a potential sanctum head, this was really a huge sacrifice. Once he left the ninth netherworld dimension, there was a high chance that he would never comprehend the fourth realm of the Eye of Insight, thus missing the opportunity to become the real sanctum head. There's no need to thank me. It's not too difficult to leave this area. You just have to return to the round platform that you were on when you first teleported in and will to leave this area with the Sanctum Head token in hand. You will automatically be teleported out, Sage Kuei said. Thank you. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Without any hesitation, he turned around and walked toward the round platform. He took out his Sanctum Head token and grasped it tightly. Wong. A powerful force tugged at his body, and with a slight jolt, he disappeared from the spot. Watching as Zhang Xian left without the slightest hint of hesitation, Sage Kuei muttered, a teacher should have a compassionate heart. To be willing to give up so much for his student, perhaps he might just be able to lead the Sanctum of Sages to unprecedented heights. Compassion might seem to be of little importance to those in important positions, playing a secondary role to one's capability. However, it was often the mark of a truly great leader, as those with great compassion would find it easier to win others over. Given how the young man before him was able to stick unwaveringly to his beliefs, decisively abandoning all else to protect what he deemed to be the most important to him, he would likely rise to a great height in the future. He might even surpass the many generations of sanctum heads before him, who, unaware of Sage Kuei's high evaluation of him, Zhang Xian found himself crashing onto the floor once more. This time, perhaps because the distance teleported was shorter, he did not feel as much discomfort as before, and the temporal disorientation that he had experienced previously did not come. He shook his head lightly before slowly getting to his feet. When he saw familiar sights in his surroundings, he subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he had thought, he had returned to the Sanctum of Sages. He was currently in the inner sanctum, not too far from Sage Kuei's sculpture, which held vicious upper body. Could it be that the so-called ninth netherworld dimension is actually within Sage Kuei's sculpture? Zhang Xian frowned. Since he had appeared there, the folded space that he had been in should not be too far away. Could it be that it was hidden within the sculpture, just like vicious upper body? Forget it. I should first look for Chenliao to understand the situation regarding Zhaoye first. Knowing that this was no time to allow his mind to wander, he quickly took out the inner sanctum token and walked over to the exit before swiping it in the air lightly. Selah. A rift appeared in space. Zhang Xian walked into the rift and left the inner sanctum. The sun had already set outside, and the sanctum of sages was particularly quiet. This piece felt peculiarly out of place to Zhang Xian, especially considering what he had just encountered in the Zhang clan. He quickly figured out the direction to Chun Liao's residence and flew over. Zhang Shi, you? Chun Liao was astounded by Zhang Xian's sudden arrival. When she sent the message earlier, the young man had still been several million li away. To arrive before her in just a few minutes, even someone as calm as her could not help but be flabbergasted. What happened to Zhao Ye? Zhang Xian asked anxiously. I don't know. Chun Liao shook her head grimly. I was in the midst of my cultivation when I suddenly received that message from the young court chief. I knew that you weren't in the sanctum of sages, so I could only send her message to you via the formation. Unfortunately, the transmission stopped after she'd barely said a few words. From the looks of it, it seemed like Chun Liao was perplexed by the matter as well. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before asking, aside from Zhao Ye's message, is there any news from the Glacier Plain Court? As soon as the transmission from the young court chief was terminated, I immediately sent a message to my sisters in the Glacier Plain Court, but the responses that I received were that everything was fine, and the young court chief hadn't left the Glacier Plain Court, Chun Liao replied. Could it be a false alarm? Impossible. Zhang Xian immediately refuted Chun Liao's guess. He knew Zhao Ye well. She would never call for his help unless she was in a truly dire situation. Something was definitely amiss. Then, what do you plan to do? Chun Liao asked with a frown. To be honest, she was more inclined to believe that the young court chief was still safe. After all, the latter's position was second only to the court chief, so there was no way that the Glacier Plain Court would remain idle if the latter was in danger. Still, given that a cry for help had been sent, it would be foolish to simply shrug the matter off. Zhang Xian pondered in silence for a long while before demanding with narrowed eyes, Bring me to the Glacier Plain Court. You want to go to the Glacier Plain Court? Chun Liao was taken aback. Right now? That's right. Zhang Xian nodded resolutely. But the Glacier Plain Court is several million li away from here. It will take at least a month, even if you ride on a Saint Nine Dan beast. If the young court chief is really in danger, it will be too late by the time we arrive, Chun Liao said. The distance from the Sanctum of Sages to the Glacier Plain Court was further than the distance from there to the Zhang clan. It would take more than a month, and if something had really happened to the young court chief, everything would be over by the time they arrived. A month? Hearing those words, Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly. A month was indeed too long. Since Zhao Ye had sent such an urgent message over, there was no way that she could hang on for that long. However, there was no way for him to cover several million li swiftly, unless... Are there any teleportation formations in the Sanctum of Sages that lead straight to the Glacier Plain Court? Zhang Xian raised his head and asked. Having used a teleportation formation before, he knew that it was possible for it to cover a journey that would usually take a month in just a few breaths. If there was a teleportation formation in the Sanctum of Sages that led to the Glacier Plain Court, he would be able to resolve this conundrum. I'm afraid there aren't. Chun Liao shook her head. The Glacier Plain Court has only constructed teleportation formations to a few powers that it is closer with, and this doesn't include the Sanctum of Sages. In fact, my sisters and I had to take aerial saint beasts over back then. Considering how a teleportation formation would allow a cultivator to instantaneously teleport from one place to another, unless the two powers had close ties with one another, there was no way that they would build a teleportation formation between them. Otherwise, the other party could potentially make use of the teleportation formation to cause harm. Then, what's the closest teleportation location to the Glacier Plain Court from the Sanctum of Sages? Zhang Xian asked. That would be the Yuan clan, but still, it would take half a month from the Yuan clan to get there, Chun Liao said hesitantly. She understood how the young man before her felt, but the Glacier Plain Court was located in the Frosty Lands at the very north of the continent, so there was no way one could get there easily. Half a month. That's still too long. Since you know the specific location of the Glacier Plain Court, is it possible for me to just construct a teleportation formation to take us there directly? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. Chapter 1480 Heaven's Path Teleportation Formation AR, Yuan Tao was in the Yuan clan, so he would not face any problems teleporting into their clan. However, the half a month that it would take to travel from the Yuan clan to the Glacier Plain Court was much too long. Since there was no other more convenient teleportation formation for him to take, why not just construct one? You wish to construct a teleportation formation? Chun Liao was startled by the unexpected suggestion, following which, she shook her head bitterly and said, teleportation formations can only be constructed by real 9-star formation masters, especially since they require a deep comprehension of space in order to build them properly. On top of that, their structure is incredibly intricate, requiring complex calculations that must be perfectly precise. Even the slightest error in a calculation could cause a vast difference in the end result. I have never seen the construction of the teleportation formations in the Glacier Plain Court before, but I have had the opportunity to see how they repaired one. Back then, our Glacier Plain Court hired 3 9-star formation masters, and despite their collaboration, it still took them 3 whole months before they completed the calculations required to calibrate the teleportation formation. Putting aside our lack of strength and comprehension of formations, even if we do have the ability to set up a teleportation formation, there's no way we could build it swiftly. Putting aside everything else, just the calibration of the teleportation formation to the determined destination was enough to take them several months of calculations. For a distance of several million li, the slightest difference in calibration could lead to a massive deviation in the final destination. All in all, with all of these factors at play, the construction of a teleportation formation was bound to be a highly time-consuming project. It would not help their current situation. Otherwise, the Master Teacher Pavilion would have already set up teleportation formations all over the continent. There would not just be a couple of them located in the major powers in the continent, such that most average cultivators had seen them before. 3 months? Zhang Xian felt yet another headache assaulting his already hurting head. If it took that long to repair a formation, its construction was bound to take even longer. Was there really no way for him to reach Xiaoya quickly? Zhang Xian pondered for a long moment before his eyes suddenly lit up. It might take others a long time to complete the calculations required to calibrate the formation, but I should be able to shorten the process significantly. Regardless of what formation one wanted to set up, one would have to first take the environment into account and assess how the formation should best be set up in order to align it with the surroundings before placing down the formation flags. For this reason, setting up formations, especially higher-grade ones, often took formation masters a great deal of time. They had to use their compass to make all kinds of measurement, such as the direction, concentration, gradient of spiritual energy in the surroundings, the effects the surrounding geography would have on the formation, and so on. However, Zhang Xian was different. With his library of Heaven's Path, he would be able to resolve the problems through simple trial and error. There was no need for him to go to great lengths calculating this and that. Since he could do so for other formations, naturally, he would also be able to do the same for teleportation formations. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xian decided to dive straight to action. Let's go. We're heading to the Hall of Erudition. I'm going to see if there are any books relating to teleportation formations that I can refer to. It would be best if I can set one up, but if that fails, I'll just have to find another solution, he said. Study? Right now? Chun Liao asked with twitching lips. Putting aside how difficult it would be to set up a teleportation formation, just the manipulation of space required for its construction was more than enough to leave any ordinary formation master utterly helpless. Was it not a little too late to start studying? Instead of pursuing something futile, would it not have been much wiser to set out that instant? We have no time to waste. Hurry up. Without explaining anything, Zhang Xian took the lead and walked out. He had been to the Formation Master Guild branch in the Hall of Erudition once and even taken the 8-star Formation Master examination there, so he knew the route there very well. While Chun Liao had no idea what Zhang Xian was thinking, she knew that everything he did was to save their young court chief, so she eventually chose to follow him as well. It did not take long before the two of them were standing before Elder Su of the Formation Master Guild. Elder Su was the person who had supervised his 8-star Formation Master examination back then, so he was still a more familiar figure to Zhang Xian. Elder Su, I would like to browse through books relating to teleportation formations. May I ask if there are such books in the Formation Master Guild? Zhang Xian revealed the purpose of his sudden visit. Teleportation formations have always been an important research topic for the Sanctum of Sages. In fact, during Sage Kuei's era, the Sanctum of Sages was even reputed to be the #1 authority in this field. He has left behind many books regarding the topic, and if you wish to browse through them, I can take you there. Elder Su nodded. Zhang Xian was already an 8-star formation master, so he was qualified to look through those books. I'll be troubling Elder Su then. Zhang Xian clasped his fist. It did not take long before they arrived in the library. Heading in the direction that Elder Su had pointed toward, Zhang Xian soon saw multiple shelves storing countless books relating to teleportation formations. The Sanctum of Sages had never lacked geniuses, and while the field of teleportation formations was particularly profound, there were still plenty of talented individuals studying the subject, hoping to further it. As such, there were many books relating to how a teleportation formation could be set up, how the location could be calibrated, how the space should be manipulated, and so on. Zhang Xian swiftly swept his gaze through those books and collected them into the library of Heaven's Path. Compile. A new book materialized, and Zhang Xian quickly flipped it open. Heaven's Path Teleportation Formation Art. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps because there were ample books in there, he managed to compile the Heaven's Path Teleportation Formation Art. Tapping his finger lightly on it, the knowledge immediately flowed into his head, assimilating with his previous understanding of formations. Previously, he had already finished browsing through all 8-star Formation Master books, which granted him knowledge of formations that was on par with 9-star primary Formation Masters. On top of that, his mastery of the heavenly art of dimension unravel had also reached the 3rd realm. Thus, while teleportation formations was a rather difficult subject for most to comprehend, he did not have much trouble understanding its content. It did not take long before he fully grasped the Heaven's Path Teleportation Formation Art. Knowing that he was ready, he quickly walked out of the library, and after finding Elder Su, he asked, "Elder Su, do you have any grade 9 formation flags on hand? I would like to borrow them." Teleportation formations were all grade 9 formations, so naturally, they required grade 9 formation flags in order to set up. "I don't have any grade 9 formation flags on me." Elder Su shook his head and apologized. He was only an 8-star formation master, so how could he possibly have any grade 9 formation flags on hand? "Do you happen to know of anyone who has grade 9 formation flags?" Zhang Xian asked. "Grade 9 formation flags." Elder Su pondered for a moment before replying. "If I'm not mistaken, our deputy sanctum head, Zhan Shi, should have some. Other than that, I'm afraid I don't really know anyone else who has them." "Zhan Shi?" Zhang Xian nodded slowly. He had met Zhan Shi once. Back then, he had just cleared the Master Teacher Tower, and the other party had taken him into the Inner Sanctum and given him his Inner Sanctum token. Considering how he was a Saint 9 Dan expert and the Deputy Sanctum head, it did make sense for all of the grade 9 formation flags of the Sanctum of Sages to be with him. After all, others did not even possess the strength to control them. In the past, the Sanctum of Sages had been an extremely powerful organization with plenty of 9-star master teachers in its ranks. However, due to the lack of a powerful Sanctum head to lead them for many years, it had declined greatly, such that it could not compete with the more powerful sage clans in terms of absolute strength. Nevertheless, its rich heritage, vast connections, and the very fact that it was a direct subsidiary of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters still gave the Sanctum of Sages a lot of influence and authority in the Master Teacher continent. Swiftly making sense of the situation, Zhang Xian asked, "Elder Su, I'm really grateful for your help today. Do you know where the Deputy Sanctum Head is at the moment?" "He should be in the Sanctum Head Hall. You can try looking for him there," Elder Su said with a smile. "Very well." Zhang Xian called for Chen Liao, and the both of them swiftly headed over to the Sanctum Head Hall. However, barely before he took flight, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation over his entire body. He quickly sidestepped in midair. Tzila. Barely after he did so, the space where he was standing before was suddenly ripped open by a surge of sword chi. The sword chi surged straight for the ground, tearing out a deep gorge. "I'm going to kill you." Following which, an infuriated bellow echoed. Taken aback, Zhang Xian quickly turned his head over, only to see a young man standing not too far away, glaring at him with infernos blazing in his eyes. "Luo Xianqing, are you insane?" Zhang Xian bellowed furiously. Chapter 1481. Luo Xuanqing's Wrath. The person who had assaulted him was none other than his future brother-in-law, Luo Xianqing. Before he went to the Zhang clan, he had helped Luo Xianqing deal with his lightning tribulation, and as a show of trust in him, the latter had also confided in him his plans to assassinate him and tried to entrust the task to him. They had been as close as real brothers then. Why would Luo Xianqing suddenly turn against him now? If not for his recent breakthrough, which allowed him to dodge swiftly, he might have sustained heavy injuries by now. "Die!" Luo Xianqing bellowed. Boom! With a deafening roar, Luo Xianqing flitted forward like a streak of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, his punch was already right before Zhang Xian. He had already reinforced his dimension, sundering realm cultivation completely, allowing him to call forth far greater strength than before. For one, the sheer might of his strength had compressed the space so much that Zhang Xian felt as if someone had lifted a metal sheet and was hurling it at him. "Are you out of your mind?" Zhang Xian did not expect the other party to make a move on him without any hesitation, using such a vicious technique toward him. His hair immediately stood on end. At this moment, he had not fully fused his primordial spirit and physical body together, and if not for his tenacity pushing him on, he would have already fainted. While he had recovered sufficiently to move about, he could only summon a fifth of his original strength in his current state. Thus, he had no choice but to evade Luo Xuanqing's attack. Pacha! Barely after he had dodged, a resounding explosion echoed, and another spatial rift was torn open where he had been standing at previously. Luo Xuanqing's Saint 8 Dan cultivation, paired together with the innate comprehension of space due to his Luo clan bloodline, granted him tremendous fighting prowess. Even ordinary Saint 8 Dan pinnacle experts would not stand a chance against him. Sila. Despite his strike missing, Luo Xianqing continued rushing at Zhang Xian, launching attack after attack frenziedly. His silhouette seemed to be weaving through the very fabric of space, shockingly moving at a speed faster than even the heaven's path movement art. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing right before Zhang Xian once more, not giving the latter any chance to take a breather. "I wanted the Zhang clan because I had something up. I really didn't have time to kill your target for you." Thinking that Luo Xianqing was angry at him for not helping him assassinate himself, Zhang Xian anxiously tried to explain himself as he dodged from side to side. Unfortunately, the explanation only seemed to have provoked Luo Xianqing further. "After seducing my younger sister, how dare you act as if nothing is wrong at all? You shameless cad. You be **starred. Luo Xianqing roared angrily as he thrust both of his palms toward Zhang Xian. Puha! In that instant, Zhang Xian felt the surrounding space collapsing on him, rendering him immobile. If not for his current condition, he definitely would have been able to break Luo Xuanqing's spatial seal even with his phantasmal space realm pinnacle cultivation. However, the giddiness plaguing his head was already making it an arduous task for him to remain in the sky. He was in no position to protect himself. Pong! A punch sunk into Zhang Xian's chest, causing his face to turn pale. He was rammed right into the ground, creating a huge pit beneath him. "Please, I'm begging you all, don't fight here, all right? We have just fixed this place." Elder Su cried desperately as he watched the battle between the two. The Formation Master Guild would be destroyed each time the King of Destruction descended upon them. It was one thing if the two of them had gone there to take an examination, but why the heck did they have to choose to fight there? Just how in the world did our Formation Master Guild offended the two of you for you to do this to us? Paying no heed to Elder Su's cries, after punching Zhang Xian into the ground, Luo Xianqing pushed himself against thin air and whizzed right toward him once more. Pong 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 pong. It was as if Luo Xuanqing's arms had multiplied into 8. Countless punches just kept raining down upon Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was completely incapable of dodging the punches at all. Under the furious barrage of attacks, blood spurted from his lips. "Stop it! Are you insane?" Zhang Xian hurriedly drove his shanqi to heal his wounds as he bellowed angrily. Just how had he hit Luo Xuanqing's nerves this time around? They had parted on a good note, so why would the other party suddenly assault him as if a madman without saying a single word at all? Insane? If I'm insane, you are the one who has driven me so. With reddened eyes, Luo Xuanqing charged forward and sent a kick toward Zhang Xian. You. Knowing that he would sustain severe injuries if he was hit, Zhang Xian suppressed his giddiness and waved his hand. Boom! The space before him collapsed slightly, warping Luo Xuanqing's kick away from him. While he might only be at phantasmal space realm pinnacle, as one who had cultivated the heavens path divine art and the heavenly art of dimension unravel, he was already able to go toe-to-toe with ordinary dimension sundering realm pinnacle experts. As powerful as Luo Xuanqing was, if he used his Eye of Insight and Library of Heaven's Path, the other party would not stand a chance at all. Pada! Luo Xuanqing's kick ended up striking the ground, sending a massive tremor through the earth as a huge crater was formed on the spot. After missing his strike, Luo Xuanqing huddled his body together and rammed it right toward Zhang Xian. Pong! Zhang Xian wanted to dodge, but another sudden bout of dizziness caused his reaction to be delayed, resulting in him being struck squarely in his chest. Hong long long. As if a steel plow, he rolled several rounds on the ground, tearing a gorge several dozen meters long. A sweet sensation welled up at the back of his throat, and yet another mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth. After spurting the blood, Zhang Xian suddenly froze on the spot, seemingly realizing something. There was no doubt that Luo Xuanqing's attacks were very powerful, and the words that he had said were also filled with anger toward him, but Zhang Xian found that the other party's attacks were, in fact, superficial. The impact of his blows did not sink deep into his body to puncture his organs and ruin his physiological functions. In other words, he would only sustain external injuries from the assault, and this was far from sufficient to claim his life. Furthermore, his attacks also seemed to be hastening the fusion between my body and my primordial spirit. On top of that, Zhang Xian also realized that Luo Xuanqing's attacks were highly beneficial to him. The two heavy blows that he had sustained had alleviated the giddiness in his head significantly, and his body did not feel as heavy and hard to maneuver as before. It looks like he isn't really trying to kill me. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief as he no longer tried his best to dodge Luo Xuanqing's attacks. At the same time, he could not help but become even more bewildered as to what Luo Xuanqing was up to. Pong 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 pong. As Zhang Xian was not dodging anymore, all of Luo Xuanqing's attacks fell squarely on his body. While the powerful might striking his body caused him excruciating pain, his overpowered primordial spirit was also slowly fusing together with his physical body once more, alleviating the discomfort and heaviness he felt. Every single move that Luo Xuanqing has executed harnesses the energy of space, and it's precisely this energy that is resolving the incompatibility between my body and my primordial spirit. Zhang Xian was able to swiftly make sense of the situation. It might not have been an intentional action on Luo Xuanqing's part, but perhaps due to his Luo clan bloodline, every single strike of his caused some spatial energy to seep into his body, which aided in pushing for the fusion. He had been deliberating over this problem for a very long time, not knowing how to resolve it, but who could have thought that suffering a beating from Luo Xuanqing would actually be the key to it? All along, he had been the one to pummel others in order to treat them of their ailments. What goes around does come around after all. Pong pong pong. Soon, upon seeing that Zhang Xian had been completely disfigured from his pummeling, the heavily panting Luo Xuanqing finally came to a halt. It had to be said that Zhang Xian was really resilient to beating. He had expended all of his strength punching that fellow, but even at the end of it, that fellow was still standing as if nothing had happened at all. From the looks of it, that fellow's defenses were at least on par with Yuan Zhao's. Stretching his fatigued body, he lay down on the rubble not too far away from where Zhang Xian was. You must make sure to treat my younger sister well. If I ever learn that you have let her down, I'll make sure to kill you with my own hands. Why you? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in shock. Chapter 1482 Luo Xianqing. It was just a moment ago when he had still been wondering which screw was loose in Luo Xuanqing's head to suddenly pummel him relentlessly like that. But those words had cleared all doubts in his mind. It was not that Luo Xuanqing's violent streak was acting up once more, but that he had found out about the relationship between Luo Ruoxin and him. He had thought of telling Luo Xianqing about this matter in the past, but every single time, he would stop at the final moment because he had no idea how he should broach the subject. Yet, to think that the other party would actually find out about it himself. In that moment, he was so shocked that it felt as if his mind would blow up. Just as he was about to ask how Luo Xianqing found out about that matter, it suddenly dawned on him that Luo Xianqing had already stumbled onto the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy lead. It would not be too hard to trace him down from there, especially since he was the principal. Xianqing I. Abruptly placed in such a situation, Zhang Xian had no idea what he should say. It was true that he had gotten close with Luo Xianqing in order to get to Luo Ruoxin, so it was understandable that he would be unhappy to learn of his ulterior motive. The other party had thought of him as a true friend, but it turned out that he was only getting close to him in order to flirt with his younger sister. Who would be happy about that? My younger sister's talents are both a gift and a cursing. Throughout her life, she has never met anyone whom she could truly call a friend. While the entire Luo clan treats her well and respects her, it's that attitude of theirs that created an invisible boundary between her and the others, effectively isolating her. Every night, I would see her sitting alone on the roof, watching her gaze at the starry night sky. You can't even begin to imagine how forlorn her profile looked. Despite being her elder brother, I was unable to assuage the loneliness she felt, so I could only use all of my strength to protect her and offer her the best. I have always thought that her loneliness would dissipate once she found someone whom she loves, and I have always envisioned the person whom she would fancy to be someone stronger than her, possessing astounding capabilities unmatched by anyone else in the world. But who would have thought that she would end up choosing you? Paying no heed to Zhang Xian's shock, Luo Xianqing gazed deeply at the starry sky above and muttered to himself, "I." Zhang Xian scratched his head awkwardly. Indeed, when he first got together with Luo Ruoxin, the latter's cultivation had been far above his, such that it would be no exaggeration to say that they were from two entirely different worlds. To this day, he still could not say that he was worthy of her. But one's feelings simply did not obey rational logic. The fondness that he felt for Luo Ruoxin would not vanish just because of the gap in their standing. In fact, from the moment that he first set eyes on her, he had felt an inexplicable feeling of intimacy to her, as if they were meant to be. It took only an instant to realize that she was the missing piece that he had been looking for his entire life, and he would never feel whole without her. I have been thinking about this matter over the past few days. My younger sister really likes you, and the notion of you getting together with her doesn't seem as revolting as I thought it would be. At the very least, I'm familiar with you. While you do get into trouble often, you tend to be unreliable at times. Your words sound like a pile of dog sh*t, and you are doltish at times. On the whole, I'm still quite satisfied with your capabilities. Luo Xianqing continued. Black lines streaked across Zhang Xian's face. Big bro, are you praising or berating me? Get into trouble often? To think that I would hear such words from the likes of your mouth. Unreliable? How am I unreliable? You are the one who is unreliable. Also, my words sound like a pile of dog sh*t, and I am doltish at times? You are the one who is doltish. It's a known fact that my younger sister has successfully assimilated the Dimension Silencer and is the #1 genius of the Luo clan. Even compared to the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, he's lacking in comparison. Not only so, her looks are also top-notch, almost as if she was the favored one of the heavens. But I know that she isn't happy. A heavy responsibility weighs down her shoulders, and no matter how she struggles, she's unable to free herself of the constraints fate has shackled on her, Luo Xianqing said with a heavy voice. If she's unable to struggle free out of the shackles of fate, then at the very least, I hope that she will be granted the joys of a passionate love. I want her to be with someone she loves, and not someone she's engaged to. Hearing the thoughts of his future brother-in-law, Zhang Xian said, I understand. Don't worry about the engagement, I'll deal with it. As long as the young prodigy did not appear, the Zhang clan would be dispatching Zhang Jiuxiao for the engagement. Given the fact that Zhang Jiuxiao was his student, it would be for him to decide whether the engagement went ahead or not. So, there would not be much of a problem regarding that. Unless the shameless young prodigy appeared at that moment. You'll deal with it? How do you intend to deal with it? Luo Xinqing scoffed. If the engagement could be resolved that easily, given my younger sister's strength, she would have broken free of it by herself. Would she be placed in such a quandary over it? I don't understand. If your younger sister doesn't will for it, she could always choose not to marry. Why is this such an issue? Zhang Xian asked. He could understand that it was political marriage with much on the line, but if both the groom and the bride refused to marry, surely the marriage would be called off. What was so difficult about this matter? It seems like you are really unaware of it. This marriage isn't just a simple political marriage between both clans. More important than that, at this point, Luo Xinqing suddenly paused. A moment later, he shook his head and said, "Forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. I once promised the elders in my clan that I would kill the man whom my younger sister loves, but you are simply too strong. So, it's not that I didn't try to kill you, but that I'm unable to do it. Thus, I have not ignored the order from my clan." Zhang Xian was dazed. In the end, the reason the other party seemed so desperate to kill him was because of the orders from his clan. It would be best if he could accomplish his mission, but if he could not do it, there was nothing that could be done. However, since I was able to uncover your identity, it shouldn't be too difficult for the elders in the clan to find out about it as well. I do not hope to see the person my younger sister likes to die so young. Luo Xinqing stood up and placed his hands behind his back. She told me to take care of you and not allow you to come to harm. Your strength is currently not beneath mine, so it's already beyond my capability to take care of you. However, you have to know that powerful clans possess many means to deal with a person. Be careful. Thank you for your reminder. Zhang Xian clasped his hand. Were it anyone else, he would have long let out the Inferno Qilin and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. There was no way that he would have allowed the other party to beat him up like that. With these two saint beasts on his side, even the experts of the Luo clan would have difficulty killing him. Even in the worst-case scenario, he would still be able to escape. Don't die, Luo Xinqing muttered before dashing ahead, disappearing into the night sky. Geez. Zhang Xian shook his head as he used his Shunqi to swiftly heal his injuries before slowly standing up. He knew just how much Luo Xinqing doted on his younger sister, so upon hearing that a person whom he had trusted so deeply turned out to be his younger sister's lover, it was no wonder he was so furious. For someone as hot-tempered as Luo Xinqing, it must have taken a lot of self-restraint for him to hold himself back so much. Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly and muttered, "Don't worry, I'll definitely treat Ruoxin well. I won't let the slightest harm come to her." No matter how much effort he would have to put in, as long as he could be together with Luo Ruoxin in the end, he would not utter a single word of complaint. This was his promise to Luo Xinqing, as well as his promise to Luo Ruoxin and himself. "You are good brother," Zhang Xian said. Between his responsibilities to the clan and his younger sister, he eventually chose to side with her younger sister. Such an action could be considered a betrayal to the Luo clan, and as someone who had grown up as the young master of the Luo clan, this was definitely not an easy decision to make. All right, I should get to looking for Zhang Shi now. After resting for a moment, Zhang Xian finally recovered fully from his injuries. Without any hesitation, he flew straight for the Sanctum Head Hall. Chapter 1483. You should stay here for a while. In the Sanctum Head Hall, Zhang Shi was pacing around with a tight frown on his forehead. "Elder Go, how do you view this matter?" In the main hall, an elder was seated in one of the chairs, holding a communication jade token in his hands with an unreadable expression on his face. The head of the Hall of Integrity, Elder Go. Zhang Wuheng has led the Zhang clan for many years, and he's very particular about the Zhang clan's reputation on the Master Teacher continent. Since he passed a decree in his capacity as the first elder, Zhang Xian must have really done something unforgivable to the Zhang clan, Elder Gu said severely. They had some formal ties with the first elder of the Zhang clan, and they knew the latter to be a rational and dignified individual. For him to fly into such a rage and send a message to them overnight, even requesting for their help to apprehend Zhang Xian, it seemed like that fellow had raised quite a storm in the Zhang clan this time around. I am of the same view as you, but no matter what, he's still Yang Shi's student, Zhang Shi said with a frown. So what if he's Yang Shi's student? All are equal in the eyes of the law. Back then, when Kang Shi's direct disciple made a grave mistake, he was also punished before the crowd. As talented as Zhang Xian may be, I think his arrogance is clear for us all to see. Just look at what he has done in his time here. I'm not in the least surprised that he would wreak havoc in the Zhang clan. Since Elder Wu Heng has already made this request of us, why don't we help him apprehend Zhang Xian? This way, not only will we be able to win the Zhang clan's favor, it'll also show the impartiality of our Sanctum of Sages in not blindly siding with our students, Elder Gu said. What you have said does make some sense. While I'm still not too sure what Zhang Xian has done in the Zhang clan, we can't just one-sidedly cover up for him. For the time being, you should dispatch some men to investigate what happened at the Zhang clan, as well as whether Zhang Xian has really utilized some means of teleportation that allowed him to secretly return to the Sanctum of Sages. Also, if you catch sight of Zhang Xian, apprehend him right away. No matter what, we have to offer an explanation to the Zhang clan, so we can't let him slip away at this point in time, Zhang Shi instructed. Previously, he had thought that Zhang Xian might be a potential candidate to becoming the Sanctum head, but the investigation over the past month had left him more and more convinced that it would be Feng Zi instead. Given so, there was no point offending the powerful Zhang clan over a mere Zhang Xian, especially given the weakened state that the Sanctum of Sages was in. All right, I'll have it done. Elder Gu nodded as he got to his feet, preparing to head out. However, at this moment, knocking suddenly sounded on the door. Is Zhang Shi inside? I am Zhang Xian, and I have something that I need your help with. Zhang Xian? He actually came knocking of his own accord? The two elders glanced at one another in astonishment. That fellow was way too gutsy. It was just a moment ago that they had been discussing how they should go about apprehending that lad when he suddenly came rushing over in the next moment. Given how he was able to escape from right beneath Elder Wu Heng's nose, he must possess some kind of extraordinary technique. Later on, I'll try to sound him out to see if things are really as Elder Wu Heng made them out to be. If it's proven true, I want you to quickly control the formation in this room so as to prevent him from getting away, all right? Zhang Shi sent a telepathic message to Elder Gu. Elder Gu quickly nodded in response. After swiftly sorting out their plans, Zhang Shi spoke up with a slightly louder voice. Please enter. Jia. The door opened, and Zhang Xian walked in. Zhang Shi, Elder Gu. Zhang Xian was slightly surprised to see that Elder Gu was around as well, but he did not neglect to greet the latter. After trading some pleasantries, Zhang Shi looked at Zhang Xian intently and asked, May I know the reason behind your late-night visit? I am currently studying 9-star formations, and I am having some trouble procuring grade 9 formation flags to test out a formation. I heard that Zhang Shi is adept in formations, so I came over hoping to get some from you. If it's required, I don't mind paying any price to purchase them, Zhang Xian said. Grade 9 formations flags? I do have some with me, and if Zhang Shi really needs them, it's not a problem for me to give them to you either. Just that. Zhang Shi directed a doubtful look toward Zhang Xian before continuing. Grade 9 formations require some degree of spatial manipulation in order to set up, so they are exceptionally difficult to construct. Considering Zhang Shi's current cultivation realm, you should still be unable to utilize them, right? Grade 9 formations exploited the secrets of space, allowing the formation master to create spaces that were entirely isolated from the environment, thus granting a larger variety of effects. In order to be able to set up even the simplest grade 9 formation, one's cultivation had to be at St. 9 Dan at the very minimum. Zhang Shi had studied grade 9 formations for over 100 years now, but even so, it was highly difficult for him to set up the most basic of grade 9 formations. Considering how the young man before him had only recently cleared his 8-star formation master examination, as well as the fact that his cultivation was still far from reaching St. 9 Dan, it seemed a little too early for him to start trying to set up grade 9 formations. I just want to try out some of my theories that I thought of in a moment of inspiration. I'm not expecting immediate success, Zhang Xian replied with a smile. While he did learn Heaven's Path teleportation formation art, due to the limitations of his cultivation and a complete lack of experience in the field of teleportation formations, he was not so naive as to think that he would be able to succeed on the first attempt. At the very least, he felt that it would take 2 or 3 tries before he succeeded. It's always good to explore new things. Thinking that Zhang Xian was serious about learning and researching, Zhang Shi nodded in approval as he picked up his teacup and sipped on it. There are roughly 100 basic grade 9 formations. May I know which one Zhang Shi is studying at the moment? As you know, the effects of formation flags can differ greatly due to their properties, and it would be a disaster if the formation flags rebounded on you while you were constructing the formation. Due to the immense power that grade 9 formations wielded, it was important to pay careful attention while treading around it. The slightest mistake could lead to the massive power it harnessed running amok. So at the very least, the preparatory work should be as perfect as it could get so as to avoid a disaster. Regarding that, I intend to set up a teleportation formation, Zhang Xian said. Teleportation formation? Taken aback, Zhang Shi nearly spurted tea out of his mouth. Looking at Zhang Xian as if he was looking at a monster, he exclaimed in shock, teleportation formations are difficult to learn, even by the standards of grade 9 formations. Are you sure that you're going to start with that? Teleportation formations could be further divided into various other levels, such as the transmission of information, long-distance projection of images, teleportation of non-living beings, and last but not least, the teleportation of living beings. Transmission of information was at the most basic level. Those 3-star to 4-star formation masters who specialized in this field would be able to construct them. As for projection of images, that would require a 6-star or 7-star formation master at the minimum. The teleportation of non-living beings was slightly harder, but 8-star formation masters who specialized in that field should be able to pull it off with sufficient effort. And as for the teleportation of living beings, there were simply too many factors that one had to pay attention to, especially since the teleportation conditions had to be carefully controlled so that the person teleporting would not be injured. Even 9-star formation masters would have trouble coping with the many issues that could arise from the construction of a teleportation formation, let alone a phantasmal space realm 8-star formation master like the young man before him. It was just like a person who had not even learned to walk yet was attempting to spread his wings and soar into the sky. Noticing the incredulous look on Zhang Shi's face, Zhang Xian swiftly explained, I actually possess exceptional sensitivity towards spatial laws, and I have spent quite some time studying the topic. It's because I've met a bottleneck in my studies that I would like to try setting it up so as to verify some of my hypotheses. He could not reveal the existence of the Heaven's Path formation art, so he could only use such vague terms to pass it off. Exceptional sensitivity towards spatial laws? Zhang Shi and Elder Gu traded glances before nodding inconspicuously. They had still been harboring some doubts toward the message that they had received from Zhang Wuheng earlier, but considering the conversation about teleportation formations, it might just be true that the young man had teleported back into the Sanctum of Sages to flee from the Zhang clan. This was especially so given Zhang Xian's abrupt arrival. Based on what they knew, the young man should have been in the Zhang clan at that moment, and that was at least a month's journey away from the Sanctum of Sages. Thus, Zhang Shi paused for a brief moment before asking, Right? Didn't you head to the Zhang clan a while back? Did Jian Qinxing not return with you? I had some urgent matters to attend to, so I came back in advance. Elder Jian should be coming back very soon, Zhang Xian replied. Urgent matters? Is this relating to the Zhang clan? Zhang Shi asked with a frown. Knowing that it would be impossible for him to conceal the conflict with the Zhang clan, Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before admitting, I did get into a conflict with the Zhang clan, but I'll resolve it once I manage to clear the urgent matters I have at hand. It's good that you intend to resolve the conflict with the Zhang clan. Seeing that the matter had been verified, Zhang Shi did not hesitate to take action. But my apologies, Zhang Shi. I'll need you to remain here for the time being. As he said those words, he waved his hand and swiftly sealed the space in the room. Zhang Xian found his body being locked in place, unable to move in the slightest. Chapter 1484 I am really not free. What do you mean by this? feeling his entire body being bound in place, as if shackled with heavy chains. Zhang Xian's face darkened. He would have understood it if Zhang Shi had refused to lend him any grade 9 formation flags. But what did the latter mean by making a move on him? The first elder of the Zhang clan, Zhang Wuheng, has sent a message over, requesting for the Sanctum of Sages to hand you over for wreaking havoc in their territory. I thought that there might be some misunderstandings, but since you have admitted to it, I'm afraid that it's our responsibility to hand you over to the Zhang clan to face the consequences for your actions, Zhang Shi said. Rest assured, though, since you are a student of the Sanctum of Sages, we'll definitely try our best to protect you. It's also with you in mind that we chose such a course of action. The Zhang clan is a behemoth on the master-teacher continent, and the longer you drag this matter on, the more unlikely it'll be for you to reconcile with them. You should take this opportunity to resolve the conflict with them once and for all. Elder Gu and I will be helping you by the sidelines. The first elder of the Zhang clan? Zhang Xian frowned. Pardon me, but I still have some matters that I need to attend to, so I don't have time to wait for them to come over. Zhao Ye's life was at stake, so there was no time to be lost. Otherwise, he would not have teleported back using the Sanctum head token. All in all, he had already wasted more than 10 minutes there. A second wasted meant a second longer Zhao Ye would be danger. If he did not rush, he would regret it for life if something were to really happen to Zhao Ye. Besides, the conflict between him and the Zhang clan was not something that could be resolved with just a couple of words. Zhang Shi might have been the deputy head of the Sanctum of Sages, but even his words would not be strong enough to resolve the situation. Hearing Zhang Xian's obstinate words, Elder Gu harumphed. That isn't up to you. Whether you like it or not, you will be waiting here obediently till the Zhang clan arrives. As he spoke, he flicked out his wrist and whipped out a rope, which tied Zhang Xian up real tight. I assure you too that I won't implicate the Sanctum of Sages in the conflict between the Zhang clan and me, and I'll pay a visit to the Zhang clan in the near future to resolve the conflict. For the time being, I really have urgent matters to attend to, so I ask of you two to let me off, Zhang Xian said anxiously. No matter what kind of urgent matters you have at hand, you won't be going anywhere till the problem with the Zhang clan is resolved, Zhang Shi replied sternly. Elder Go, take him down for the moment. I'll inform Elder Wuheng right now to send his men over. Yes, Elder Gu nodded. With a pull, the rope tied around Zhang Xian immediately tightened, sinking into his flesh. Since you aren't going to let me off, I'll have to beg your pardon for what I'm about to do. Seeing that the other party had their minds set on sending him over to the Zhang clan, not leaving any room for discussion at all, Zhang Xian knew that it was meaningless for him to say anything else. Shaking his head, he said, Inferno Qilin, I'll be leaving them to you. Hong Long. The next moment, an Inferno Qilin appeared before everyone's eyes. The moment that it appeared, a powerful burst of flames gushed outward, leaving the room feeling as if it was a furnace. With just a light flick of its hoof, the rope binding Zhang Xian fell to the floor. Hula! After cutting the rope, the Inferno Qilin's powerful hoof thrust forward once more. Pong! Pong! Before Zhang Shi and Elder Gu could even react to the situation, they were smashed right into the wall, plastered to it as if a lizard. A powerful impact reverberated through their bodies as fresh blood trickled down their lips. The Inferno Qilin was a Saint Nine Dan pinnacle beast possessing the ancient Qilin bloodline, and it possessed strength far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. While it had sustained considerable damage in its fight with the first elder earlier, even in its wounded state, it was still an adversary far beyond the means of Zhang Shi and Elder Gu to deal with. Not expecting the young man to bring out such a powerful tamed beast, Zhang Shi's face immediately turned livid. He swiftly tapped on the space ahead of him as he bellowed, Activate! Wong! The formation in the room swiftly whirled into action. A powerful pressure crushed down from the surroundings, suppressing the Inferno Qilin tightly. They had planned to use this formation to trap Zhang Xian, but it seemed like they would have to deal with this massive fellow before deciding anything. If they allowed the beast to run rampage, it would not be long before the Sanctum of Sages was reduced to dust. Roar! Trapped in the formation, the Inferno Qilin released a furious bellow. It swept its tail forth with formidable force, but its tail was swiftly impeded with spatial ripples in the air. The formation in the Sanctum Head Hall was something left behind by their ancestors, and its might was not to be underestimated. As powerful as the Inferno Qilin was, it was still unable to struggle free of its restraints in the short term. Capture Zhang Xian first. Once we subdue him, his tamed beast won't dare to do anything. Zhang Shi bellowed furiously. Knowing that they would not stand a chance once the Inferno Qilin struggled free from the formation, he immediately rushed forward to grab Zhang Xian and hold him hostage. As the saying went, to take down a den of bandits, subdue the chief first. No matter how powerful the Inferno Qilin was, it was still nothing more than a tamed beast. Once its master was taken hostage, there would be nothing that it could do. Humph. It was already enough for him to come under attack from the elders of the Zhang clan, but to think that even the elders of the Sanctum of Sages would be so eager to apprehend him. With an ireful wave of his hand, he commanded coldly, "Take down those two fellows." Who? The next moment, the netherworld azure dragon beast materialized and grabbed forward. Pong, pong. Zhang Shi and Elder Gu were swiftly sent flying once more. Saint Nine Dan? Wasn't it at Saint Eight Dan Pinnacle just a month ago? Elder Gu widened his eyes in horror. He had experienced the frightening strength of the netherworld azure dragon beast once before, but back then, it had only been at Saint Eight Dan Pinnacle. How did it manage to make a breakthrough in just a single month? There was a nearly unbridgeable rift between Saint Eight Dan and Saint Nine Dan. This final step was one that was exceptionally difficult to make, but once a cultivator managed to pass the threshold, their fighting prowess would be at a whole new level. Elder Gu was not the only one shocked. Zhang Shi also felt as if his head was exploding, as if he was going mad. It was already a shocker to see that Zhang Xian had a Saint Nine Dan beast with him, but to bring out two at once. Just how in the world did he tame those beasts? It was no wonder he could wreak havoc in the Zhang clan and still manage to get away scot-free. With just these two saint beasts, it would be difficult for the ordinary guards of the Zhang clan to stop him. Hold it right there. However, knowing that this was not the time to be shocked, Zhang Shi flicked his wrist and wielded his sword. With just a simple slash, a barrage of sword chi had already burst forth, sealing the movements of the netherworld azure dragon beast. It was initially planning on charging forth to continue the pummeling, but under the onslaught of sword chi heading its way, it could only stop and defend against it for the time being. The netherworld azure dragon beast had only reached Saint Nine Dan recently, whereas Zhang Shi had already been in this realm for many years. Not to mention, he even wielded his sword and used a battle technique, so the fight ended in a stalemate for the time being. Don't bother too much with them. Help the Inferno Qilin break free of the formation first. Strike there. Knowing that the netherworld azure dragon beast was at a disadvantage strength-wise, Zhang Xian quickly issued an instruction while pointing to a certain location in the room. Knowing the severity of the situation, the netherworld azure dragon beast also hurriedly rammed its way toward the area that Zhang Xian had pointed out, and with a powerful whip of its tail, it struck the spot with absolute precision. Pacha! A crisp echo sounded in the air, followed by intense tremors. The trapped Inferno Qilin swiftly tore free of the formation, and at the same time, the Sanctum Head Hall succumbed to the pressure and began collapsing. As soon as it was free from its restraints, the Inferno Qilin immediately launched a vicious counterattack, as if to cleanse itself of the humiliation that it had just suffered. With a ferocious roar, it rammed right through Zhang Shi's defensive swordsmanship, and raising its hoof, it thrust it down forcefully on the two elders. Pada! Pada! Zhang Shi and Elder Gu hurriedly raised their arms to cushion the blow, but the colossal strength behind the hoof was too much for them to bear. Their backs gradually bent under the astounding might as the creaking of bones sounded in the air, ready to snap at any moment. Saint beasts had always possessed an advantage in terms of strength over cultivators of the same tier. This included even the powerful combat masters, let alone them. Sensing that he was swiftly reaching his limit, Elder Gu bellowed, "Zhang Xian, do you know what you are doing? This is the Sanctum of Sages, the root of countless powerful experts. Do you understand the consequences of laying your hands on a deputy sanctum head and an elder? Don't let your own recklessness compel you to make a decision that you'll regret for life. Chapter 1485 Surrender or Die. Hearing that Elder Gu wanted to pin such a heinous crime on him, Zhang Xian could not help but scoff on the inside. Nevertheless, he still waved his hand and ordered, Inferno Qilin, stop. As awful as Elder Ji's words sounded, they also made sense. The Sanctum of Sages was the highest academy on the Master Teacher continent. Even though its standing was not on par with the Master Teacher Pavilion, and its strength had declined over time, its prestige and rallying power were still not to be underestimated. In the first place, making a move on the incumbent deputy sanctum head and an elder could already be considered an extremely contemptible action. If it were to be known that he had severely wounded or even killed them, he could be making himself an enemy of the entire upper echelon of the Master Teacher continent. Roar. Upon hearing the command, as infuriated as the Inferno Qilin was, it did not dare go against Zhang Xian's order. Thus, it reluctantly retracted its hoof and backed off. Zhang Shi and Elder Gu heaved a deep sigh of relief. It was only at this moment that they suddenly realized that their robes were completely soaked in sweat. Had the Inferno Qilin continued its attack, even if they walked out of there alive, they could have ended up being crippled for life. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian suppressed his emotions before stepping forward and clasping his fist. It's not my intention to make a move on the two of you. However, I really do have urgent matters to attend to, and I can't afford to waste any time. I beg your pardon for this. He was deeply displeased by Zhang Shi and Elder Ji's actions, but this was not the time for him to fall out completely with them. The Zhang clan was already on his back. He did not need to add the Sanctum of Sages into his list of pursuers. Zhang Shi shot a slightly apprehensive glance at the Inferno Qilin before harumphing coldly. Humph! He felt infuriated inside, but there was no way he could vent his rage. All along, he had viewed Zhang Xian as someone who was within his control, but who would have thought that in a month of absence, the other party had already become a dragon soaring in the sky, far beyond his reach? Allow me to reassure you that I'll personally resolve the unhappiness with the Zhang clan in the near future, so there's no need to worry about that. The reason I'm here today is to borrow the 9-star formation flags, and I hope that Zhang Shi can grant my request. Zhang Xian said. Zhang Shi looked at Zhang Xian deeply for a long moment before sighing deeply and saying, Very well then, I'll take your word for it. I hope that you won't let me down. Following which, he flicked his wrist and took out over 100 formation flags. Every single one of them was made of a particularly resilient material. It was clear that they were all high-tier. Grade 9 formation flags. With the Inferno Qilin and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast watching from the side, Zhang Shi felt that Zhang Xian would order his tamed beast to snatch the formation flags from him by force if he refused. Rather than suffer for nothing, he thought that it would be wiser to hand them over first. Thank you, Zhang Shi. Zhang Xian took the formation flags and examined them closely. After verifying that these formation flags were indeed suited for the construction of teleportation formations, he heaved a sigh of relief before turning his head toward the collapsed doorway. Come in. It was only upon hearing Zhang Xian's words that Zhang Shi and Elder Gu realized that there was someone standing by the doorway. She was the genius from the Glacier Plain Court who had just enrolled earlier in the year, Chen Liao. At that moment, the young lady was staring at the rubble lying around the place with widened eyes. When she caught sight of the trail of blood trickling down from Zhang Shi and Elder Ji's lips, she could not help but clasp her agape mouth in shock. They were only there to borrow formation flags, not to raid the place. Was it really necessary to go so far? How were they supposed to resolve the situation peacefully now that such a situation had happened? However, she also knew that it was meaningless to think too much about it now. What was done was done. Thus, she quickly walked over to Zhang Xian. Paying no heed to Chen Liao's shock, Zhang Xian hurriedly sent a telepathic message over. Tell me the exact location of the Glacier Plain Court. Without any hesitation, Chen Liao quickly informed Zhang Xian of the exact location of the Glacier Plain Court telepathically. It's located in the extreme north. Got it. After hearing the location from Chen Liao, A map swiftly surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind as he quickly gauged the distance and direction of the destination from the Sanctum of Sages. When setting up a teleportation formation, especially for ones with intended destinations as far as the one that Zhang Xian was going to set up, there could be no mistake in the direction at all. Otherwise, even the slightest degree of deviation in the calibration could possibly result in the result being off by countless li. After calculating for roughly 5 minutes, Zhang Xian exhaled deeply in relief before flicking his fingers. The formation flags that he was holding with his other hand immediately flew all over the place. Wong. As soon as they took their places, energy ripples began diffusing into the surroundings, forging a rather stable folded space. However, before it could fully take shape, it abruptly exploded. First attempt, fail. My strength is still insufficient. Sensing that single attempt had taken away half of his total Jinqi, Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. There was no mistake in his setting up of the formation flags and manipulation of energy earlier. In fact, the reason behind his failure was not because he had made any mistake, but because he was not able to supply sufficient energy for the creation of the formation. With his phantasmal space realm pinnacle cultivation, heaven's path Jinqi, and deep comprehension of space, his fighting prowess was at least on par with dimension-sundering realm pinnacle experts. However, it was still insufficient for him to construct a teleportation formation. Now, while Zhang Xian was still deliberating over what alternatives he could use in order to resolve the lack of energy, he suddenly heard a bellow from behind him. The next moment, Zhan Shi and Elder Gu charged forward simultaneously. The cold shimmer of a sword flashed across the room, freeing the two of them of the Inferno Qilin's control, following which, the two of them swiftly fled into the air. The Inferno Qilin and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast had been so focused on their master that they were caught off guard by the duo's abrupt movements. They had to block their attacks in a fluster, so they failed to keep them from getting away. In the sky, Zhan Shi flicked his wrist and whipped out a token, following which, with a resounding voice that echoed clearly to the corners of the Sanctum of Sages, he declared, "All elders of the Sanctum of Sages, hear my words. Zhang Xian and his tamed beasts have audaciously made a move against me and Elder Gu, so I hereby declare him to be an enemy of the Sanctum of Sages. All of you are to immediately move out and apprehend him, and should he try to retaliate, you are permitted to take extreme actions, even at the cost of his life." As the deputy sanctum head, he could be considered the face of the Sanctum of Sages. Even if his pride could take it lying, he could not allow the long history of the Sanctum of Sages to be besmirched in his hands. Honglong. As soon as the decree was passed, a huge commotion broke out within the Sanctum of Sages. Countless figures emerged in the air, easily numbering in the tens of thousands. Earlier, during the battle with the Inferno Qilin, Zhang Xian had known that things could turn out bad if people started gathering there, so he had discreetly set up an isolation formation in the room in order to prevent any sound from getting out. As a result of that, despite the entire room collapsing, it had not caught anyone's attention. However, the decree that had just been passed had reached the ears of every single elder and student in the Sanctum of Sages, so they swiftly flew up in order to see what was happening. "This is bad. Inferno Qilin, hurry up and knock him down." Not expecting Zhan Shi to suddenly act in such a way, Zhang Xian's face darkened. He hurriedly ordered the Inferno Qilin to make a move. Roar! With a furious roar, the Inferno Qilin dashed into the sky and raised its hoof, preparing to knock Zhan Shi down back onto the ground. Guardian formation. Grasping the Deputy Sanctum head token in his hands tightly, Zhan Shi swiftly activated the power in it, and a blinding burst of light suddenly flashed into the surroundings, seemingly communicating with a dormant ancient power in the Sanctum of Sages. The surrounding space suddenly seemed to have been frozen solid, such that even the Inferno Qilin ended up freezing in place, unable to move in the slightest. Guardian formation? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. The Sanctum of Sages had declined considerably over the years. The lack of a legitimate sanctum head had resulted in its inability to draw in and retain talents, resulting in an endless spiral of weakness. As a result, even the strongest expert within its ranks at the moment was only at St. Nine Dan primary stage. However, this had not always been the case. There was a period of time when the Sanctum of Sages had stood at the very peak of the Master-Teacher continent, second only to the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters. After all, every single true Sanctum head had possessed the eye of insight and was an expert that had exceeded Saint Nine Dan, reaching a realm unthinkable to most. Even the first elder would amount to nothing much before their eyes. The guardian formation that they had left behind was the ultimate trump card of the Sanctum of Sages. Even if the Zhang clan dispatched all of its forces over, it was questionable whether they would be able to breach it or not, let alone a mere Inferno Qilin. It was also for this reason that the Sanctum of Sages had been able to remain standing even after all these years, retaining its prestige. Otherwise, given the weakness of the current Deputy Sanctum head, they would have been destroyed by the otherworldly demonic tribe long ago. Sensing the despairing power of the formation, the Inferno Qilin anxiously sent a telepathic message over to Zhang Xian. "Master, I'm unable to breach this formation. At this rate, we might all lose our lives here." Tzzzzzzzzzz. While the formation was trapping the Inferno Qilin, the other elders of the Sanctum of Sages also made their way over, and they swiftly took their positions behind Zhang Shi. "Zhang Xian, surrender now or die," Zhang Shi said impassively as he gazed down upon the young man below him with utterly cold eyes. "You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.